Chapter 989. At the shark fishing banquet, the fragrance of wine permeated the air, delicacies filled the table. After seeing Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment, Shark Demon and Su Baiman were very polite and enthusiastic towards Fang Yuan. As they toasted, Shark Demon called over many female Gu masters. "Gentlemen, how can there not be music in this banquet? These are the servants that my hall nurtured. They all have Gu master cultivation level and are proficient in transformation path. Their performance of the Sea Demon dance has been praised by many Gu immortals. Today I will invite you to appreciate it." These female Gu masters were all beautiful like flowers, they had graceful figures. At this moment the music started, the female dancers danced, their sleeves fluttered in the wind, they were beautiful and alluring. Suddenly the music changed from gentle to hurried, the female Gu masters changed their forms, they grew fish tails and turned into mermaids swimming in the air. The music changed again, it became lively and lively. The female Gu masters changed their forms according to the music, they grew 2 shells on their backs and danced like clam girls. When the music started to have metallic sounds, the female Gu masters' hands turned into the pincers of prawns and crabs. As they danced, the wind blew and they looked very heroic. The music changed 18 times, the female Gu masters also changed 18 times, they danced in different styles, it was an eye-opener for Fang Yuan. Eastern Sea has a myriad of styles, it is truly different from Northern Plains' bold and unrestrained beauty. Tai by Yunxing praised generously. Shark Demon saw that Fang Yuan did not speak, he asked, "I wonder what Mr. Chen's opinion is?" "It is truly beautiful," Fang Yuan said, but he found it funny inwardly. In his previous life, his wisdom path attainment was not high, even when he suppressed Budan, he relied on schemes and traps. But in this life, Fang Yuan displayed great strength. Shark Demon and Su Baiman treated him warmly. In his previous life, although Fang Yuan participated in the shark fishing banquet, he did not have this song and dance to liven things up. In this life he had this performance. It showed how much Shark Demon cared about Fang Yuan. After the dance, the female Gu masters retreated. Su Baiman said with a smile, "I wonder if Mr. Chen and Mr. Tai Bai have any questions." "Which maid did he fancy?" "As long as the two of you say it, I will make the decision and give it to you." I'm old. "Thank you, madam, for your concern." Tai Bai Yunxing politely refused. Fang Yuan said, "I've heard of the shark fishing banquet. Instead, I'm more interested in the sharks outside the hall." Su Baiman was slightly disappointed in his heart, but he still smiled and said, It seems that the two sirs are not lucky enough to choose maids. But this was a shark in the sea. But I can't make the decision. They are all my husband's pets." "Haha, since the two of you are interested, how can I not give them to you?" Whenever there was a shark fishing banquet, he would give some sharks as a gift. However, there's another rule here. "I wonder if the two of you know about it?" Shark Demon asked. "Of course I know about it." Fang Yuan nodded, he waved his feather fan in front of his chest. "But I still need to confirm it with Master. No matter what we catch or how much we catch, they all belong to us?" "Of course, as long as the two of you do it yourself." Shark Demon nodded and replied. There was no hesitation. Fang Yuan smiled. "Then let me deduce which shark is the most precious in this shark sea? But if I can really get it, I hope the two of you will be willing to part with it." Mr. Chin, do whatever you want." Shark Demon laughed, he wanted to probe Fang Yuan's true abilities. Fang Yuan pretended. He pinched his fingers and deduced. At once, starlight shone on his body. It was dazzling. After a while, starlight shone everywhere, filling the hall. In an instant there was the sound of bells, it was too wonderful for words. The starlight was dazzling, the aura of immortal Gu spread out, causing Shark Demon and Su Baiman to be moved. They secretly transmitted their voices to discuss. "This wisdom star Qingdao is truly amazing. I wonder if husband has noticed he has already used 3 different immortal Gu. I wonder what kind of wisdom path immortal Gu they are." What they did not know was that Fang Yuan was only putting on an act, it was just a facade. The starlight slowly dissipated, sweat appeared on Fang Yuan's forehead, he closed his eyes and rested for a while before slowly opening them. His eyes were shooting out starlight that was over 3 meters long, the light was so bright that people could not look at him directly. To think that Shark Demon and Su Baiman have such powerful methods. They actually used the power of enslavement path to restrain a rank 8 one-finger flow shark, it is truly amazing. Although I deduced it, my methods are too shallow and I am unable to capture this beast, there is nothing I can do. Earlier, I was still speaking arrogantly, now that my abilities are lacking, I hope the two lords will not laugh at me. Shark Demon and Su Baiman's bodies shook. Resourceful Star Qindao even figured out this secret. This. At once, this rank 7 Gu immortal couple stared with wide-opened eyes, fixedly staring at Fang Yuan, disbelief frozen on their faces. After a few breaths of time, Shark Demon and Su Baiman reacted, their emotions slightly calming down. Su Baiman sighed, "Today I finally know Sir Chen's power. The one-finger flow shark is our husband and wife's greatest secret. Mr. Chen might not know this, but in order to prevent this matter from being calculated by others, we husband and wife went to great lengths to ask Song Jiadan to help us conceal this matter." Shark Demon continued, "Twin polar plate armor pill, Nangong Hid Huan and Dragon Head Tortoise returned from Adversity Sea. In the current Eastern Sea Gu immortal world, Song Jiadan is publicly recognized as one of the 3 most outstanding Wisdom Path Gu immortals. Brother Chen's method can actually break Song Jiadan's defense. Doesn't this mean that Brother Chen's Wisdom Path attainment is already comparable to Song Jiadan's?" Fang Yuan's heart jumped, he seemed to have accidentally faked it. He quickly waved his hand trying to salvage the situation. "I am ashamed. I cannot compare to Song Jiadan, I had also performed exceptionally earlier. If I were to face Song Jiadan himself, there would be no chance of victory." Shark Demon's upper body leaned forward, he stared at Fang Yuan. "I have finally seen Sir's method. But, earlier in Yulu Blessed Land, why did I not see Sir activate the Immortal Gu?" Fang Yuan chuckled. "Wouldn't activating the Immortal Gu expend immortal essence? The cost would increase. I'm not a wealthy person like Lord Shark Demon. Moreover, using Mortal Gu can also unravel the battlefield killer move, it is just that the time needed is slightly longer, why not?" Shark Demon was greatly moved. Fang Yuan did not care about time, but he did. He had accepted a mission from Zombie Alliance to attack Yulu Blessed Land. As time passed, Zombie Alliance's higher-ups would urge him. If he did not make much progress, he might be replaced by someone else. Thus, Shark Demon and Su Baiman were under a lot of pressure. "Sir, you do not know that I am an impatient person. In order to avoid problems, the faster we attack Yulu Blessed Land, the better." Shark Demon laughed heartily, continuing, "It seems that the price I offered earlier did not satisfy Sir. Sir Chen, state your price, I will try my best to satisfy it." Fang Yuan shook his head and smiled. "It is best to slow down when attacking Yulu Blessed Land. Lord Shark Demon, don't you know the value of battlefield killer moves?" "Of course I do. I also know the true value of Yulu Blessed Land is not just these battlefield killer moves. It is the method to use the Dao marks in the Blessed Land to set up battlefield killer moves. But these methods can be learned from the land spirit after attacking the Blessed Land." Shark Demon answered. "What if there is no land spirit?" Fang Yuan asked. The possibility is very small." Shark Demon hesitated. "Even if it is small, it is still possible. Lord Shark Demon has been attacking Yulu Blessed Land for so long, have you seen the land spirit?" "I don't think so. Thus, the safest method is to slowly attack and understand all these battlefield killer moves." Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. Shark Demon was getting angry, he continued to persuade Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan was insistent. Shark Demon could not turn hostile, he needed Fang Yuan's help, he could only endure it. Fang Yuan was fearless, he raised the price, and only agreed when Shark Demon reached his limit. After resting for a few days, Fang Yuan followed Shark Demon into Yulu Blessed Land again. This time he used Star Thought Immortal Gu and spent many days to help Shark Demon unravel the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth killer move. As for this Star Thought Immortal Gu, it was quite strange. After Fang Yuan was reborn, he tried to refine Star Thought Immortal Gu for the first time, and he actually succeeded. But the truth was, Immortal Gu refinement was not so simple. The reason why Star Thought Immortal Gu was refined was because of Fang Yuan's extensive practice in his previous life. Maybe after connecting He Lulan, Fang Yuan's luck became better, this was one of the reasons why the Gu refinement succeeded. Fang Yuan had already started to stockpile immortal materials, he was preparing to refine rank 6 all-out effort Gu when the time was right. Time flew by and several months had passed. With Fang Yuan's help, Shark Demon's invasion of Yulu Blessed Land was much smoother than in his previous life. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield and 8 Doors Labyrinth, they were all unraveled by Fang Yuan. After using Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan no longer lacked star thoughts, he had already grasped Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fighting Soul Battlefield and 8 Doors Labyrinth. Even though Fang Yuan did not have the corresponding Immortal Gu, he could not create any battlefield killer move. But this was already a huge gain. Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of battlefield killer moves. As long as he used the light of wisdom, given time, Fang Yuan was confident that he could use these immortal goo to create his own battlefield killer move. Finally, Fang Yuan faced the battlefield killer move unmoving troops again. He finally encountered a problem. Unmoving troops was the final round of Yu Lu Blessed Land. It involved wisdom path and was very difficult. Adding on that Fang Yuan did not have any experience in unraveling it in his previous life, his progress was very slow. Fang Yuan gave up. He did not join Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon could not order him. Of course, the main reason was that Central Continent was in chaos. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered, countless fragment worlds fell on Central Continent. In his previous life, Fang Yuan obtained Wisdom Path and Star Path Grandmaster attainment levels in the Dream Realm of the fragment worlds. But the Dream Realm was not fully explored by him. In this life, Fang Yuan was looking forward to it. If he fully explored the Dream Realm, how much would his gains be? Would his Wisdom Path and Star Path attainment levels rise again? Or the attainment levels of other paths? Chapter 990. Several days later, Fang Yuan appeared in a nameless valley in Central Continent. A certain fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here. It was still stable for now. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects had sent Gu immortals to guard this valley. Seeing that Fengyang had brought Fang Yuan here, their expressions turned ugly. This time, it was all thanks to Fang Yuan's rank 6 bottom-tier cultivation level, otherwise they would not have been able to obtain such a huge benefit. The fragment world here was just enough for a bottom-tier rank 6 Gu immortal to barely enter. But among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, where could there be a Gu immortal with such low cultivation level like Fang Yuan? Thus, Fang Yuan was the only one who was in high demand. Crane Gate made full use of the competition rules of the 10 great ancient sects to bring them into the Grotto Heaven fragment world. Like in his previous life, Fairy Bai Qing took care of Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong. Fang Yuan nodded in agreement, but he was thinking in his heart, should he kill Feng Kim Hong? Because Spirit Affinity House did not announce the death of Feng Jioge. According to Fang Yuan's information, he knew that Feng Jioge had gone missing in Northern Plains. But thinking about it, Fang Yuan gave up on this idea. Even if Feng Jioge died in my previous life, the 100 days battle in this life has not ended yet, anything is possible. Moreover, Feng Jioge's death in my previous life has not been confirmed yet. Most importantly, the reason why I wanted to kill Feng Kim Hong was because I wanted to snatch her Dream Wings immortal goo. Unfortunately, even if she is immortal, she can make the immortal goo self-destruct with just a thought. Even if I am a goo immortal without special methods, I cannot snatch it. If I deal with her now, Feng Jioge is still at her peak, she will definitely be attacked by Spirit Affinity House and other super forces. This is courting death. Go in. The others have already entered, and since your cultivation is the highest, you've been arranged to be the last, Fengyang said in a low voice. There was no helping it. If Fang Yuan entered in advance, the other 9 sects were all mortal goo masters and could not compete with Fang Yuan. Of course. From this, one could see the weakness of the Crane Gate. If Crane Gate was as strong as Spirit Affinity House, it would not be difficult for Fang Yuan to be first. The fragment world of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was right in front of Fang Yuan. It was a scene of a blue lake. It was like a torn half of a painting, suddenly inserted into the small valley overgrown with bushes. This was not a complete blessed Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan stepped into it. The next moment he was in the fragment world of the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Looking back, the Gu immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects were still in the valley. He was no longer in the same world as Fang Yuan. These Gu immortals' gazes were either gloomy or envious. There was no helping it, their cultivation levels were too high, they had countless Dao marks. If they forcefully entered, they would directly break this fragile fragment world. This lake is huge. I remember that in my previous life, the desolate beast dragonfish was hiding near the island in the middle of the lake. It was influenced by immortal Gu. It became very violent and berserk. I have lost self-strength immortal goo now, I cannot use strength path giant hand. It is not as convenient to capture it now as in my previous life. Fang Yuan recalled as he flew out. Similar to his previous life, some elite goo masters of Heaven's Envy Manor were still trapped on the island in the lake. Around the island, the lake water was dangerous and violent. The desolate beast dragonfish was causing huge waves. Fang Yuan descended from the sky, using an immortal method. After some effort, he successfully captured the dragonfish. Other than the desolate beast dragonfish, there were also over 600,000 ordinary dragonfish. After leaving behind the stunned Gu masters of Heaven's Envy Manor, Fang Yuan flew towards the Dream Realm. He arrived at the dreamland. Feng Kim Hong had already led the 4 Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House to occupy this dream realm. Feng Yuan, I've been waiting here for a long time. Feng Kim Hong smiled. Her facial features were like a painting, her skin was as white as snow, and she was calm and confident. Feng Yuan also smiled. Before this trip, I have already told you. Your mother asked me to take care of you. I won't make things difficult for you. I'll try my best to make things convenient for you, but there's a price for taking care of you. What can you give me? Feng Kim Hong was prepared and was about to speak. Feng Yuan interrupted her. If you want to use an immortal zombie's method to regain a human body as a bargaining chip, then forget it. I've already found a suitable method. Of course, it's not the 10 extreme physique ascension method that you told me before. Feng Kim Hong was taken aback. She did not expect Feng Yuan to find a suitable immortal zombie reincarnation method so quickly. How about this? I know that Spirit Affinity House's research on dream realms is ahead of the other 9 great ancient sections. I only need the recipe of a dream path mortal goo. I'll let you guard this dream realm and explore it for some time. How about that? You have dream wings immortal goo. Don't tell me you don't know the recipes of some dream path mortal goo. Feng Yuan suggested. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, if Spirit Affinity House's representative, Feng Kim Hong, wanted to occupy this place, she would have to face the challenge of any sect. Only after winning 2 out of 3 rounds could she get rid of the opponent's right to occupy this place. Feng Kim Hong had the immortal goo that Fairy Bai Qing gave her, as well as her will and immortal essence. But she was immortal after all. She could not defeat an immortal zombie like Feng Yuan. Feng Kim Hong had a bitter expression. Feng Yuan, your request is too much. Everyone knows that I have Dream Wings immortal goo. But you have severely underestimated the value of Dream Path mortal goo recipes. I have indeed used some Dream Path mortal goo before, but those were all secret experiments. I planned to use them with my Dream Wings to create an immortal killer move. Unfortunately, they all failed. And these Dream Goo were given to me by the sect. I do not know any Dream Path mortal goo recipes. Change your request. For example, Strength Path mortal goo recipes. At this time, Dream Realms had not appeared on a large scale yet. Dream Path was still being explored and had not taken shape. Even though Dream Path goo worms had appeared, they were limited. To truly form a mature path like Dream Path, just Dream Wings immortal goo and Dream Travel were not enough. Only a path that everyone could cultivate could be called a path. Dream Path had just started to develop, it was showing signs of progress. In the 5 regions, only super forces had spare time to research it. Thus, the goo recipes of Dream Path mortal goo were extremely valuable. Feng Yuan did not persist. He knew, even if Feng Kim Hong knew the goo recipes of Dream Path mortal goo, he would not give them to him. The reason why he made this request was for his true motive. Feng Yuan said, then how about this? I need information on Sword Immortal Bo Qing. You might not know, but this person is a legendary figure in your Spirit Affinity House. Give me his information, don't try to fool me with the information on the market. Feng Kim Hong thought, this Feng Yuan is underestimating me. Even though I am a mortal goo master, I have been in contact with the world of goo immortals since young. How can I not know Bo Qing's name? However, why does Feng Yuan want Bo Qing's information? He thought again, Bo Qing is already dead, so what if I agree to his request? It is easy for my mother to get this information. Even if it involves Spirit Affinity House's secrets, I have a sense of propriety. I will not foolishly hand over all the information to Feng Yuan. After thinking about it, Feng Kim Hong nodded in agreement. But Feng Yuan continued, this dream realm is something that Crane Gate must obtain. How long you can explore it will depend on the amount of information you give me. You can send a letter now and ask your mother to prepare. I want to see the goods in 2 hours in Central Continent time. Then I will give you more time according to the quality of the information. Feng Kim Huang's heart sank. She knew that Feng Yuan was not so easy to fool. She was the treasure of her parents. She naturally had immortal goo and a large number of information path mortal goo to let Fairy Bai Qing know about Feng Kim Huang's condition. After a while, the two finally came to an agreement. Feng Yuan left the dream realm directly. In this blessed land, even though he had subdued the desolate beast dragonfish, he still had a desolate beast hidden essence turtle and a desolate plant nethergrass to collect. 2 hours later in Central Continent time, several days had passed in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment world. Feng Yuan subdued the hidden essence turtle and nethergrass. Like in his previous life, he released some rockmen to search for valuable goo worms or goo materials in his place. He returned to the dream realm. where Feng Kim Hong could not conceal her dispirited and irritated mood as she handed him the first batch of information. Fang Yuan looked through it and nodded repeatedly. This information was very detailed, worthy of being the internal information of Spirit Affinity House. In my previous life, when Central Continent's falling heavenly river changed, many Gu immortals gained benefits, but I could not interfere. In this life, I have my previous life's experience and insights. I do not need to make many deductions. I can save a lot of time and energy. Maybe I can explore falling heavenly river. Fang Yuan thought in his heart while commenting. Although this information is detailed, it doesn't touch on many secrets. According to our previous agreement, I will give you 3 days. Of course, this time refers to the time in the fragment world. Feng Kim Hong nodded, sighing inwardly. She had overestimated herself and underestimated the difficulty of this dream realm. Until now, even though she had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, she could not get through the first layer of the dream realm. She had thought that she could explore this dream realm in 6 to 7 days and obtain a huge improvement. But the cruel reality gave her a resounding slap in the face. If I had known this would happen, I would have insisted on the price. But now, this information can only be exchanged for 3 days. This time is not even enough for me to fully recover from my injuries. Sigh. Feng Kim Hong sighed deeply again. Fang Yuan was well aware of her condition, but he pretended not to know and left again. But secretly he returned to the other side of the dream realm and entered it. With his previous life's experience he was very familiar with it, and with his ample preparations this time, he had a large number of Dream Path Mortal Gu. He could use Unravel Dream many times. The first layer of the Beastman Wind Not Grass Dream Realm and the second layer of the Astrolabe Chessboard Dream Realm were all broken by Fang Yuan. He finally arrived at the third layer of the Dream Realm. This was a dream realm that he had never been to in his previous life. On the willow shore, the lake's surface was like a mirror. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, a female immortal was gently playing the zither. You are finally here. She looked at Fang Yuan, her eyes shining brightly as a mysterious smile appeared on her face. Fang Yuan's body shook. Chapter 991. This was the third layer of the dream realm. The night sky was gentle, stars were sparse in the sky. The lake was calm. The moment Fang Yuan entered the dream realm, he was already in the pavilion at the center of the lake. His gaze was fixed on the female immortal in the pavilion. He was very surprised. Star constellation Immortal Venerable. Since ancient times, among the 10 venerables, only Red Lotus Demon Venerable was mysterious and unfathomable. His appearance could not be verified. The others, however, had names and appearances. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the second venerable in history. She was Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable's disciple, and also the second-generation Immortal King of Celestial Court. Her great achievements, her voice and appearance were naturally widely known, thus Fang Yuan recognized her at first glance. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was tall. She wore a long blue dress that dragged on the ground. She had long black hair that extended all the way to her waist. Her eyelashes were thick and long. Her eyes were like the moon in a well. They were tranquil but had a hint of spirituality and mysteriousness. Her skin was as white as snow. She was looking at Fang Yuan with an eerie expression. Her hands were gently stroking the zither in front of her. You are finally here. She spoke slowly. Her voice was gentle like the beautiful night sky. Interesting. Who am I acting as in this dream realm? Fang Yuan looked at his own attire and found that he was in his original appearance. This made Fang Yuan quite surprised. Logically speaking, this should not be the case. Earlier, in the first layer of the dream realm, Fang Yuan was a child who had encountered misfortune. In the second layer of the dream realm, he was a mortal youngster seeking immortality. Why did he return to his original appearance in the third layer of the dream realm? Before I entered the dream realm, I had been activating the immortal killer move Familiar Face. But now, even this killer move has failed. Could it be that this dream realm is so deep that my soul has unknowingly become addicted? As Fang Yuan thought of this, he became even more vigilant. He had just explored the first 2 layers of the dream realm. He knew clearly that this was a dream, it was not real. But if his soul was completely addicted, he would lose this knowledge and feel that everything was real. Just like back then. He Lulan fell into a dream during her tribulation. The dream continued to cycle, but she was unable to extricate herself. In this dream I discovered my original appearance. This is a sign that my soul is in a trance. It seems that the third layer of the dreamland is not a trivial matter. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless and was on full alert. But star constellation Immortal Venerable seemed to have seen through Fang Yuan's thoughts. You don't have to be afraid. Listen to my song. As soon as she finished speaking, her fingers, which were as tender as spring onions, moved. Under her control, the strings produced a melodious and beautiful sound. It was as slow as a spring and it was pleasant to listen to. Then she opened her mouth and began to sing in an ancient rhythm. Fang Yuan heard her sing. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, the road of life is full of troubles. Broken sword sinks into sand. The rise and fall of the ancient times, the unceasing heavenly river surges. Worry, the night is long and dreamy, where can I rest in peace? How many spring and autumn does it take to change a person's heart? Only providence is boundless. Star constellation immortal venerable sang in the night. Her voice was like a clear spring that flowed into the deepest part of Fang Yuan's heart. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Hearing this, he felt that this song was like a prophecy. It had deep meaning, but he could not understand it in the short term. After Star constellation immortal venerable finished her song, her figure dissipated. A mysterious smile hung on her lips the entire time. Fang Yuan's concentration was completely focused. But in the next moment, the dream suddenly dissipated. What's going on? Why did this dream realm vanish? Outside the dream realm, Feng Kim Hong, who was recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes, shocked and suspicious. Fang Yuan concealed himself in time. He did not expose himself. He quietly left this place, feeling very surprised. How can this be? Before I explored the third layer of the dream realm, it vanished on its own. What kind of dream is this? Why is it so strange? Even with my 500 years of experience, I have never heard of such a dream realm. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He vaguely felt that this dream realm was very special. It seemed to have a very important meaning to him. In the dream, what did Star Constellation Immortal Venerable sing? What did she want to tell me? Fang Yuan tried to recall but could not remember anything. It was like a normal person waking up from a dream. Even though they knew it was a dream, they could not recall the details of the dream. Fang Yuan thought hard. He even used wisdom path methods, but he could not recall the content of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's song, only that slow zither music was reverberating in his mind. Almost at the same time in southern border. Shadow Sect's headquarters, Life and Death Blessed Land. Life and Death Blessed Land had the door of life and death, and in front of this door there was a dream realm. Old Man Inkstone held 9 rank 8 immortal goo as he entered the dream realm calmly. The moment he entered, Old Man Inkstone felt an intense killing intent that was as cold as winter. Kill, kill, kill. A man in a black robe with bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair pounced at him. At once, Old Man Inkstone could not move at all. If anyone was here and saw this man in a black robe, they would cry out in shock, "Spectral Soul Demon Venerable." At the next moment, Old Man Inkstone was forced out. His soul was injured. After returning to his body, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm was much more difficult than Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm that Fang Yuan explored. Old Man Inkstone had only entered the first layer of the dream realm, but he was already forced to play the role of a character in the dream. And this character was the enemy that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable killed. Old Man Inkstone tried countless times, but he was killed by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable the moment he entered the dream. He could not react in time. But I have already left the immortal goo in the dream. Now it is time to activate the killer move. Old Man Inkstone ignored his injuries. His right hand that was as dry as wood opened up, revealing another immortal goo in his palm. This immortal goo was refined by Central Continent's Yumu Chun. It was rule path and was called Reality. Reality immortal goo was activated by Old Man Inkstone using his immortal essence. It turned into a silver light that flew into the sky at an incredible speed. In the air, it kept flying around the dream, dragging out a long silver tail that stopped in midair. It did not dissipate. Rise. Old Man Inkstone thought in his mind. Countless goo worms flew out of his immortal aperture, surrounding Spectral Soul's dream realm. They formed a formation in the air. Hundreds and thousands of mortal goo, all of them rank 5. They used Reality immortal goo. There were also 9 immortal goo left in the dream realm as the cores, forming a mysterious immortal killer move. An hour later, Old Man Inkstone's face turned purple gold. Most of the immortal essence that he had accumulated in his life had been expended. All of his goo worms were destroyed. Only a silver cocoon of light was left. The cocoon was huge. It completely covered Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's dream realm. Old Man Inkstone let out a breath of turbid air. His body shook. He almost fell to the ground. He was extremely tired but also had a gratified expression. He looked at the silver cocoon in front of him, muttering, "Next, I just have to wait for the nurturing to succeed." Several days later, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan laughed loudly, walking out of the underground cave. He succeeded. After spending a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he finally created an immortal battlefield killer move. This move was called Star Soul Battlefield. It used Cleanse Soul, Star Mark, Star Shoot, Starlight and Star Thought as the cores. Even though the explosive power was not strong, it was endless. It could expend a lot of the enemy's battle strength. The light of wisdom is truly amazing. If I had to deduce it myself, I might not even be able to deduce it in 3 years. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. This Star Soul Battlefield might only have over 600 gu, including immortal gu. But the truth was, the coordination and usage of gu worms were extremely complex. Thus, Fang Yuan needed at least 5 minutes to set up this Star Soul Battlefield. This time was not long. Compared to other battlefield killer moves, it was still below average. Normally speaking, battlefield killer moves needed a lot of time to set up. In his previous life, Fairy Li Shan fought against He Tribe's 4 old-timers Green City Rampage. She used the immortal battlefield killer move Pear Garden and Mountain. She had already started preparing it when she was lying in ambush earlier. In terms of trapping enemies, my Star Soul Battlefield cannot compare to Pear Garden and Mountain. But the battlefield has countless ways to wear them down. It is far superior to Pear Garden and Mountain in this aspect. After all, this Star Soul Battlefield mainly uses Battle Soul Battlefield as a reference. With Star Soul Battlefield, Fang Yuan wanted to find a suitable opponent to test it on. He quickly thought of that One-Finger Flow Shark. One-Finger Flow Shark has rank 8 battle strength and has 3-time path immortal gu. My Star Soul Battlefield cannot trap it. Moreover, to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark, I have to deal with Shark Demon and Su Baiman at the same time. Fang Yuan immediately dispelled this unrealistic idea. He could of course cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness. According to this time, Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness had already exchanged letters many times, reaching an initial understanding and some common understandings. Fang Yuan could rely on his status as He Lolan's ally to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to deal with the One-Finger Flow Shark. It was highly possible. However, Fang Yuan did not choose this method. Even if he succeeded in dealing with the One-Finger Flow Shark, Fang Yuan would not be able to compete with Blazing Heaven Demoness in terms of battle spoils. He would only get a small portion of the benefits. And it was also impossible to cooperate with Blazing Heaven Demoness to kill Shark Demon and Su Baiman. Although Fang Yuan was not a member of Zombie Alliance, Blazing Heaven Demoness was. Due to the Zombie Alliance's agreement, Blazing Heaven Demoness could at most suppress Shark Demon and Su Baiman. She could not take their lives. However, I still need to find Blazing Heaven Demoness. If I don't find her, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan might still conceal Blazing Heaven Demoness' existence and use her as a surprise weapon to deal with me. If I take the initiative to find her, I will cut off this layer of hope of He Lulan and the others, and also act as a deterrent to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan then returned to Eastern Sea. Eastern Sea's Shark Demon couple had been anxiously waiting for Fang Yuan for a long time. In this life, because of Fang Yuan, their progress in attacking Yulu Blessed Land was greatly advanced. But the final obstacle, biting your troops, was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Shark Demon and the others had no idea where to start. They could only look at the immortal gu fluttering in front of them and sigh. Shark Demon's desire towards Fang Yuan could be imagined. But Fang Yuan did not want to pay any attention to him. Rather than cooperating with Shark Demon, it would be better to help Blazing Heaven Demoness take over Yulu Blessed Land. Chapter 992. The sky was blue, there were only a few clouds. Fang Yuan floated in the sky looking afar. He saw a vast sea and sky. The sea was blue, there were no waves, it was a grand sight. This was the unique sight of Eastern Sea. It was completely different from the mountainous southern border. When Eastern Sea was calm, it was quite similar to the bold and unrestrained northern plains. When huge waves appeared on the surface of the sea, it would be dangerous and violent, and the resemblance to northern plains would vanish. Eastern Sea had a lot of water, it had many changes. It was precisely because of this change that this magnificent scenery was created, and it also brewed the unique cultural styles. Fang Yuan waited patiently. The sea area below him was small, it was the territory of Zombie Alliance, Budan's private sea area. But Budan had already been chased out. The one occupying this place was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, the rank 8 Fire Path Immortal Zombie Blazing Heaven Demoness. A while ago, Fang Yuan's letter to Blazing Heaven Demoness had already been sent to the bottom of the sea. but there were no movements in the sea. Who are you? Such guts, you dare to disturb me at the most crucial moment of the Gu refinement. Suddenly, a voice resounded in Fang Yuan's ears. Fang Yuan was shocked. He had already activated his investigative methods, but Blazing Heaven Demoness movements were untraceable. Fang Yuan could not sense her. She actually got close to him, and even before she spoke, Fang Yuan did not sense anything. On the surface, Fang Yuan was calm and collected. He turned around and bowed. I am Fang Yuan, greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Fang Yuan? Blazing Heaven Demoness' eyes shined with bright light. These last days she had been in a good mood. Because she and Fairy Li Shan had resumed their correspondence. In the letter, Fairy Li Shan expressed her understanding for He Lulan. Earlier she was not really refining Gu. She only received an information path mortal Gu. The Gu's message was friend of He Lulan. This made Blazing Heaven Demoness curious and wary. She concealed herself and got close to Fang Yuan to probe him. Fang Yuan did not sense anything, he only had rank 6 cultivation level. This made Blazing Heaven Demoness wariness lower. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a strong personality. She immediately accused Fang Yuan of disturbing her Gu refinement. She wanted to take the initiative to force him. But she did not say anything. Blazing Heaven Demoness words made Blazing Heaven Demoness admire Fang Yuan a little more. Fang Yuan nodded, that is me. Saying so, he deactivated familiar face, turning from resourceful star's image back to his immortal zombie body appearance. Blazing Demoness pupils dilated slightly. Blazing Heaven Demoness sighed, this rank 8 attitude Gu really is. I Gu Demoness Gu, Dao is Gu. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, Wisdom Star Qin Dao is me, but I am not just the Wisdom Star. Gu and she and was she. Gu. Gu Demoness and Demoness. She had long coveted Yulu blessed land. Hence, he had been secretly paying attention to and collecting information on Shark Demon. The Blazing Heaven Demoness had long since learned about Fang Yuan's disguise as the resourceful star Qin Dao. If I did not have wisdom path attainment, how could I create Imperial Court Blessed Land alone? The Blazing Heaven Demoness. I wonder if you are interested in Yulu Blessed Land? Fang Yuan revealed his intentions. Blazing Heaven Demoness smiled, what do you think? Fang Yuan smiled and said calmly, if you are not interested, I would not have come here. Blazing Heaven Demoness laughed, is this also what your master, Zishan Makoto, wants? Fang Yuan did not deny it. With my ability, as long as I have some time, I will be able to break the final battlefield killer move in Yulu Blessed Land. However, it's up to you to push Shark Demon and Subaiman out. If he did not have Star Thought Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan might not have the confidence. But with Wisdom Path Immortal Gu and the unmoving battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan would not have a hard time taking it down. Blazing Heaven Demoness' expression turned grim. Fang Yuan controlled the tempo of the conversation. She finally felt impatient. Words are no proof, she said coldly. Just because you say you have the ability, does that mean you have the ability? How can I trust you? The anger of a rank 8 Gu immortal was not a small matter. The atmosphere became heavy. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. He had expected Blazing Heaven Demoness to have such a reaction. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan had his previous life's experience and knew about Blazing Heaven Demoness. Know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated. Precisely so, Fang Yuan took the initiative in the conversation. It is easy to make Lord believe in my ability. I will show my incompetence first. Saying so, Fang Yuan used his fingers to make deductions. At once, starlight appeared on his body, immortal Gu auras fluctuated. More than 10 breaths of time later, Fang Yuan stopped pretending. He sighed to Blazing Heaven Demoness. A rank 8 great expert is truly not easy to deduce. This is your excuse for failure? Blazing Heaven Demoness raised her eyebrows. Of course not. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. I have already deduced that Lord has already contacted people in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and is preparing to expel Shark Demon and Subaiman. I'm afraid Budan has already been captured by you, right? First subdue him, then release him and let him use immortal Gu materials to bribe Subaiman. By then, you can find an excuse to steal the Gu materials, and you can openly find trouble with them. Blazing Heaven Demoness heard this and her expression changed. She was extremely shocked. She did not expect Fang Yuan to deduce her plan in such a short time. She was a rank 8 Gu immortal. Even though she cultivated Fire Path, she had methods to defend against Wisdom Path Gu immortals' deductions. Why was this method so useless in front of Fang Yuan? No wonder this person could make my sister wary and make little Lan suffer. No, that might not be the case. Maybe this was deduced by Zishan Makoto. He's just putting on a show in front of me. Blazing Heaven Demoness calmed down. She was not an ordinary immortal zombie. Those who could cultivate to rank 8 were not easy to fool. Good, since you have such ability, I have a problem to solve now. Before she finished speaking, Blazing Heaven Demoness grabbed with her hand. Flames rose and enveloped Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He once again experienced Blazing Heaven Demoness' domineering nature, but he was not worried that she would harm him. Because He Lolan's attitude immortal goo was in his hands. If Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to kill Fang Yuan, was she not afraid that Fang Yuan would fight to the death and destroy attitude immortal goo? Fang Yuan did not resist, he was grabbed by Blazing Heaven Demoness. Next, Blazing Heaven Demoness shouted. She turned into a blazing rainbow that tore through the sky. Fang Yuan's eyes were filled with a fiery red color, unable to move. He did not know how long had passed, but suddenly the flames in front of him disappeared. Fang Yuan found that he was in the middle of a wilderness. The plains stretched as far as the eye could see. Green grass covered the whole field, they were cute and fresh. There were few trees in the field, they had a wide field of vision. The most eye-catching thing was a palace not far away. This palace had azure gold carvings, on the surface were images of seas, the sky, mountains and so on. This was the rough style of the remote antiquity era. The overflowing aura of immortal goo showed how extraordinary this palace was. This was an immortal goo house. At this moment, many goo immortals were standing in groups on the field, surrounding this immortal goo house from all directions. There were also some goo immortals. They were floating in the air, far away from the immortal goo house. But no matter which goo immortal it was, their gazes were focused on Blazing Heaven Demoness and Fang Yuan. Earlier, a blazing rainbow descended from the sky, it had a grand momentum, it was hard not to notice. Blazing Heaven Demoness rank 8 goo immortal aura was even harder to ignore. With such a high-profile appearance, Fang Yuan, who came with her, was also targeted by countless gazes. I am Song Chi Yuan. Greetings to Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness. Kai Xiong greets you. To be able to see Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness personally, it is my honor as Ruolai. Soon, 3 goo immortals acted as representatives, speaking. Even though they did not have as much cultivation as Blazing Heaven Demoness, but they represented Song clan, Kai clan and Ruolai clan. These 3 clans of Eastern Sea were super forces. They were also the main force that fought for Ascending Heaven Plane in his previous life. Even Blazing Heaven Demoness could not be too arrogant. She nodded lightly at the 3, saying loudly, I have heard of old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance, I came here to try it. Go ahead. The 3 clans were silent. Blazing Heaven Demoness spoke casually, but the 3 clans did not dare to be careless. Not mentioning Blazing Heaven Demoness rank 8 cultivation level. Behind her was the colossal force known as Zombie Alliance. If Zombie Alliance also wanted to interfere in Ascending Heaven Plane, then Ascending Heaven Plane's situation would be in huge turmoil. Lady Blazing Heaven comes from Northern Plains, you are a guest. How can my Song family be lacking in etiquette? This one is untalented, so let me accompany you. Song Chi Yuan took the initiative to slowly fly over. Brother Chi Yuan is right. Lady Blazing Heaven Demoness has just arrived, Kai Xiong is willing to explain to you. Kai Xiong had just finished speaking when Ruolai Gei also flew to Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness looked at the 3 immortals, she did not chase them away, letting them stand beside her. Ascending Heaven Plane's location determined that Zombie Alliance could not reach it. There were many super forces in Eastern Sea, but only 3 were truly fighting for the hegemony here. These 3 clans fought openly and secretly, but when Blazing Heaven Demoness, a powerful external force, suddenly appeared, they allied together to resist Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not need to guess to know that these 3 clans had already sent an urgent message. Soon, there would be rank 8 experts appearing to control the situation here. But Blazing Heaven Demoness also knew that even though Ascending Heaven Plane was good, she could not touch it. Even though she was a rank 8 goo immortal, if she tried to take over Ascending Heaven Plane, not only would Zombie Alliance not support her, she would also offend the 3 super forces. Blazing Heaven Demoness had a domineering nature, but she was not stupid, she was very intelligent and knew how to compromise. Otherwise, in Fang Yuan's previous life, she would not have made that new alliance agreement with Fang Yuan. Chapter 993. Wisdom Star. This is Ascending Heaven Plane, one of the secluded domains of heaven and earth. The Legends of Renzu has records of it. This place is filled with space path Dao marks. Not only are they irregular, they are also complex and ever-changing. Since you are confident in your wisdom path methods, show me Tian Nan's inheritance. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan nodded. He already knew Blazing Heaven Demoness' intention. His wisdom path methods had just been exposed not long ago. Even He Lulan and the rest did not know. Since Blazing Heaven Demoness wanted to take down Yulu Blessed Land, she had to personally probe Fang Yuan's wisdom path abilities. If Fang Yuan had good strength, she would trust Fang Yuan and place the responsibility of taking down Yulu Blessed Land on his shoulders. If Fang Yuan was just an idiot, Blazing Heaven Demoness would find someone else to help him. As for Fang Yuan, he was useless, he could only stay at the side. Wisdom Star, why does this name sound familiar? Since this person is favored by Blazing Heaven Demoness, he must have some ability. Humph, Ascending Heaven Plane Space Path Dao marks are not only complex, they are constantly changing. Our 3 clans are restricted by them, our progress is slow. With his own strength, how is that possible? Song Chi Yuan, Kai Xiong and Rua Lai Gui conversed secretly. They watched as Fang Yuan landed on the ground and walked towards the immortal Gu house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan. Not just the 3 of them, the other Gu immortals' gazes were also focused on Fang Yuan. In Song Clan's camp, there was a young girl dressed in white. Her immortal light was like snow. She was the pearl of Song Clan, one of the beauties of Eastern Sea, Song Yishur. Wisdom Star Qin Dao. At this moment, Song Yishur stared at Fang Yuan without blinking. She had a curious expression. I know this person. Recently, Shark Demon tried to take down Yulu Blessed Land. He tried all ways to ask for this person's help. Previously, Qin Dao helped Shark Demon unravel several battlefield killer moves. His progress was extremely fast. But for some reason, Qin Dao suddenly ignored Shark Demon. Strange. Shika-chan, why do you know so much about Qin Dao? But speaking of which, this kid was indeed elegant and graceful. You are extraordinarily handsome. People will have a good impression of you at first glance. A female Gu immortal elder of Song Clan teased Song Yishur. A blush flashed across Song Yishur's face as she explained, Qin Dao once revealed one of Shark Demon's secrets, and in order to protect this secret, Shark Demon once asked Uncle Song Jiadan for help. That's why I value him. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had disguised himself as Xing Xiangzi. It was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. But in this life, since he had rank 8 attitude Gu and familiar face, Fang Yuan naturally wanted to make full use of this killer move. Changing into a good-looking face could make people lower their guard, making it easier for Fang Yuan to act. Song Clan's Gu immortals heard this and their expressions changed. Song Jiadan was the pride of Song tribe. He was publicly recognized as one of the 3 wisdom path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan could actually break Song Jiadan's method. Just this alone was enough to show how amazing he was. At once, Song Clan's Gu immortals looked at Fang Yuan with different gazes. Fang Yuan walked in front of everyone. After taking 5 or 6 steps, he slowly came to a halt. He had a calm expression on his face, but he was secretly concentrating on something. Ascending Heaven Plane was not simple. These secluded domains of heaven and earth often had their own mystical properties. For example, Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were filled with soul path Dao marks, while Ascending Heaven Plane had countless space path Dao marks. Because of these space path Dao marks, Ascending Heaven Plane could connect to the immemorial 9 heavens. Even mortals could enter the immemorial 9 heavens through Ascending Heaven Plane. However, after Renzu's children wreaked havoc in the 9 heavens, they destroyed many immemorial heavens. Even Ascending Heaven Plane was affected. Ascending Heaven Plane was no longer as safe as the immemorial era. The space path Dao marks here were complex like countless spider webs. And they were still changing. Even though Ascending Heaven Plane looked peaceful on the surface, it was actually filled with danger and killing intent. Even if a Gu immortal was here, they would suffer terrifying damage from the space path Dao marks if they were not careful. Blazing Heaven Demoness brought me here to test my wisdom path ability, and also to suppress me. She is probably still suspecting that I am relying on Zishan Makoto, that I have no wisdom path method and am only a messenger. After all, the things I deduced are all dead or already established facts. Only the environment here, which is constantly changing, can truly test my wisdom path abilities. It was no wonder that Blazing Heaven Demoness was suspicious. After all, Fang Yuan's wisdom path method was too sudden. Moreover, he was an immortal zombie. It was not that there were no wisdom path immortal zombies, but it was very rare for them to have such powerful wisdom path methods after becoming immortal zombies. In Fang Yuan's mind, star thoughts collided and fused with each other. With star thought immortal goo, he no longer lacked star thoughts. This gave Fang Yuan endless confidence. After calculating for a while, he continued to move forward, towards the immortal goo house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After 11 steps, Fang Yuan stopped again. At this moment he was still 300 steps away from the immortal goo house left behind by old eccentric Tian Nan, but he had already caught up to the goo immortal at the end. This goo immortal came from Ruo Lai clan. Seeing that Fang Yuan was on par with him, he laughed, not minding it. Fang Yuan continued his deductions. The space path Dao marks here were formless and traceless. He had to make deductions. The distance that he had deduced earlier had already been completed. Fang Yuan had to move and stop from time to make deductions. It was not worth it to deduce a longer distance in one go. Because the space path Dao marks were constantly changing, sometimes they changed rapidly, sometimes they changed slowly. If the distance was too long halfway through, the later half of the journey would change. The results that he deduced after so much effort would be in vain. I need to display my value and participate in Yulu blessed land. I will need to display my wisdom path abilities. It seems that my name, Wisdom Star, is going to become famous in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with starlight. He had already gained some understanding during his deductions. 15 minutes later, he surpassed most of the goo immortals on the ground, getting to the front. Wisdom Star Qin Dao. Kai Xiong stared at Fang Yuan's back as he muttered. How old is he? At this attainment level, he is at least a wisdom path grandmaster. Ruo Lai Gui gritted his teeth. Song Chi Yuan sighed to himself. It is a pity that my Song clan Song Jia Dan could not come personally. Otherwise, this inheritance would have been obtained by my Song clan long ago. Blazing Heaven Demoness was very satisfied. Such an achievement was enough to take down Yulu blessed land even in the huge Eastern Sea. At the same time, Blazing Heaven Demoness could not help but feel shocked. How many years has it been since Fang Yuan became an immortal? He not only cultivates strength path, but also has such deep wisdom path attainment. And from my sister's letter, he seems to have displayed impressive enslavement path attainment in the imperial court contest. With such a disciple, his master, Zishan Makoto, must be extraordinary. It is about time. I am about 108 steps away from the immortal goo house. Even though I can continue moving forward, I am already at the front. If I shorten the distance, I might attract trouble. Fang Yuan assessed the situation. With Blazing Heaven Demoness, he could easily take down Shark Demon and Su Baiman. But against Song clan, Kai clan, and Ruo Lai clan, Blazing Heaven Demoness alone was too weak. The space path Dao marks here increased in number as they got closer to the inheritance, and they were changing rapidly. Thus, the difficulty of deductions rose rapidly. With just Fang Yuan's ability, he could not reach the immortal goo house. Especially after 80 steps, he needed wisdom path killer moves. The wisdom path killer moves here were not defensive methods like Star Fog Concealment, nor were they offensive moves like Hataru. They were used for deductions. Fang Yuan did not have such a foundation. But he had Wisdom Goo. Even though he did not subdue Wisdom Goo, he could use the Light of Wisdom. With just this Light of Wisdom, he could leave countless Wisdom Path killer moves that were used for deductions far behind. If he had the Light of Wisdom, Fang Yuan would have broken through long ago. He would be at least 50 steps away, not 100 steps away. The Light of Wisdom could not be exposed. Even if Fang Yuan obtained the inheritance, he would not be able to leave today. The three super forces were eyeing this place. How could they let Fang Yuan leave after taking advantage of them? Thus, Fang Yuan stopped and looked at Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness snickered to herself. This Fang Yuan knew his place. Not to mention that Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 immortal zombie. Even if she had rank 8 cultivation level, she would not dare to covet the things here. She had wanted to retreat long ago. But retreating without fighting was troublesome. Song clan, Kai clan, and Ruo Lai clan, these three super forces viewed Ascending Heaven Plane as their exclusive territory. Blazing Heaven Demoness barged in. If the three clans did not take a firm stance, even more people would covet her. And for Blazing Heaven Demoness, if she left early, the three super forces would pursue her. She might as well stay and deal with this matter first. She had to fight rank 8 Goo Immortals. Sure enough, not long later, the three clans rank 8 Goo Immortals appeared. They formed an alliance and negotiated with Blazing Heaven Demoness. Blazing Heaven Demoness was alone, but her aura was not weak. She took the initiative to fight. The four immortals flew to White Heaven. Nobody knew of their sparring. After the sparring, Blazing Heaven Demoness landed and laughed heartily, leaving Ascending Heaven Plane with Fang Yuan. In contrast, the 3 rank 8s of Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Ruo Lai Clan had wariness and seriousness in their eyes. They conversed secretly. I have heard that Northern Plains Gu Immortals have extraordinary battle strength, far surpassing Gu Immortals of the 4 regions. Today's battle with Blazing Heaven was as expected. Even though she is an immortal zombie, she has incredible battle strength. We need at least 2 people to resist her. Great Grandmaster Fire Path Attainment level? This woman cannot be underestimated. Back then in Northern Plains she destroyed a fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens, thus she is called Blazing Heaven Demoness. She has a shameless nature. Even though she retreated, in my opinion we need to be more vigilant. That makes sense. Chapter 994. East Sea Bipolar Strait. The sound of the waves penetrated through the thick fog and faintly reached the strait. Song Jedon sat cross-legged on the cliff with his eyes closed. His lower body was made of gray stone. His upper body was that of an old man, covered in wrinkles and extremely old. Suddenly his eyelids twitched. He sensed the token of Song Clan's first Supreme Elder, rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Chi Yuan. With a thought from Song Jedon, the fog surged and revealed an empty tunnel. A moment later 2 figures walked out from the tunnel. A man and a woman, both Gu Immortals. The female immortal was dressed in white, like a lotus fairy, pure and moving. Her spirited eyes looked around with a hint of liveliness. The male immortal was a middle-aged man. He was mature and steady. He walked behind the woman. Clan Uncle Jia Dan. Song Yishur shouted from afar. Song Jedon wanted to reveal a trace of a smile, but in the end he could not. He could no longer move and the muscles on his face were completely stiff. His wisdom path cultivation was very unique. He could use providence to deduce matters and objects. It was usually very accurate. However, there were advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage was that Song Jedon would lose his freedom from then on. His lower body would be petrified, and he had already become one with the bipolar strait. When his lifespan was exhausted, his entire body would turn into a piece of stone, without any signs of life. In the end, Song Jedon could only say slowly and expressionlessly, "Little Shur, Cousin Xiachi, long time no see." The ones who came to the twin polar straits to visit Song Jia Dan were the Song Clan Song Yishur and Song Xiachi. "Uncle Jia Dan, this is the token grandfather gave me. Please take a look." Song Yishur first handed the token in her hand to Song Jia Dan. After Song Jedon confirmed that there was no mistake, he nodded and asked, "What do you want to calculate this time?" Song Xiachi opened his mouth and said, "This time. We're here for the Tian Nan inheritance in the Ascending Heaven Plane." Song Jia Dan pondered, "There are many chaotic space path Dao marks in Ascending Heaven Plane and they are constantly changing. If I can't be there in person, I can't adapt to local conditions." He calculated the path and time. But Ruo Lai and Kai Clan did not have any powerful wisdom path Gu Immortals. "I believe that with my wisdom path Immortal Gu, you won't be able to escape. We should be able to come out on top." Song Yishur smiled lightly and said, "Uncle Jia Dan, there has been a new change in the Ascending Heaven Plane." Song Yishur then explained how the sky-scorching Demoness and Fang Yuan had barged into the Ascending Heaven Plane. Song Jia Dan immediately understood the purpose of Song Yishur and Song Xiaqi's visit and said in realization, "So you want to hire this resourceful star to help the Song clan obtain Tian Nan's inheritance? Not bad." Wisdom Star was not a member of Zombie Alliance. He was a good friend of Tai Bai Yunxing. He was a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Because the Earth Tide had come to the East Sea. Since he can work for Zombie Alliance, naturally our Song family can also hire him. His wisdom path attainment is quite good. If our Song clan is a step slower and the other 2 clans get it first, we will be in a passive situation. Song Xiachi said. "That's why you came here this time to ask me to divine the matter of this resourceful star," continued Song Jedon. Song Yishur nodded repeatedly. "I really can't hide anything from you, uncle." "That's right, since we're going to hire resourceful star, we need to know him well. After all, he was not one of their clansmen. Most importantly, the other party is also a wisdom path Gu Immortal. If he tries to scheme, not only will our Song clan suffer a loss, we will also suffer a huge loss. We will also lose face. So this time, I hope uncle can use your methods to see if you can suppress this Northern Plains wisdom path Gu Immortal." Song Jedon lowered his eyes. A trace of hesitation flashed in his eyes. "But this resourceful star Qindao was able to break the method I used on Shark Demon, and was also able to shine in ascending heaven plane. This means that he not only has wisdom path attainment level, he also does not lack wisdom path immortal goo. If I rashly make deductions on such a wisdom path expert, it might go against the rules of us wisdom path goo immortals. If I am not careful, I might attract the other party's enmity and create a strong wisdom path enemy for our clan. In the previous life, Fang Yuan disguised as Xing Xiangzi because he peeked at Song Yishur bathing. Thus, Song Zhedan had a reason to appear. In this life, Fang Yuan disguised as Wisdom Star. He did not leave behind any evidence, and most importantly, he displayed superior wisdom path methods, causing Song Zhedan to feel wariness towards him. Song Yishur and Song Xiaqi looked at each other. The former did not speak while the latter spoke. Everything has its pros and cons, it is just a matter of choice. Before we came, we had already discussed with First Supreme Elder and Second Supreme Elder. We would like to ask Cousin Jiadan to make a move. Song Zhedan nodded. Even though he was a wisdom path goo immortal, he was not the decision-maker of the clan. Since that was the case, he did not hesitate anymore. After preparing for a while, he made his move. A long while later, Song Zhedan slowly opened his eyes, showing a trace of fatigue. I cannot deduce it. What, uncle? You are one of the 3 strongest wisdom path goo immortals in Eastern Sea, how can you not deduce it? Don't tell me this Qin Dao is really so strong in wisdom path, he is already on par with cousin. Song Yishur and Song Xiaqi were very shocked. Song Zhedan shook his head. The human heart is limited, providence is hard to predict. Maybe this Qin Dao is really amazing, he blocked all of my deductions. Or maybe he is not in Eastern Sea. If not in Eastern Sea, where else? The earth tide has already subsided, there is still a long time before the next earth tide. Song Yishur was very confused. Every immortal aperture is a small world, it is isolated from the outside world. My cultivation level is only rank 7, it is not strange that I could not deduce it. Is that so? Song Yishur muttered, feeling a little dejected and disappointed. Song Zhedan's tone changed, saying, I am more concerned about ascending heaven plane itself. This place can connect to white heaven and black heaven, it is a strategic location that people covet. This time, even though blazing heaven demoness retreated, she did not lose her prestige. In this way, it would fuel the flames of greed in some people with ulterior motives. Eastern Sea's lone immortals and demonic cultivators need to be careful. As for the other righteous path super forces, even though they cannot directly interfere, they can still disrupt ascending heaven plane's situation. This is the greatest danger that is currently lurking. Cousin is truly insightful, your words make sense. Song Xiaqi's expression changed as he nodded. Song Yishur also showed some worry on her face. If you want me to deduce why Star Qin Dao, I might as well deduce this matter. Don't worry, as long as we follow my arrangements, we will be able to attack the invading lone immortals and demonic cultivators. We can even use their strength to weaken Ruo Lai clan and Kai clan. Song Zhedan said confidently. Central Continent. Who immortal blessed land. Star fog concealment. Fang Yuan willed as he activated an immortal killer move. Immediately, a hazy starlight fog appeared. It slowly flowed out of his second immortal aperture. Soon the starlight fog covered Fang Yuan's whole body, so that his features were blurred. Outsiders could only see Fang Yuan's figure through the starlight fog. The modified star fog concealment seems to have succeeded. Fang Yuan inspected it and was overjoyed. This star fog concealment could defend against other people's deductions against him. Fang Yuan left ascending heaven plane. After negotiating with blazing heaven demoness, he returned to Hu immortal blessed land and used the light of wisdom. He modified the original star fog concealment. The original star fog concealment had 2 core immortal goo, one of them was star thought immortal goo. The modified star fog concealment also had 2 core immortal goo. Star thought immortal goo was still among them, the other was replaced by unravel mystery immortal goo by Fang Yuan. Right now, Fang Yuan had wisdom path grandmaster attainment level. Unravel mystery immortal goo, which he could not use earlier, could now be put to good use. After my trip to ascending heaven plane, the name of wisdom star Qin Dao will soon spread throughout Eastern Sea's goo immortal world. At that time they will deduce me. There will definitely be many goo immortals looking for information about wisdom star. Familiar face is a transformation path killer move, it can disguise oneself. But it cannot deal with deductions. With star fog concealment now, I will be much safer in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan thought. Of course, star fog concealment had its limits. Firstly, its defense was only against other people's deductions, it could not defend against earth, water, wind, fire, or physical attacks. Secondly, its cores were only 2 rank 6 immortal goo. Even a rank 7 wisdom path goo immortal's deductions could only block them for a while. Then it would collapse. Finally, star fog concealment did not need to be activated continuously. The star fog produced by this move was a layer of defense. As long as the star fog did not dissipate, it could defend against deductions. It was a layer of defense as long as the star fog did not dissipate. This layer of star fog is filled with star path and wisdom path Dao marks. It is these disorderly Dao marks that can block deductions from the outside world. Even if Song Jia Dan tries to deduce me, the star fog can block them for a while. I will be alerted and have enough time to use fixed immortal travel to hide in my immortal aperture. Once he entered the immortal aperture, he would be in a different world. Even a rank 8 wisdom path great expert could not do anything if they wanted to deduce it. First was the battlefield killer move Star Soul, then Star Fog Concealment. Fang Yuan's 2 shortcomings were fixed. Next, he would refine the rank 6 all-out effort immortal goo. At the same time, he would wait patiently for Blazing Heaven Demoness to make her move. In my previous life, Blazing Heaven Demoness had already pushed aside Shark Demon and Su Bai Man, but the timing was wrong. She could only go to northern plains. In this life, with my influence, the progress of Yulu Blessed Land was greatly advanced. She made her move earlier. There should be enough time. I hope that Yulu Blessed Land's gains this time will not be as disappointing as the Dream Realm in the Starry Sky Grotto Heaven fragment. Earlier, even though Fang Yuan broke through the second layer of the Dream Realm and reached the third layer, he had reached the same progress as in his previous life. Be it Wisdom Path or Star Path attainment levels, they had risen slightly, but they were still at Grandmaster level. Most importantly, the third layer of the Dream Realm was very strange. Fang Yuan could not understand it. The third layer of the Dream Realm dissipated naturally. It did not give Fang Yuan any gains in attainment level. In the Dream Realm, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable recited a poem. Fang Yuan could not remember it no matter how hard he tried. Days passed. Blazing Heaven Demoness finally established a good relationship with Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. It was similar to in his previous life. She used Budan to take the initiative to push aside Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Fang Yuan did not participate in this process. He only took action when Blazing Heaven Demoness attacked Yulu Blessed Land. Just like he expected, even though the battlefield killer move Unmoving Troops was mystical, without anyone controlling it, it was like an empty formation. Fang Yuan expended a lot of energy and immortal essence to break through the final round, completely taking over Yulu Blessed Land. There is only one strength path immortal goo. Don't think about it, this is my gift to Little Lan. According to our agreement, you can take 2 rank 6 immortal goo. But this Star Path Immortal Goo, even though it is rank 6, it is on the list of the top 10 mystical goo. It has high value. If you choose it, you will not be able to choose any other immortal goo. Blazing Heaven Demoness said to Fang Yuan. Chapter 995. Central Continent, Star Form Blessed Land. Fang Yuan was focused. He was refining all-out effort goo meticulously. Large numbers of immortal materials had already melted into a lump of liquid. The yellow-brown liquid floated in the air. Fang Yuan willed as his second vital goo, the rank 5 all-out effort goo, was thrown into the liquid. Rise. Soon after, Fang Yuan shouted and stretched out his palm, his 5 fingers spread open as he grabbed at the ground. Crack crack. With a loud sound, the soil and rocks on the ground flew, enveloping the liquid and forming a ball of soil. This was a refinement path killer move. It was an earth path killer move. Not long ago, Fang Yuan had exchanged for it from Land Spirit of Langya. This was a small benefit of joining Langya sect. Of course it was not free. Fang Yuan had also deduced an immortal goo recipe for Land Spirit of Langya. It was about 30% complete. This refinement path killer move was not at goo immortal level, but it was very useful. After Fang Yuan modified the all-out effort immortal goo recipe, he used this refinement path killer move many times during the goo refinement process. Blood refinement killer move, blood refinement snake. Fang Yuan's body shook, blood flowed out of his eyes, nose, ears and other orifices. The blood did not stop, it turned into 7 snakes that slithered around, hissing and hissing. The 7 blood snakes climbed onto the soil ball. The soil ball coiled into a snake ball. Fang Yuan threw mortal goo one after another. The blood snakes opened their mouths and swallowed. Every time it swallowed a goo worm, its snake body would sink a little deeper into the soil ball. Over 2 hours later, the blood snakes completely fused into the soil ball. The surface of the earthen ball was covered with densely packed crimson snake scales. The entire earthen ball seemed to have a life of its own. The crimson snake scales constantly flickered with a faint light. It was as if the soil ball was breathing. Fang Yuan used fire to roast it again. These were 3 different colored flames, roasting the snake scale soil ball. In the blue flame, the flickering light on the soil ball became longer. A layer of white frost appeared on the red snake scales. Fang Yuan used the green flame again. After the barbecue, the glimmer on the earthen ball became livelier, and a thin layer of moss grew out of the frost. Finally, Fang Yuan used some kind of yellow flame. In the flames, the moss on the surface of the earthen ball hardened. The blood cocoon had turned brown. The blood cocoon was decorated with specks of golden light. It was as if Jinsha had joined in. The yellow flame roasted the earthen ball for the longest time. After roasting it for an entire day and night, the entire brown ball of earth finally turned into a pure gold color. After reaching this step, it finally came to an end. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. He had obtained a precious breather, and then rested for 2 days and 2 nights. After recovering, he took out the golden earthen orb. Originally, the brown earthen ball was as big as a wash basin, but after being roasted to a golden color, the earthen ball was only slightly bigger than a baby's head. The next step was crucial. Fang Yuan took a deep breath and activated a specific goo worm to attack the golden ball. With a bang, the golden earthen ball exploded. Countless golden powder immediately spread out, covering a radius of 3 miles. I failed? Fang Yuan's expression sank. His gaze that was filled with anticipation dimmed. The sky was filled with golden powder, but there was nothing left. If he had succeeded, he would have formed a semi-finished immortal goo. But unfortunately he did not succeed this time. The immortal materials, immortal yuan stone, and countless mortal goo that he had invested earlier had all gone to waste. The only gain was that Fang Yuan gained some experience in goo refinement. The next time he tried it, he would be able to refine it. The next time he tried, he might be slightly more proficient. Sighing, Fang Yuan quickly returned to his normal state of mind. He calmed down. Refining immortal goo was not easy. The success rate was too low. It was normal to have such a failure. Next, he had to accumulate more immortal materials and try again. Fang Yuan refined spring-autumn cicada in his previous life, and after experiencing star-thought immortal goo in this life, his mental fortitude in this aspect rose sharply. After resting, he used fixed immortal travel to leave the blessed land, arriving in southern border. The night was deep. Fang Yuan flew all the way to the clouds. Above the clouds, the stars were even clearer and more dazzling. Star eyes. Fang Yuan had obtained this immortal goo recently. It was his harvest from Yulu blessed land. Fang Yuan activated this immortal goo. Immediately, his pupils turned into whirlpools that rotated continuously. A formless attraction force pulled the starlight in the night sky towards Fang Yuan's eyes. Rank 6 immortal goo star eyes, ranked 10th in the list of 10 mystical goo. This was an investigative immortal goo. Fang Yuan did not lack investigative methods, but after thinking about it, he still chose this immortal goo. Because this goo's investigative ability had already surpassed most investigative immortal killer moves. Using star eyes, Fang Yuan could turn the stars in the night sky into his own eyes for observation. The starlight in black heaven shone on the 5 regions. As long as the starlight shone on a place, Fang Yuan would be able to investigate it. Fang Yuan could stay in central continent and use the starlight in the night sky to observe southern border, northern plains and other places. Thus this goo was ranked 10th. What a pity. If there were no drawbacks, this ranking could rise by 2 or 3 places. Star Eye's immortal goo's drawback was that it could not be used immediately. Before using it, there was a process of communicating with the stars. This was what Fang Yuan was doing right now. The whirlpools in his eyes became slower as the starlight was filtered and eliminated. Eventually, the starlight turned into countless threads that tangled together, forming a thumb-sized starlight thread. One in his left eye and one in his right eye, a total of 2 starlight threads. These 2 starlight threads were connected to Fang Yuan's pupil, while the other was connected to a star in black heaven. Beads of green grape immortal essence were expended one after another. Star Eye's immortal goo continued to be activated. A mysterious force passed through the starlight thread and spread all the way to the end. Fang Yuan's eyes were wide open, but his vision was filled with darkness. But as Star Eye's immortal goo continued to be activated, he could barely see a faint blue dot in the darkness. Time passed and soon a night had passed. Fang Yuan's vision was still filled with darkness. But at the center, the blue dot had already expanded by a lot. As time passes, this blue dot will become bigger and bigger. It will gradually restore the full appearance of the star. I hope the star I chose is slightly smaller, otherwise I will need a lot of time and effort to completely transform it into my own. If the star was slightly smaller, the time needed for Fang Yuan to completely transform it into his own would be much earlier. Even though the small star's starlight was dim, the large star's starlight had more penetrative power. But Fang Yuan would rather it be like this. He wanted to quickly realize the wondrous use of Star Eye's immortal goo. The sky gradually turned white. Fang Yuan finally stopped. He counted in just one night, he had used up 8 beads of immortal essence to activate Star Eyes. Star Eyes is 10th, the drawback is that it consumes too much. To refine one star, it is no less than 10 rank 6 immortal goo refinements. Fortunately, I can handle this. Let's not talk about my star path attainment level. I am already a grandmaster and have the light of wisdom. Star Eyes can be used with other immortal killer moves. It has a wide range of usage. Most importantly, if Star Eyes and fixed immortal travel are used together. Fang Yuan's thoughts spread out. He could not help but smile as he thought of the wondrous use. Blazing Heaven Demoness must have known this. That was why she used Star Eye's immortal goo. Undeniably, fixed immortal travel and Star Eye's immortal goo were very compatible. In the following days, Fang Yuan tried to refine all-out effort immortal goo while thinking about the battlefield killer move that Fairy Yulu left behind. The most important content was how to construct the battlefield killer move in the immortal aperture without damaging it. At the same time, Fang Yuan used his free time to use Star Eye's immortal goo to refine the stars in Black Heaven. Furthermore, he had been paying close attention to the outside world's information. Time passed as Fang Yuan cultivated. Northern Plains, Central Continent, and other places were not much different from his previous life. But in Eastern Sea, Ascending Heaven Plains situation had changed. In Fang Yuan's previous life, large numbers of lone cultivators and demonic immortals barged into Ascending Heaven Plain, messing up the situation that Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rua Lai Clan had painstakingly maintained. During this process, Seven Seas Snake Lady even mocked and ridiculed Song Yishur, causing her to exterminate the small village by the sea and kill Li Xiaoyao's ancestors. But in this life, these lone immortals and demonic cultivators were jointly attacked by Song Clan, Kai Clan, and Rua Lai Clan. Before they could change the situation, they fell apart. The reason was that Blazing Heaven Demoness had brought Fang Yuan to roam around. The 3 Gu immortals were alerted. When the 3 clans fought among themselves, they restrained themselves even more. Once an external force tried to interfere, the 3 clans would immediately join hands. Fang Yuan was most concerned about Luopa Valley. He knew that 100 days battle was happening in Luopa Valley. The Central Continent Gu Immortals led by Feng Jioge were fighting against the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals led by Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan wanted to find out what the situation was like, but he did not have the ability to do so. He could only set up some investigative Gu worms within 100 li of Luopa Valley. This distance was already very dangerous. If he got any closer, he would be discovered by the Gu Immortals of both sides. Be it Central Continent or the Shadow Sect, they were not to be trifled with. They were fighting for their lives in the valley. They would definitely be worried about a third party taking advantage of them. They would definitely make many investigative and counter-investigations, setting up battlefield killer moves, setting up Gu formations and other preparations. This life is different from my previous life. I purposely left Shuesongzi alive to increase the strength of Shadow Sect's side. There will definitely be some changes in the situation of the 100 Days battle. In his previous life, Shadow Sect failed, but some people managed to break through. And even though Central Continent won, they lost Feng Jioge. It could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. Fang Yuan was also very curious about the result of the 100 Days battle in this life. But before the outcome was decided, he did not want to get involved. Without self-strength and without refining all-out effort Gu, he did not have much confidence in his battle strength. Unknowingly, time passed. 3 days had passed since the end of the 100 Days battle in his previous life. Fang Yuan pinched his fingers and deduced, he was already squatting in Northern Plains, patiently waiting. Chapter 996. 2 figures broke out of Luopa Valley, one at the front and one at the back. They were the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and Hei Cheng. Fang Yuan had a thought. His gaze followed the 2, but he did not chase after them. After a while, the Central Continent Gu Immortals did not come out of Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan guessed. It seems that even though I purposely kept Shuesongzi, I only delayed the result by 3 days. Shadow Sect still lost. So far, only the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie and Hei Ching managed to escape. Actually, this result was not strange. The key to the outcome of this battle was still Feng Jiugu and Qin Baisheng. Fang Yuan kept Shui Songzi, but a mere Shui Songzi did not have much effect on these two. I wonder what will happen in the 100 Days battle in Luopa Valley in this life? Fang Yuan thought as he chased after them. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie escaped rapidly. His speed was extremely fast, his body turned into a black line in the air as he flew forward. Who is it? Suddenly the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie stopped, his eyes spewing fire. Tai Bai Yunsheng appeared with a sneer on his face. You finally came, today you will die without a doubt. A mere rank 6 humph. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance's killing intent erupted as he charged at lightning speed. Boom. He hit Tai Bai Yunsheng fiercely, the latter turned into a lump of bubbles and dissipated on the spot. It's fake. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie's heart shook. He's just a rank 6, he actually dared to stop me, a rank 7. The most important thing is, how did he know my location? Is he a pawn recruited by Central Continent and Northern Plains? He did not participate in the 100 Days battle earlier because his battle strength was too low, he could not be of use? Or did he just arrive? Or do the Central Continent Gu Immortals not trust him? This Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance was an immortal zombie. But his wisdom path attainment was high. Almost instantly, countless thoughts flashed in his mind. He realized the reason behind Tai Bai Yunsheng's arrival. He is only rank 6, I have rank 7 cultivation level, I still have 40% of my battle strength. He is not my match and has the aura of a Northern Plains Gu Immortal. Therefore it was the most likely possibility. It's to stop me and slow down my escape. Take your time. There's no hurry. Tai Bai Yunsheng's illusion appeared again. This illusion was extremely lifelike. Previously, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance had been careless and had mistakenly thought that it was the real body. But now, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance activated his divination technique and with a single glance, he found some clues. He sneered and fled. Tai Bai Yunsheng's battle prowess wasn't strong, and he didn't have any powerful means of escape, so he could only cause chaos. However, the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance didn't care. He had seen through Tai Bai Yunsheng's intentions and was focused on escaping. Where do you think you're going? You shall stay here today. Fang Yuan finally caught up to him. He had fixed immortal travel and arranged for Tai Bai Yunsheng to create havoc. Both sides used information path methods to monitor the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. They could definitely catch up. If not for the fact that Fang Yuan did not want to expose fixed immortal travel and his identity in front of the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, he would have arrived long ago. Seeing Fang Yuan arrive, Tai Bai Yunsheng's heart jumped. Next, it was the crucial moment. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie's heart jumped when he saw Fang Yuan. He was so scared that his whole body shivered. Feng Jioga. He cried out in shock. As it turned out, Fang Yuan had already used familiar face to disguise himself as Feng Jioga. His battle strength was only at the peak of rank 6. And because he enslaved the Featherman Gu Immortal, his battle strength fell greatly. If they fought, he would not be able to use his full strength. However, Fang Yuan had a trump card. This trump card was the Star Soul battlefield. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was only at rank 7. After going through the 100 Days battle and breaking out of the encirclement, it would be good if he could use half of his remaining battle strength. In this situation, as long as he forced the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie into Star Soul battlefield and used the battlefield to whittle down the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie, Fang Yuan would likely win. Ignore Hei Ching, he is like a stray dog. I'm afraid that like in my previous life, the Immortal Gu house is already lost in Luopa Valley. Otherwise, why did the Central Continent Gu Immortals not chase after him? He is injured and only has one Dark Arrow Immortal Gu, he is not a threat. And this Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie is a crucial person. Qin Baisheng and Jianghu are trying to protect his life. During the Battle of Yitian Mountain, he was a member of the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Battle Formation, he was one of the formation corps. He has a heavy responsibility, he will not die easily. In my previous life, old ancestor Shui who captured him alive, he was waiting for Zombie Alliance's reinforcements. Thus, there is a high chance that I can capture him. As long as I capture him, I can soul search him. The secrets of Shadow Sect will be exposed in front of me. Of course, if his soul is tampered with, he will be like Shui Songzi in my previous life. Then even if I kill him, it will cause a huge disruption to Shadow Sect's plans. Fang Yuan had ulterior motives. Shadow Sect was a huge force. If he wanted to take graceful chaotic duel stage, he would have to face this mysterious and powerful Gu immortal force. With Fang Yuan's shrewdness and ruthlessness as well as his aggressive nature, how could he not take the initiative to find trouble with Shadow Sect? Fang Yuan was not going to wait passively. This time he seemed to be targeting the weak spot of a venomous snake. He made his move. Is it really Feng Jioge? The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie saw that Fang Yuan was getting closer. He suddenly had a thought. He was a core member of Shadow Sect. Qin Baisheng's plan was not hidden from him. Before the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie broke out of the encirclement, he had seen Qin Baisheng use the terrain to drag Feng Jioge, Ao Shui, and Ling Mei into the space of thieving heaven's true inheritance. After that, Qin Baisheng would destroy himself and use the winds of assimilation to get rid of Feng Jioge and the rest. Why was Feng Jioge here now? The possibility was very small. Because Shadow Sect had already found out. Zhao Lianyun had been secretly sent back to Central Continent. As for Spirit Affinity House, they had a thieving heaven true inheritance. They were naturally anxious to bring Zhao Lianyun back. Unless one of Feng Jioge, Ao Shui or Ling Mei is also an otherworldly demon. But we have already investigated this before. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie thought quickly. Thinking about Tai Baiyunqing's illusion, he became even more suspicious of this Feng Jioge. Thus he escaped while activating an investigative immortal killer move. After probing he broke out in cold sweat. This is the real Feng Jioge. At once, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie wished he could grow 70 or 80 wings to help him fly. My familiar face can deceive even rank 8 Gu immortals. How can you see through it? Furthermore, I have star fog concealment to protect me. That is to say, even if you use wisdom path methods to deduce my true appearance, you will need some time. With star fog concealment, familiar face's flaws were reduced by more than half. Furthermore, if the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie deduced Fang Yuan, and Fang Yuan sensed that the star fog was decreasing, he was not a fool. He would continue to use the immortal killer move star fog concealment to resist the deduction and continue to conceal the truth. Unless the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie had very strong wisdom path methods that could make star fog concealment useless. But the possibility was too low. At least, from the information that Fang Yuan obtained from his previous life's He Lulan, this blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie did not display any wisdom path abilities during the 100 Days battle. Familiar Face's power was displayed to its fullest at this moment. Even though it did not have offensive strength, the grand blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie with one of the 10 extreme physiques and rank 7 battle strength was scared half to death by Fang Yuan. It escaped in panic. It had strong movement abilities. It had at least 2 immortal killer moves that were used for movement. Fang Yuan's flying speed could not keep up with the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie. But Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. Fang Yuan had already used wisdom path methods to memorize his surroundings. As long as he saw the direction that the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was escaping in, Fang Yuan would teleport there and block its path. This way, Fang Yuan chased and blocked its path at times. Under the encirclement, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was gradually forced to a specific location. Over there, Fang Yuan had already set up many Gu worms. Half of the Star Soul battlefield had been set up. As long as he got there and activated his immortal Gu, he would only need a few breaths of time to completely open the Star Soul battlefield. Once the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was trapped in the Star Soul battlefield, he would be trapped. But right when the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie was forced into Fang Yuan's trap, he suddenly turned around and used an immortal killer move to attack Fang Yuan. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense crimson flames surged towards Fang Yuan. The temperature in the air rose rapidly. Before the flames even reached him, Fang Yuan could already feel the intense heat. His eyebrows and hair turned yellow instantly. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with sharp light. He had to retreat. The blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie laughed loudly. Scoundrel, you actually dared to deceive me. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. There were no loopholes without a plan. And his biggest loophole was that his flying speed was not fast enough. During the 100 Days battle, Feng Jioge displayed lightning speed, but Fang Yuan could not do the same. This loophole made the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie even more suspicious. As his suspicions grew, the blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie started to guess Fang Yuan's motives. Not only did he have strong battle strength, he also had a meticulous mind. Even as an immortal zombie, he was not burdened by his body, he was extremely shrewd. Fang Yuan's scheme almost succeeded, but at the last moment he failed. Now the situation was reversed. It was Fang Yuan's turn to be in deep danger. The blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie's flying speed was much faster than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan had enslaved a Featherman Gu immortal. The situation was not looking good. After dodging the flames with difficulty, Fang Yuan was in a sorry state. The blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie hated Fang Yuan's deception. He was extremely furious. He charged towards Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan became spirited. He laughed loudly. Blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie, you fell for it. Everyone, my mission is complete. I will leave the rest to you. Chapter 997. Seeing that the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie flew away, Fang Yuan relaxed. He immediately flew in the opposite direction. Even though he had fixed immortal travel, it was best not to expose this goo. After all, fixed immortal travel was too obvious. Once it was exposed, even if one was not a wisdom path Gu immortal, they would be able to deduce Fang Yuan's true identity. I have fixed immortal travel, many Gu immortals know about it. Sigh, if they did not know about this, it would be much more convenient for me to act. Fang Yuan flew towards the location where the battlefield killer move was set up. After a while, he arrived at his destination. There, Tai Bai Yunxing had been waiting for a long time. The tactic of luring the blazing glory, lightning, brilliance, immortal zombie failed. Fang Yuan said solemnly. Tai Bai Yunxing let out a sigh of relief. In my opinion, this is a good thing. After all, with just the two of us, it is very dangerous to deal with a rank 7 Gu immortal. Actually, Fang Yuan, you don't need to be so anxious. Central Continent has not discovered us yet, right? Even if he discovers us, Master won't just stand by and watch. Don't forget, we still have fixed immortal travel in this huge world. Where can't we go? We can develop in peace and accumulate our strength. Why must we be the first in everything and put ourselves in danger? Fang Yuan sighed. He shook his head and did not speak. Fang Yuan did not tell Tai Bai Yunxing about the immortal Gu house. It was not that he did not want to develop in peace, but the situation did not allow it. Tai Bai Yunxing was not like the reborn Fang Yuan. Only the reborn Fang Yuan knew how deep the waters of the Gu immortal world were. Once the truth about 88 Jianghu Tower was exposed, the suppression from the Celestial Court and Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects was far more severe than Tai Bai Yunxing could imagine. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to develop in peace, he could not do so. His trade would definitely be destroyed. As long as the Celestial Court releases false information, he would tell the world that Fang Yuan had obtained extraordinary benefits from 88 Jianghu Tower, that he had countless immortal Gu as well as Giant Sun Immortal's luck path true inheritance. Then no matter where Fang Yuan went, he would be suppressed and hunted down. After all, this was not a great era where dreams were rampant. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that Fang Yuan, who possessed Giant Sun's true inheritance, would be able to defeat him. He would become the focus of the Gu immortal world. But Fang Yuan was at the bottom of rank 6 cultivation level. He would become the target of countless people. At that time, Fang Yuan, who lacked combat strength, could only wander around like a stray dog. Even if they wanted to develop, they wouldn't be able to. Don't forget, there were still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. He would come looking for trouble with Fang Yuan. But if he had the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage, the situation would be different. Rank 8 battle strength was the peak of the Gu immortal world. Fang Yuan, who was at the bottom of rank 6 cultivation level, could be hunted down by the whole world. Then Fang Yuan, who had rank 8 battle strength, could only be targeted by rank 8 Gu immortals or super forces with immortal Gu houses. Even if they had strength, they would need time, energy, and most importantly, confidence in plotting against Fang Yuan. Thus, there were two situations. The difference was like heaven and earth. Tai Bai Yunxing saw that Fang Yuan was silent and consoled. Fang Yuan, aren't you forcing yourself too much? There is no need to be like this. Actually, you can change your way of life. We are already immortals, can't we enjoy life once in a while? I am enjoying life. Fang Yuan glanced at Tai Bai Yunxing before raising his head to look afar. After waiting for a while, that blazing glory lightning brilliance immortal zombie still hasn't caught up. This person is very calm. With his intellect, he should quickly realize that I had deceived him and that I was just pretending. But this person did not lose his rationality because of anger, instead he focused on escaping. Oh you. Tai Bai Yunxing shook his head, sighing, but this Gu formation you set up is really good, it is very interesting. It covers an area of tens of thousands of li. It is the largest goo formation I have ever seen. Moreover, while I am inside, I can control goo worms from all over the place and create illusions. What is even more precious is that the goo worms that make up this goo formation are all mortal goo. Where did you get them? Did you get them from Yulu Blessed Land too? Fang Yuan nodded but did not admit it. He had not only obtained Star Eye's immortal goo from Yulu Blessed Land, he had also obtained Fairy Yulu's cultivation insights. Using the light of wisdom and the inspiration he gained from this, Fang Yuan designed this extremely large goo formation at the last moment. Fang Yuan said, "So what if it covers an area of tens of thousands of li? Think about the 88-point Jianghu Tower, it covers the whole of northern plains. And this goo formation is actually very fragile. The reason why the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie did not break it was because he was busy escaping and did not have time to care about it. Alright, pack up, we are going to chase after He Cheng." Fang Yuan's scheme against the Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie did not succeed. The other party was too astute and calm. But Fang Yuan would not let He Cheng go. Fang Yuan had already arranged for the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong to follow He Cheng. He instructed him to follow him and avoid fighting. The process of chasing after He Cheng was very smooth. Even though He Cheng had high cultivation level, he was injured and only had Dark Arrow Immortal Gu. He had also gone through 100 days of battle. Fang Yuan used the same trick, setting up a trap. This time he did not disguise as Feng Jioge, he disguised as Kanyang Laojun. He Cheng was exhausted from escaping, he fell into the trap. Fang Yuan had been waiting for a long time. He activated his Immortal Gu and activated Star Soul Battlefield. The pitiful He Cheng was constantly being worn down by Star Soul Battlefield. He had no choice but to surrender. Fang Yuan had a thought, he did not take his life, he chose to capture him alive. Just like this, He Cheng became the first dazzling achievement in the creation of Star Soul Battlefield. He Cheng had great value, at least if he sold him to He Lulan, she would be willing to be slaughtered by Fang Yuan. But before that, Fang Yuan had to conduct a detailed soul search on He Cheng. In his previous life he had obtained a lot of information from He Lulan, but how could it compare to Fang Yuan doing it himself? Bringing the captive He Cheng, Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. He rested while observing Northern Plains situation. My next target is Luopa Valley. Once I have this valley, together with Danghun Mountain, my soul foundation will advance rapidly. The aftereffects of using slavery Immortal Gu will disappear quickly, my battle strength will also recover rapidly. Fang Yuan had a deep desire for Luopa Valley. Back then he chose to exchange for slavery Immortal Gu because of Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan wanted to take Luopa Valley, but he needed to wait for some time. After soul-searching He Cheng, Fang Yuan knew that Shuesongzi had already died during the early stage of the 100 Days War. The situation in the middle stage was similar to his previous life, but towards the end, it was almost the same. I don't know what kind of means Qin Bai Xing used to bind Feng Jioge's limbs. Right now, Luopa Valley is already occupied by Central Continent's Gu Immortals. It is not the best time for me to go. Fang Yuan waited patiently. He never lacked patience. Soon, Northern Plains situation changed, Fang Yuan's attention was drawn over. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie escaped and sneaked into Earth Trench, but found that old ancestor Shui Hu was stealing the Immortal Zombie's body. An intense battle erupted. The Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance Immortal Zombie was captured. Old ancestor Shui Hu's matter was exposed. Zombie Alliance was furious. Even though the 100 Days War ended a few days later than in his previous life. But old ancestor Shui Hu's matter still happened. This made Fang Yuan feel some regret. He did not want Blazing Heaven Demonis to return to Northern Plains so early. If Blazing Heaven Demonis, He Lulan, and Fairy Lishan worked together, Fang Yuan's side would face huge pressure. Next he wanted to sell He Cheng for a good price. But if Blazing Heaven Demonis helped He Lulan, Fang Yuan would be in a much more passive position. What happened next was no different from his previous life. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance ordered Blazing Heaven Demonis to go to Northern Plains and defend Dark Flow Giant City. Blazing Heaven Demonis was the leader of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch, she was responsible for this. Even though she knew that Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel to keep it a secret, she chose to go through the regional wall with the 2 rank 8 immortal zombies and the others. Fang Yuan took the initiative to propose a plan to Blazing Heaven Demonis, telling her that this was a plan that he had deduced using wisdom path methods. After Blazing Heaven Demonis heard it, she praised, "This is a great plan, I like it. Old ancestor Shui Hu is hard to deal with, but he has a huge weakness, He lacks immortal materials to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. Tell me, with your personality, what do you want from me by proposing this plan? Blazing Heaven Demoness did not know that this plan was something that she had thought of after returning to Dark Flow City in her previous life. Fang Yuan told her about his desire for a strength path immortal zombie body. Blazing Heaven Demoness hesitated for a moment, but considering Fang Yuan's deep background, she reluctantly agreed to Fang Yuan's request. Fang Yuan did this to be safe. If he failed in obtaining the immortal goo house and the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie body, he still had a way out. Time passed quickly in the blink of an eye. Fang Yuan investigated carefully in Central Continent. He found out that the Central Continent goo immortals in Northern Plains had returned. It is time to obtain Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan mobilized Tai by Yunxing and Zhou Zhong. Using fixed immortal travel, they went to the depths of Luopa Valley. He had been here in his previous life, and in this life after soul-searching He Qing, he knew about the situation inside Luopa Valley. Thus, it was very convenient for him to come here. At this time, Hui Fengzi, who had surrendered to Central Continent, was still waiting outside, monitoring and preventing outsiders from discovering Luopa Valley. But little did he know that Fang Yuan had already entered the valley. Immortal Goo Pulling Mountain. Fang Yuan had just activated this immortal goo and was about to store Luopa Valley in his immortal aperture when a change occurred. There was a song lingering in his ears. This was the song that Star Constellation Immortal Venerable had sung in the dream realm. The song was lonely, the hero was in dire straits, life was full of difficulties. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly rivers surge. Sorrow, spectral night is long and dreamy, where can one rest in peace? Things change and hearts shift, only providence is boundless. This time Fang Yuan heard it clearly. At the same time, a wave of information flowed into his mind. Fang Yuan's shock was indescribable. This Luopa Valley actually has a thieving heaven true inheritance. Chapter 998. Even the person in question, Fang Yuan, did not know why. When Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears again, he inexplicably gained some information in his mind. This information told him that thieving heaven's true inheritance was hidden somewhere in this Luopa Valley. Fang Yuan's heart thumped with excitement. At the same time he was suspicious. Could this be a trap left behind by Central Continent's goo immortals? There is no thieving heaven true inheritance, but a wisdom path method used to influence the minds of enemies who infiltrate the valley? Fang Yuan quickly calmed down. He started to inspect his body and his surroundings. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice appeared suddenly and disappeared quickly. Fang Yuan inspected himself. He did not find anything wrong. He then inspected his surroundings. There were many goo formations set up in Luopa Valley. There were also many remnants of goo formations. However, Fang Yuan did not find any wisdom path goo formations. He lowered his head and pondered. He felt that even though there was something fishy about this matter, it was still very believable. What? Firstly, it was because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. Secondly, the information told Fang Yuan that he needed to use Open Door Goo to enter thieving heaven's true inheritance. I am already a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Ordinary Wisdom Path methods cannot affect me. Not to mention that among Central Continent's goo immortals, the only Wisdom Path goo immortal, Old Oracle, is already dead. Actually, the way to prove it is true is very simple. I need to check it out myself. Fang Yuan made up his mind. He carefully approached his destination. On the way, he bypassed 4 goo formations and even unraveled 3. Central Continent's goo immortals set up a large number of goo formations around Luopa Valley. This was because they had been attacking Shadow Sect from the outside for a long time. When they attacked the valley, the goo formations set up by Shadow Sect's goo immortals. They were all destroyed by the Central Continent goo immortals. After the battle, Central Continent's goo immortals officially occupied this valley. By then, the intense battle had already ended. There was no need to set up any goo formations. Adding on Fang Yuan's rising wisdom path attainment, these goo formations could not obstruct him. A moment later, he arrived at the location indicated by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. Fang Yuan observed for a long time. He was not in a hurry to activate Open Door Goo. In the end, he didn't find any clues. It was very safe here. At the very least, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort and means. None of them managed to detect anything. After confirming again and again, his eyes shone, finally making up his mind and activating Open Door Goo. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also used open door gu in Luopa Valley, but it had no effect. Fang Yuan had always thought that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's arrangements were already destroyed by the Shadow Sect. But this time, not long after Fang Yuan activated it, something strange happened. A door of light suddenly appeared in midair. Then a beam of light shone on Fang Yuan, who was ready for battle. Fang Yuan was shocked. After thinking for a moment, he allowed the light pillar to suck him in. At the next moment, Fang Yuan entered the Thieving Heaven True Inheritance space. This space was empty. It was very vast. Behind him was the door of light. It did not disappear because he had entered and it was still there. However, the size of the light door was getting smaller and smaller. If it shrunk to its limit, it might vanish. The sound of wind could be heard from not far away. Fang Yuan shifted his gaze to take a look. His body shook slightly. Winds of assimilation, he exclaimed. His gaze was filled with wariness. He was very clear of the power of the winds of assimilation. This wind could assimilate everything and grow him. Back then, Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed by the winds of assimilation. At this moment, dozens of winds of assimilation formed a tornado pillar, moving slowly in the True Inheritance space. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, pulling apart the distance between him and the winds of assimilation. After a few hundred steps, Fang Yuan calmed down and started to observe this True Inheritance space. To think that there is a space here. Is that strange information real? Fang Yuan was vigilant. He was still suspicious of star constellation Immortal Venerable's voice. He was not in a hurry to search for some true inheritance in this True Inheritance space. Instead, he concentrated on closed door gu. If open door gu can enter, then closed door gu can close door gu? Fang Yuan activated closed door gu. Sure enough, at the next moment, the shrinking light door in his vision vanished. Fang Yuan's eyes shined. He activated open door gu again. Under the effect of this rank 5 mortal gu, a brand new light door formed in front of him. Fang Yuan stepped through this light door, leaving Thieving Heaven's True Inheritance space and returning to Luopa Valley. This means that the information should be real. No, more accurately speaking, the parts regarding open door gu and closed door gu should be real. Fang Yuan could not help but feel anticipation. He entered the True Inheritance space again. According to the information, although these winds of assimilation are real, they are harmless to me. And I have to get rid of these winds of assimilation to trigger the inheritance of the True Inheritance. Fang Yuan carefully got close to one of the winds of assimilation, revealing his true form and extending his 8 thick arms. He slowly extended one of his arms into the tornado pillar. Suddenly, the deep roaring winds of assimilation dissipated completely. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He muttered, "Unbelievable. These winds of assimilation can assimilate everything, but in this True Inheritance space, they are restricted to this extent. Even if the Gu Immortal who set this up is not Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable just based on this method, he is definitely an unparalleled great expert." Although one of the winds of assimilation disappeared, Fang Yuan was not careless. Every time he touched the wind pillar, he was extremely cautious. If anything went wrong, he would retreat at lightning speed. Every time he moved a certain distance, he would use open door gu and closed door gu to keep the light door closest to him. This way, even if something happened and he could not use fixed immortal travel in time, Fang Yuan could travel through the light door at an even faster speed and return to the outside world. Under Fang Yuan's hard work, the winds of assimilation disappeared one after another. They disappeared one after another. After a while, all that was left was the tornado pillar in the center. Fang Yuan looked at it and found, this tornado pillar was not only the largest, it was also the fastest. The sound of the wind whistled in Fang Yuan's ears. He could vaguely hear something. There seemed to be something hidden at the center of the wind pillar. Don't tell me Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's True Inheritance is inside the wind pillar? Fang Yuan could not help but guess. He stretched out his finger and touched this dark green wind pillar. The winds of assimilation suddenly vanished. A person appeared. This person was sitting cross-legged in the air, wearing a red and white robe. He let out a weak trace of rank 8 aura. "Feng Jioga!" Fang Yuan shouted. He subconsciously retreated. But Feng Jioga reacted faster than him. He abruptly opened his eyes, which shot out an inch of light. After the dazzling light swept past Fang Yuan's body, Feng Jioga turned into a rainbow light and moved at lightning speed, passing through Fang Yuan's body and entering the light door. The entire process happened in less than a blink of an eye. Fang Yuan reacted. His first action was to activate closed door gu. As the light door closed, Fang Yuan's heart that was in his throat finally calmed down. Why is Feng Jioge here? Could it be that the place he was trapped in was this true inheritance space? Since he is here, where are the others? Qin Bai Sheng, where are Ao Shui and Ling Mei? Fang Yuan quickly checked, but the true inheritance space was empty. There was only an information path mortal goo floating in front of Fang Yuan. This information path goo worm was left behind by Feng Jioge. After Fang Yuan picked it up. After finding nothing wrong, he injected his divine sense into it. Fang Yuan, so you are an otherworldly demon. I will keep this secret for you. You want to ask me why I know you? Because I am Feng Kim Huang's father. You saved my life today, I will return it to you in the future. After I leave, you will be the only one left in the true inheritance space. You will inherit thieving heaven's true inheritance. Until we meet again. Feng Jioge. Fang Yuan touched this letter goo. He had a complex expression. He sighed, placing this letter goo into his immortal aperture. At this time, the entire true inheritance space started to dim. The originally bright light turned into darkness in the blink of an eye. In this darkness, there was only a faint light left. It was where Fang Yuan was standing. A man's voice filled with magnetism could be heard from the darkness. Wanderer from afar. You are the same as me, a pitiful person who has no home to return to. My name is Ben Jie-sun, people call me Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Actually, I am just a wanderer who wants to return home. This world is like a cage of despair. If you also want to go home, then accept this gift from me. I believe it will definitely help you. But if you want to return home, you will need to rely on your own hard work. Also, this gift is called ghostly concealment. At the next moment, Fang Yuan appeared in Luopa Valley. His whole body was covered in a layer of gray light. Fang Yuan ignored this gray light. He activated his investigative and defensive methods, staying alert of his surroundings. Feng Jioge did not appear. It seems that his injuries are extremely severe. He does not even have 5% of his battle strength left. If not for this, he might have attacked me in the true inheritance space. But this person is indeed clear about gratitude and grudges. He will repay kindness and take revenge for hatred. His biography after his death also proved this point. He said he wanted to repay me for saving his life. I am afraid it is true. Fang Yuan pondered. Thinking of this, Feng Jioge did not attack Fang Yuan directly. It might not be because he did not have enough battle strength, but because Fang Yuan had saved his life. No matter what, Fang Yuan had profited greatly this time. Showing kindness to Feng Jioge, this huge favor might be of great use in the future. Obtaining ghostly concealment, even though Fang Yuan did not know what use it had, but it was still the thieving heaven inheritance. Other than these two, there was also this Luopa Valley. Feng Jioge might have already left Luopa Valley. Now is the best time to take this valley. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to act. Chapter 999. Hui Fengzi was shocked and furious. Even though he did not surrender willingly, he was forced by the situation. But since he had joined a Central Continent force, he could only work for Central Continent for the time being. Since the Central Continent Gu Immortals placed him here and ordered him to guard Luopa Valley, they had naturally arranged many methods on him. Hui Fengzi was controlled by others. For his own safety, he had to stand up and stop Fang Yuan from taking Luopa Valley. But when he saw Fang Yuan, the furious Hui Fengzi's body shook as he shouted in fear, "Feng Jioge!" Fang Yuan glanced at him plainly with a plain expression. The Central Continent Gu Immortals had already left Northern Plains and returned to Central Continent. Thus they had to arrange some backup plans in Northern Plains. As astute as Fang Yuan was, how could he not consider this? Therefore, before he collected Luopa Valley, he changed into Feng Jioge's appearance. So the Central Continent Gu Immortals arranged for Hui Fengzi to stay here. It seems that Central Continent's methods are not bad. They made this Northern Plains' fastest person go against his will to protect Central Continent's benefits. Furthermore, looking at his expression, did he not see Feng Jioge leave earlier? Is Feng Jioge still in this valley? No, that is not possible. During the 100 Days battle, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals have already broken out. Feng Jioge knows this is a dangerous place. His injuries are extremely severe. Even though he wants to repay me for saving his life, he is indeed in a hurry to escape. In the true inheritance space, he did not even say a word to me. One must be vigilant against others. Feng Jioge's decision was very wise. After all, Fang Yuan was not Zhao Lianyun. In the previous life, when Zhao Lianyun appeared, Feng Jioge took the initiative to instruct. In this life, when it was Fang Yuan's turn, Feng Jioge kept quiet. Needless to say, If Feng Yuan knew of Feng Jioge's existence, he would have attacked. Even if they killed one Feng Jioge, they would not be able to obtain his immortal goo. Obtaining his soul and searching his soul was also a great fortune. Furthermore, if they captured Feng Jioge alive, be it extorting Spirit Affinity House, or Feng Jioge's enemies, it would be a huge deal. Feng Jioge's injuries are extremely serious. He was deeply vigilant. He didn't say a word to me. Perhaps after leaving Luopa Valley, he had also discovered Hui Fengzi, but he did not greet him. Firstly, he didn't know that Hui Fengzi had surrendered. Secondly, even if he knew that Hui Fengzi had surrendered to Zhongzhou state, he was still afraid of internal strife among the 10 ancient sections. After all, the human heart was unfathomable. And Feng Jioge's current state. We can no longer take the risk. Feng Yuan's expression didn't change, but his mind was already racing. In the short span of a few breaths, countless thoughts flashed through his mind. It's true. Hui Fengzi secretly used some methods. After verifying the authenticity, he let out a sigh of relief. Feng Jioge was the leader of Central Continent's Gu Immortals. If he took Luopa Valley, Hui Fengzi would have no reason to stop him. This subordinate greets Lord Feng Jioge. Hui Fengzi obediently flew over and bowed towards Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan nodded. I understand what happened. I have already understood it. Protect me, do not disturb me when taking Luopa Valley. It was a short sentence, not much was said. But he had already explained some problems in advance, to prevent Hui Fengzi from having more suspicions. Yes, Lord. Hui Fengzi quickly nodded. Like this, under Hui Fengzi's loyal protection, Feng Yuan successfully took Luopa Valley. This is Luopa Valley. Even though it has been taken, there are still many blessed lands left. You will continue to guard this place, do not make any mistakes. Before leaving, Feng Yuan told Hui Fengzi solemnly. Hui Fengzi did not suspect anything, he quickly acknowledged. Feng Yuan slowly flew away from this place. Since Feng Jioge has already escaped, it means that Qin Baisheng has already been defeated. Hui Fengzi looked at Feng Jioji's back and sighed in his heart at Feng Jioji's strength. Hui Fengzi was not surprised at this result. After all, he knew that Qin Baisheng was heavily injured. Hui Fengzi suddenly thought, oh no. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are restraining each other, there is internal competition. Feng Jioge is only a member of Spirit Affinity House, I have no reason to stop him from taking Luopa Valley, but I need to spread this information to the other 9 sections. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate, he quickly used his information path method. Prince's impatience soon received his message. Feng Jioge is still alive? Not only did he come out, he even took Luopa Valley. Prince's impatience could not contain his joy, he laughed heartily. Furthermore, after Feng Yuan left Hui Fengzi, he flew quickly and met up with Tai Bai Yunxing and the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong after he was relatively safe. These two had already been arranged by Feng Yuan to stay far away, they were prepared for emergencies. At the same time, he had been communicating with He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. If there was any danger, he would inform them. Adding on the relationship between He Lulan and Blazing Heaven Demonis, even if a rank 8 Gu Immortal appeared, Feng Yuan could barely deal with them. Of course, the current situation could not be any better. Feng Yuan alone successfully took Luopa Valley. And He Lulan was not like in his previous life, she did not have He Cheng's soul, she could not know of Luopa Valley's existence. Feng Yuan planned to get rich silently, he would not tell them about Luopa Valley's matter. Fairy Li Shan had once suppressed Feng Yuan could not tell them about Luopa Valley. Once they knew, with Blazing Heaven Demonis' domineering attitude, she would definitely demand something from Luopa Valley. Even if I want to use Luopa Valley to transact with them in the future. That will be when my soul attains great completion. Feng Yuan returned to Star Form Blessed Land, he placed Luopa Valley there. He Lulan often went to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. She wanted to use Strength Chi Immortal Gu to help the hairy men refine Air Sac Gu. Thus, it was not wise to place Luopa Valley in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The matter of Luopa Valley came to an end, but Feng Yuan's mental state was still unsettled. Luopa Valley's gains far surpassed his expectations, but the process was far beyond Feng Yuan's control of the situation. He lost control of the situation. Feng Yuan hated this feeling, he felt waves of unease. In thieving heaven's true inheritance, Feng Yuan obtained ghostly concealment. Feng Yuan inspected his body, he found that his soul was wrapped in a layer of Dao marks. But what was the true use of ghostly concealment? Feng Yuan still had not figured it out. Fortunately, he had already joined Langya sect. Thus, Fang Yuan personally went to Langya Blessed Land to ask about Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. Land Spirit of Langya did not conceal anything, he did not make any requests, he told Fang Yuan a lot of information. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has many inheritances, but there are only 10 true inheritances. The inheritance you obtained earlier made me promise to refine Gu 3 times. These are not true inheritances. Every Thieving Heaven true inheritance. They are all peerless treasures, they are the essence of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's cultivation. Even chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven if they obtain them. But there is only one standard for every true inheritance. That is, the inheritor must be an otherworldly demon. According to rumors, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable has 2 defensive killer moves called Divine Concealment. The use of Divine Concealment is to block all deductions of thoughts, wills and emotions. As for Ghostly Concealment, it has always been very mysterious, I do not know much about it, it seems to be related to the soul. You are suddenly interested in Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's information? What? Did you obtain some clues about Thieving Heaven true inheritances? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, you guessed right. Divine Concealment, Ghostly Concealment. Land Spirit of Langya sighed, if I had Divine Concealment, Langya Blessed Land would become a true paradise, it would no longer be harassed by heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. It is a pity that Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable arranged 10 true inheritances in the past, they are extremely secretive. Until now, I have not heard of anyone obtaining his true inheritance. His true inheritances come in pairs. Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment are a pair. Inheriting one of them will give you clues to the other. Fang Yuan, if you can obtain Divine Concealment and contribute it to Langya sect, I will make you the second Supreme Elder. In the whole of Langya sect, you will only be below me, you will have great authority. Furthermore, you can also obtain a rank 7 Immortal Gu from my treasury for free. Ah no, at least 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan nodded, the change in Land Spirit of Langya's nature was indeed very beneficial to him. At least, if it was the previous Land Spirit of Langya with his conservative nature, he would not have promised Fang Yuan such benefits. However, if I obtain Divine Concealment, it will be Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's true inheritance. Back then, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable stole everywhere, nobody could deduce his location, wasn't it because of Divine Concealment and Ghostly Concealment? This inheritance is countless times more precious than 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with joy. Land Spirit of Langya had an awkward expression before laughing, resolving the awkwardness. You are right. Actually, I have not finished speaking, not only are there 2 rank 7 Immortal Gu, there are also countless Immortal Gu recipes and even immortal killer moves, all sorts of secrets, inheritance clues and so on, you can check them all. How is it, is this reward enough? That's more like it. When I obtain Divine Concealment, I will return. Fang Yuan obtained the information he wanted, he did not linger in Langya Blessed Land, he turned around and left. Langya Land Spirit's eyes were wide open as he looked at Fang Yuan's back, muttering, this guy, he might really have some clues. If I obtain Divine Concealment, what do I have to worry about? Wow. Even if he becomes the second Supreme Elder, the other Hairy Mangu immortals will only listen to me. Wah. I accidentally blurted out the words in my heart again. Land Spirit of Langya covered his mouth, looking at Fang Yuan anxiously. Fang Yuan was already used to this, he laughed internally. If it were any other force or organization he might be on guard and be careful. But after joining Langya sect with such a leader, it was simply too easy. I heard everything you said, Wang Yao said. Fang Yuan waved his hand at Land Spirit of Langya without turning back, activating fixed immortal travel and leaving Langya Blessed Land. Land Spirit of Langya was left behind with a dejected expression, stomping his feet in hatred as he mumbled, damn it! Damn it! After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he fell into deep thought. I am a transmigrator, even though my body is born here, my soul is an otherworldly guest. Thus, I am an otherworldly demon, I have the qualifications to inherit Thieving Heaven's true inheritance. Earlier, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's words seem to imply that he is also an otherworldly demon. Inheriting Thieving Heaven's true inheritance is both difficult and easy. The key is only one point, that is my identity as an otherworldly demon. No wonder Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable set up this true inheritance and spread clues everywhere. I was curious earlier why the clues of Open Door Gu and Closed Door Gu were so easily obtained. But after I obtained Ghostly Concealment, there are no clues of Divine Concealment. This means that divine concealment has already been obtained by someone else? Chapter 1000. Fang Yuan still had many questions. He consulted the land spirit of Langya, but it did not give him the answer he wanted. As for ghostly concealment, Fang Yuan still did not have any concrete clues. Up till now, he only knew that ghostly concealment targeted the soul. Concealment of God is already so extraordinary. The ghostly concealment that is on par with it shouldn't be too far off. Actually, compared to ghostly concealment, I'm more concerned about that song. Every time he thought of this, Fang Yuan would subconsciously frown. The poem that star constellation Immortal Venerable sang in the dream realm was very strange. Logically speaking, the poem originated from a dream and should have nothing to do with reality. But Fang Yuan's experience in Luopa Valley showed that this poem had a great practical meaning. It was almost a prophetic poem. Speaking of predictions, this has always been the forte of wisdom path great experts. For example, Immortal Yen prophesied about the three venerables. Is this a prophecy dream realm left behind by star constellation Immortal Venerable? Fang Yuan guessed. Star constellation Immortal Venerable was the #1 person in wisdom path. After her death, she left behind a method to scheme against 3 demon venerables and protect celestial court. Such dazzling battle achievements made her position in wisdom path as firm as a mountain, and future generations could only look up to her. Her dream was special, and it was not surprising that it had the function of prophecy. Moreover, although Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life at that time, the dream path was developing rapidly and was in full swing. There were countless dream realms that had yet to be fully explored. It wasn't strange that Fang Yuan didn't know about such a special dream. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out. Life is full of misfortunes. The first line of this poem should be talking about Luopa Valley's thieving heaven, true inheritance, and Feng Jioga. What's the second sentence? Broken swords sink into the sand, rise and fall through the ages. The endless heavenly river surges. Fang Yuan murmured. Heavenly river? Falling heavenly river? Broken sword sinks into sand? Are you talking about the #1 swordsman, Bo Qing? It has already been countless years since he lost his life to the calamity. When he rose, the 5 regions all had their eyes on him. When he was defeated, there was no corpse left and the light dissipated. It can be said to be the rise and fall of thousands of years. After experiencing Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan had already memorized the entire poem. The more he calculated, the more he felt. The second line of the poem was related to sword immortal Bo Qing. Combined with the memories of his past life, Fang Yuan's determination to explore the falling sky river became even firmer. He had always wanted to go. Even though it was dangerous, the corpses of the ancient and primordial level wild beasts and desolate plants at the source of the falling heavenly river were all excellent immortal ingredients. Even though it could not compare to the rank 8 and quasi-rank 9 immortal materials that Fang Yuan obtained in Earth Trench, it was still not enough. But the amount of immortal materials was extremely huge, and the total value was even higher than what Fang Yuan had gained in the Earth Trench. Even though he had fallen to the bottom of the heavenly river, a large number of Gu immortals died. But at the initial stage of the exploration, almost every Gu immortal made a huge profit. It was a huge windfall. It seems that immortal zombie Bo Qing's appearance has great value. However, now was not the best time to explore. Firstly, there is no pattern when the sword lights erupt, just a graze and you will be injured, it is too dangerous. Secondly, there are countless ancient and immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants living at the bottom of falling heavenly river. There are turbulent undercurrents and whirlpools everywhere. It is extremely dangerous. Even though Fang Yuan had the modified immortal killer move Familiar Face, this move had its limits. Fang Yuan could only transform into a human form at the moment, he could not transform into beasts or other species. The original version of Familiar Face could change anything. Because Fang Yuan had not refined Change Form Immortal Gu. Change Form Immortal Gu was the core of Familiar Face. Once he had Change Form Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could transform into other species and break away from the shackles of only being able to disguise as a human. But even with Change Form Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan could not enter the bottom of falling heavenly river. Besides ancient and immemorial desolate beasts and desolate plants, there were countless dangerous natural traps in falling heavenly river that could take Fang Yuan's life. Only when Bo Qing's sword lights finished erupting would falling heavenly river be cleansed by the sword lights, the beasts and plants would be cleared, and the natural traps would also be destroyed. This was the best chance to enter the bottom of falling heavenly river. For the time being, Feng Yuan could only wait, there was no better way. Back to Prince's Impatience. Rank 8 Gu Immortal. Prince's Impatience was one of the peak existences in Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. But his true identity was a Central Continent spy arranged by Spirit Affinity House for many years. He had infiltrated Northern Plains when he was a Gu Master. He ascended to Gu Immortal along the way, becoming a genuine Northern Plains Gu Immortal. On one hand, it was because of Spirit Affinity House's support, on the other hand, it was his own hard work and talent that allowed him to reach his current level. Prince's Impatience was loyal to Spirit Affinity House. He was clear about Feng Jioge's strategic importance to Spirit Affinity House. During the period when Feng Jioge was missing, he had been extremely worried. When he received Hui Fengzi's message and learned that Feng Jioge had appeared, he was overjoyed. However, he did not know that the Feng Jioge in this message was Feng Yuan in disguise. He waited for a few days but did not see Feng Jioge. I am Spirit Affinity House's leader in Northern Plains. Since Feng Jioge has escaped, why didn't he come to find me? Did he encounter some strong enemy or trouble? Prince's Impatience knew about Feng Jioge's battle strength, but he also knew about the intense battle between Feng Jioge and Qin Baisheng. Feng Jioge had been trapped for so long, and only now did he appear. This information itself hinted at Feng Jioge's sorry state. But since Feng Jioge has escaped, why didn't he come to find me at the first moment? Right now, the other Central Continent Gu Immortals have already returned. If he wants to return to Central Continent, he might not be able to do it alone. He needs to borrow my strength. Does he not trust me? Prince's Impatience was puzzled when he received a letter from Spirit Affinity House's headquarters. The letter stated that several days ago, Zhao Lianyun had successfully obtained divine concealment, and also learned that ghostly concealment was the thieving heaven true inheritance in Luopa Valley. Since Prince's Impatience could become rank 8, he was naturally a perceptive person. After receiving the letter, he suddenly understood. So that's it. He heaved a long sigh. A world with people. There would be conflicts. No matter how united an organization was, there would be internal strife. Feng Jioge had been domineering for too long. He had definitely caused dissatisfaction among Spirit Affinity House's internal forces. This dissatisfaction erupted when Feng Jioge went missing. Just by looking at the date when Zhao Lianyun obtained divine concealment, Prince's Impatience knew that someone was intentionally stalling for time. He immediately understood Feng Jioge's plan. It seems that Feng Jioge is restraining himself. He wants to see who in the sect is plotting against him. Or perhaps he has already seen through them, but he could not find an excuse to suppress them. He wants to use this chance to grab hold of their weakness. He will send these people into the abyss. Thus, there's no way Feng Jioge would come to me so soon. Because he knows that he cannot influence me, I will immediately send this news back to the sect. But I am the safest here. I am the force he needs to rely on to return to Central Continent. He was not a man without wisdom, but a hero with a strategy. Outside there is Shadow Sect. Inside there is internal strife. He is likely to be injured. Even if he does not come here, he will definitely get close to me. If anything happens, he will be able to ask for help from me in time. Thus, if I search, I should first search the surroundings. Thinking of this, Prince's Impatience's eyes flickered with bright light. He immediately moved. When a rank 8 Gu Impatience searched with all his might, the results were extraordinary. Soon, Prince's Impatience found Feng Jioge. Haha, brother Jioge, you made me search for so long. You made me look for you for a long time. He was extremely happy as he patted Feng Jioge's shoulder and laughed loudly. I hope brother Crown Prince will not blame me. Feng Jioge's expression was still pale. I understand. Prince's Impatience nodded. Let's go. My grotto heaven is the safest place to recuperate. This Feng Jioge was naturally not Feng Yuan in disguise. The two entered the grotto heaven and talked. They knew that someone else was involved in the matter of Luopa Valley. Prince's Impatience was slightly angry. Hui Fengzi did not do his job well, he should be punished. As for the Gu Immortal who took Luopa Valley, he might be from Shadow Sect. Feng Yuan's image flashed in Feng Jioge's mind. He did not speak. Prince's Impatience continued. When I saw you, I sent a message back to the sect. The fact that you came back alive is the best news I've ever received. I can't let my sister-in-law and niece wait for me in sorrow. When you recover, I will hold a celebration banquet for you for 7 days and 7 nights before arranging for your return to Central Continent. At that time, we will drink to our heart's content. Feng Jioge smiled bitterly. He knew what Prince's Impatience meant. To Prince's Impatience, he was in Central Continent, he was half an outsider, he had to consider the rise and fall of the sect and its benefits. Feng Jioge wanted to suppress the other Gu immortals and other sects. If it was too intense, it would cause internal friction in the sect. Prince's impatience did not want to see this. But when he thought of his wife and daughter, Feng Jioge's heart softened. Never mind. Brother Crown Prince is truly considerate. Feng Jioge cupped his fists, his words were very subtle. Hearing this reply, Prince's impatience laughed even more happily. When the news spread to Spirit Affinity House, the higher-ups cheered. Feng Jioge's disappearance gave these Gu immortals a lot of mental pressure. When Feng Jioge was around, they had subconsciously neglected his importance. This time, his disappearance made Spirit Affinity House's Gu immortals realize the importance of Feng Jioge to the whole of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Hong stopped crying and smiled. Fairy Bai Qing also had a smile on her face. Some were happy while others were sad. Feng Jioge did not die? We will not have a good time in the following days. Su Hao and Li Juning had heavy moods. They purposely delayed and did not report the news of Zhao Lianyun, although it was not obvious, anyone with a discerning eye could see it. Even if Feng Jioge could not find any evidence against them when he returns, he would definitely be dissatisfied with Su Hao and Li Juning. It was natural for him to suppress them. Feng Jioge's news was sent to Spirit Affinity House in advance. There was naturally no higher-ups meeting. There was also no Fairy Bai Qing investigating Bo Qing. However, the matter of Bo Qing's immortal zombie reappearing still happened unstoppably. Swords traversed central continent. Countless sword lights shocked mortals and immortals. When the sword lights calmed down, countless Gu immortals started to rush to the source of falling heavenly river. But before them, Fang Yuan had already arrived at the scene of the incident. Chapter 1001. This is the immemorial desolate beast myriad eyes clear bull? Fang Yuan looked at falling heavenly river. A sinking bull head attracted his attention. He quickly went over and used his methods to fish up this bull head. Immemorial desolate beasts were powerful life forms that could rival rank 8 Gu immortals. Myriad eyes clear bull had a huge body. Just this bull head was the size of a hill. And it was very heavy. Fang Yuan had pulled out Luopa Valley before, but just this bull head was heavier than Luopa Valley. Most of this bull head's weight is on the bull's horns. Amazing, this bull horn was cut off by the sword light, only half is left, but it is still so heavy. Fang Yuan was inwardly tongue-tied. This bull horn was a rank 8 immortal material. It was filled with metal path and earth path Dao marks. And this bull skin was very rare, it had a lot of water path Dao marks. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan only had the bull's head part of the hide. If it was the bull's myriad eyes striped hide, not only would it have water path Dao marks, it would also have light path Dao marks. It would be great for making investigative immortal Gu. However, the pair of eyes on the bull's head was where the essence of the 1,000 eyes clear bull lay. This bull's eyes were dark and deep, they had a lot of dark path Dao marks. When Fang Yuan obtained it, there were still many wild dark path mortal Gu inside. Most of them were rank 5, they had not escaped yet. The eyes of the 10,000 eyes bright bull could not see. They were blind to begin with. The myriad eyes clear bull's true organs for seeing were the eye patterns on its thick bull skin. This was very mystical. For a rank 8 life form like this, the Dao marks on its body had formed a mystical life instinct. For example, the 10,000 Li mouth boa was also an immemorial desolate beast. It had the powerful ability to regrow broken limbs. And what gave it this ability were the mystical Dao marks on its body. Only by destroying these Dao marks could it truly kill the 10,000 Li mouth boa. But the 10,000 Li mouth boa was a life form that lived in the depths of earth trenches or earth abyss. It did not exist in falling heavenly river. The life forms in falling heavenly river mainly used water path, with earth path, metal path, wind path, light path, and dark path as supplementary paths. There were very few fire path life forms. This is the right arm of the ancient desolate beast Icefall divine ape. This is the tail of an ancient desolate beast, snow mud crocodile. What is this? Whatever, I'll put it away first. Fang Yuan was prepared for this and quickly plundered everything. These were all broken limbs and body parts. There were some that Fang Yuan could recognize and some that he couldn't. There were many ancient desolate beasts and desolate plants. There were only a few primordial beasts. But this was a rank 8 immortal material. It was also extremely valuable. Every time Fang Yuan made a discovery, he could not help but feel a burst of joy in his heart. Good heavens! This looks like a life and death Kunpeng. Fang Yuan exclaimed. When he was about to collect all the immortal materials floating on the river, he found the 19th rank 8 immortal material. It was a gray fish the size of a ship. It does not have fins, but in the fin area, there were Taoist markings of feathers and wings. Life and Death Kunpeng is a rule path immemorial desolate beast. It is extremely special. Its body was filled with life and death Tao marks, and it had two life forms. One was a fish, the other was a bird. As a fish, it lived for 8,000 years. After dying, it turned into a bird and lived for another 8,000 years before truly dying. This life and death Kunpeng looks like it is about to turn into a bird. It is probably over 7,000 years old. Fang Yuan sighed. Even though humans were the spirit of all living beings, their lifespan was very short. Especially immemorial desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. They could live for thousands or even tens of thousands of years. Not to mention the plants and trees. The most famous example was Northern Plains Kumu Mountain. It was not a mountain but an old earth tree. This tree had over 1 million years of history. It was extremely huge, that was why it was called a mountain. Compared to it, even primordial origin immortal venerable who had the longest lifespan was only 25,000 years. Red Lotus demon venerable who had the shortest lifespan was only 3,000 years. He was not even a fraction of the old earth tree's age. This life and death Kunpeng. Its corpse was relatively intact, only the fish head was cut off by the sword light, but the entire fish body was still intact. Furthermore, it had life and death Tao marks. This special rule path Tao mark was very rare in the world. Thus, it was even more valuable. This life and death Kunpeng is probably my biggest gain this time. After keeping the life and death Kunpeng in his immortal aperture, Fang Yuan sighed to himself. At this time, the blood in falling heavenly river was boiling. Large numbers of fierce beasts and even some immemorial level water plants. They were all fighting over these broken corpses and limbs. Fang Yuan did not have enough battle strength. He could only rely on his sharp eyes and quick hands to collect the immortal materials that floated out of the river. But from time to time, some immortal materials floated out. Most of these immortal materials were collected by Fang Yuan. Some were intimidated by the ferocious beasts in the water. Fang Yuan wisely did not fight with these beasts for food. Gradually, the situation under the river was in chaos. These severed limbs and minced meat were also excellent food for these creatures. As their food dwindled, they started to fight and kill each other. Sometimes, the corpses of some dead ancient desolate beasts would float out of the river. Fang Yuan took the chance to take advantage of them. He really made a fortune. As time passed, Fang Yuan's gains became lesser and lesser. The risk of picking up immortal materials also became higher. He was hesitant. On one hand he wanted to stop and leave, on the other hand he wanted to explore the river. After all, the second line of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's poem seemed to be referring to immortal zombie Bo Qing. But all of this was just his guess, he was not too sure. Right at this time, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's voice resounded in his ears again. Her voice was lonely, a hero in dire straits. Life is full of troubles. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly river rumbles. Sorrow. Spectral night is long and dreamy, where can I find peace? Things change and hearts change, only providence is boundless. As the song faded, a second mysterious message appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Sword Immortal Bo Qing, Mo Yao's remnant soul. Fang Yuan was shocked, bright light shined in his eyes. So what if I take a risk? As long as I obtain Sword Immortal Bo Qing Sword Path Immortal Gu, even if I cannot display its true power, I can still obtain a quasi-immortal Gu house. Fang Yuan was very decisive. He immediately left this area of the river and dove into the river far away. Because the sword lights had swept through the area, and because almost all of the fierce life forms were fighting in that river, Fang Yuan's diving was very smooth. In fact, he even picked up many natural immortal materials, like snow mud, refractory water, Chilean ice and so on. Arriving at the place where the mysterious message pointed him, Fang Yuan slowly stopped in the river. He took out Mo Yao's fake will. Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? Mo Yao's fake will was furious at first, but it was soon weakened by Fang Yuan's methods. It was defenseless and could only let Fang Yuan do whatever he wanted. There seems to be providence in it. Mo Yao, your fake will cause me to collapse 88-point Jinyang Tower. I will take it back today. Mo Yao's fake will was restrained by Fang Yuan. It slowly dissipated as an intense aura spread out. Sensing this aura, a pillar of light appeared, an unparalleled sword chi soared into the sky. Fang Yuan almost retreated in shock, but the sword chi did not affect him. It only cleared the surroundings and was very gentle to him. In the pillar of light, Sword Immortal Bo Qing's immortal zombie body slowly appeared. Fang Yuan held his breath, his eyes fixed on Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. The latter did not open his eyes, they were still shut. This meant that Mo Yao's remnant soul inside the zombie body was still in a daze. This remnant soul had only sensed a familiar aura, and was lured by Fang Yuan's method, appearing earlier. His whole body was shrouded in sword light. Fang Yuan could only get 3 steps closer. This distance was already the limit. If he got any closer, Fang Yuan would not be able to conceal himself. After all, he was only relying on Mo Yao's remnant fake will from back then. And this fake will had already been weakened by Fang Yuan many times. Basically, I cannot use any other methods now. I can only use Mo Yao's will to disguise my aura and lure the immortal goo out of immortal zombie Bo Qing's body. Fang Yuan was very careful, afraid that he would wake the other party up if he made any big movements. Actually, the most effective method was to take away all of immortal zombie Bo Qing's rank 8 immortal essence. That way, no matter how many immortal goo he had, no matter how powerful they would have no origin. However, there was also the possibility of special existences like Dream Wing's immortal goo. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had been dead for a long time, his immortal aperture's dead land had already dissipated. If not for the dense sword light surrounding his body, Fang Yuan could even capture him alive. But reality did not go as Fang Yuan wished. The dense sword light protected immortal zombie Bo Qing. If it offended him, he would be struck by the destructive sword light. According to the mysterious information in his mind, Fang Yuan acted according to the method. He soon obtained an immortal goo. This immortal goo was like a goose egg. The eggshell was translucent. From the outside, one could see a dense jade green light inside. As it got closer, Fang Yuan could feel a bone-chilling coldness coming from this immortal goo. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. Although he did not know what immortal goo this was or what use it had, the strong aura of the immortal goo told him that this was a rank 7 immortal goo. What kind of person was Bo Qing back then? Even in history, he had the highest battle strength below Venerable. Although he was not invincible in the world, it was still easy for him to suppress Jianghu state. The immortal goo he used were probably not rank 6. They were at least rank 7, and his core sword path immortal goo were definitely rank 8. If not for that, he would not have such terrifying battle strength in history. Fang Yuan used Mo Yao's aura to carefully wrap around this immortal goo. He then used wisdom path methods to seal it layer by layer. These seals were very weak, they could only deceive. They deceived this immortal goo's consciousness, making it think that it was still in its owner's hands and had not fallen into someone else's hands. Fang Yuan could not touch this immortal goo for now, he kept it in his immortal aperture. Next, he did the same thing to Bo Qing using his methods. Chapter 1002. This immortal goo was only the size of an adult's index finger. It was silvery white in color, shining with a dazzling luster. It was shaped like a centipede, but the centipede's 100 feet were covered with soft hairs. This looks like sword eyebrows immortal goo? Fang Yuan thought for a moment, and an idea flashed through his mind. This was one of the pieces of information he learned from the information given by Feng Kim Hong. Sword immortal Bo Qing had a rank 7 immortal goo Jian Mei. It was not an offensive goo but used for sword path cultivation. When a goo immortal uses it, it can transform the goo immortal's eyebrows. Every thin eyebrow was engraved with a sword Dao mark. Dao marks had a huge amplification effect on the power of immortal goo. No matter how thick or short a person's eyebrows were, if one were to really count them, there would definitely be quite a number of eyebrows. This immortal goo is very valuable, but to me it is better than nothing. After all, I do not walk the path of sword path. Fang Yuan also used Mo Yao's aura to cover this immortal goo, storing it carefully. A moment later, the third immortal goo appeared in front of Fang Yuan. This immortal goo was quite special. Its shape was uncertain. It looked like a snake, but it also looked like a sword. Its entire body seemed to be a light blue translucent liquid. After it was lured out, it flew around Fang Yuan's surroundings. The liquid formed the shape of a blade, vivid and lifelike. However, due to the constant movement of the sword, the blade was as smooth as silk, yet it gave Fang Yuan an extremely sharp feeling. Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body's defense was not bad. But when this immortal goo revolved around his body, everywhere he went, Fang Yuan could feel a splitting sensation coming from the skin closest to it. Combining the information, Fang Yuan guessed that this immortal goo should be rank 7 wave sword goo. According to Spirit Affinity House's historical records, back then, sword immortal Bo Qing had tried to kill him. He was preparing to raise this wave sword Gu to rank 8. But he failed. The Gu refinement failure caused Bo Qing to suffer heavy losses. The rank 7 wave sword Gu was completely destroyed. But later, Bo Qing spent a lot of time and effort to refine the rank 6 wave sword Gu. After that, he worked tirelessly to raise the rank 6 wave sword Gu to rank 7. The fourth immortal Gu. It was the flying sword Gu. From the outside, it had the appearance of a silver-winged dragonfly. This rank 7 immortal Gu was one of Sword Immortal Bo Qing's most commonly used immortal Gu in battle. He used this Gu as the core, along with other immortal Gu and a large number of mortal Gu. He created many sword path killer moves that left a deep mark in history. For example, Invisible Flying Sword Killer Move, Sky Flying Sword Killer Move, Chasing Flying Sword Killer Move, 10,000 Li Flying Sword Killer Move, the fifth immortal Gu. It was an immortal Gu used for movement called Sword Escape Gu. It was shaped like a bee with golden needles. Once it was activated, its body turned into a sharp sword that pierced through space and moved forward. Its speed was almost on par with Chi Escape Immortal Gu of the same rank. In Bo Qing's life, there was one such example among the countless illustrious military achievements. When he was rank 7, he fought against a Gu Immortal of the same rank. After 3 rounds, the Gu Immortal was no match. He used the rank 7 Chi Escape Immortal Gu to escape. Bo Qing chased with Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Although he did not chase, the distance did not increase. Next, Bo Qing used the Immortal Killer move. One of the core Immortal Gu of this move was this Sword Escape Immortal Gu. With one move, the enemy's head flew off, life and death were decided. After collecting the 5 Immortal Gu, Fang Yuan did not want to end here. He continued to attack the sleeping Bo Qing Immortal Zombie. Mo Yao's fake will was limited. He had already expended 65% of it. I wonder what Immortal Gu will be next? Fang Yuan was filled with anticipation and nervousness. It was like he was dancing on the tip of a knife. If Immortal Zombie Bo Qing woke up, it would be very disadvantageous to him. But Fang Yuan already knew that the one occupying the corpse was Mo Yao's remnant soul. He had methods to deal with it. With his glib tongue, it was not impossible to deceive the Immortal Zombie and remnant soul. What he was afraid of was that once Immortal Zombie Bo Qing woke up, he would be furious and not give Fang Yuan any time. He would directly kill him. Fang Yuan naturally would not take the initiative to awaken Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. He would not entrust his life to other people's reactions. This time he activated the Immortal Gu, but there was no reaction. This was the longest time in history. More than half an hour had passed, but there were still no clues. Could it be that Immortal Zombie Bo Qing no longer has any Immortal Gu? That should not be possible, right? If he only has these Immortal Gu, how could he activate the sword light that covered the whole of Central Continent and had unparalleled might? After a full 2 hours, there was not much Mo Yao's fake will left in Fang Yuan's hands. He suddenly had a thought. He had set up many investigative Mortal Gu and Gu formations near the shore of Falling Heavenly River. Suddenly, a large number of Mortal Gu and Gu formations were pulled out one after another. Other Gu Immortals are coming. Fang Yuan's expression sank. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been picking up immortal materials on the river surface. He had been delayed for a long time. Thinking about it, it was not strange for a Gu Immortal to come now. But if this Gu Immortal discovered the abnormality at the bottom of the river and approached Fang Yuan, then Fang Yuan would be in trouble. Fang Yuan was not worried about this Gu Immortal, but Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. After all, outsiders did not have Mo Yao's fake will and did not know the situation. What if they woke up Immortal Zombie Bo Qing and let the latter see that Fang Yuan was stealing his Immortal Gu? The result was obvious. It was very likely that Fang Yuan would not even have time to speak before he was killed by Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Mo Yao's fake will is almost completely used up. I need to leave in time. After all, I need to continue concealing my aura on the way. So I cannot completely use up Mo Yao's fake will in front of Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Fang Yuan was too close to Bo Qing. If he directly activated fixed immortal travel, the Immortal Gu's aura would definitely wake up Mo Yao's remnant soul in Bo Qing. He would be courting death. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, a voice suddenly rang out. The sixth Immortal Gu finally appeared in front of him after a long time. This Immortal Gu's appearance was very simple. It was like a bubble. It was fluttering and did not look impressive. But the aura it emitted caused Fang Yuan's eyes to widen involuntarily. This was a rank 8 Sword Path Immortal Gu. No wonder it took so long to hook it out. But what Immortal Gu is this? At once, Fang Yuan could not figure out what this rank 8 Immortal Gu was. He did not have time to think. He immediately used the previous method, keeping it in his immortal aperture. Leave quickly. This time, his gains were already huge, far exceeding Fang Yuan's expectations. Huge gains, a huge pot full, these were not enough to describe his gains. In comparison, the gains in the Earth Trench inheritance could not even compare to this. Next, Gu immortals who came to explore Falling Heavenly River. There would be more and more of them. If they woke up immortal zombie Bo Qing thus he could not stay here for long. The process of leaving Falling Heavenly River was very smooth. That Gu immortal who came had rank 7 cultivation level, he had already digested the shock in his heart. At this moment, his attention was attracted by the fierce battle between the fierce beasts in the river. From time to time, there would be top-quality immortal materials. They would float to the surface. Then they would be swallowed by the surging waves. This Gu immortal wanted to snatch these flesh and limbs, but he was hesitant and did not dare to make a move. After all, the best time had passed. If he wanted to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, the risk would be huge. Fang Yuan left Falling Heavenly River far away, his heart relaxed slightly. Just as he was activating fixed immortal travel, his body suddenly shook. I remember now. This rank 8 immortal Gu is likely the legendary Wisdom Sword Gu. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with wild joy. This immortal Gu was created by Bo Qing. Back then, even though he had outstanding battle strength, he suffered a lot from Wisdom Path Gu immortals. To deal with Wisdom Path Gu immortals, he created Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu. This Immortal Gu is not just a Sword Path Immortal Gu, it also contains Wisdom Path profundities. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan immediately decided that when he subdued these Immortal Gu in the future, he would choose this Gu first. Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level. This gave Fang Yuan a vague realization. As long as he obtained Wisdom Sword Immortal Gu and used it, Fang Yuan's gains would not be as simple as a rank 8 Immortal Gu. His Wisdom Path methods would definitely advance by leaps and bounds, there would be a huge qualitative change. After safely returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan realized another important point. Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path Inheritance, Wisdom Path Grandmaster Attainment Level, Rank 6 Star Thought Gu, Rank 8 Wisdom Sword Gu, and Rank 9 Wisdom Gu. Unknowingly, my Wisdom Path future seems to have become brighter. With the current situation, Strength Path and Time Path are more helpful to me. But in terms of prospects, Wisdom Path's prospects are far greater than Strength Path and Time Path. These Immortal Gu that he obtained were all arranged by him. Large numbers of Mo Yao's fake will were created by Fang Yuan and used as consumables to temporarily seal these Immortal Gu. As long as the will was not asleep and was thinking, it would expend a lot of energy. Back then in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Mo Yao's fake will relied on Happy Will Immortal Gu to strengthen itself. The more it expended, the more it replenished. Even though Fang Yuan did not have Happy Will Immortal Gu now, he had other methods. He was a Wisdom Path Grandmaster. Creating Mo Yao's fake will was easy for him. But this required countless mortal Gu of different types. Fang Yuan had to spend some time to prepare them. And not long ago in Falling Heavenly River, things happened suddenly. Fang Yuan was pressed for time, he could not create Mo Yao's will. Thinking about it, Fang Yuan felt that his gains were unimaginable. The opportunity to steal other people's Immortal Gu was extremely rare. Because under normal circumstances, Immortal Gu could self-destruct with just a thought. Fang Yuan took advantage of immortal zombie Bo Qing's slumber. And in history, only Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable was able to steal the Immortal Gu of a Gu Immortal when they were awake. The prophecy dream realm left behind by Star Constellation Immortal Venerable is so amazing. What true meaning does the next few lines of the poem contain? Fang Yuan thought of the reason for this huge gain, he was both doubtful and expectant. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, life is full of troubles. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly river roars. Sorrow, spectral night is long and dreamy, where can one rest in peace? Things change and hearts shift, only providence is boundless. Fang Yuan knew the true meaning of the first 2 lines, but what did the last 3 lines prophesy? This was too vague. Fang Yuan could not make any guesses at the moment. Chapter 1003. Central Continent, Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, give up, this Immortal Gu cannot be saved. By Qin Tian urged. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not reply. At this moment, his hands were clasped together, emitting a warm orange light. An Immortal Gu was almost cut in half, it was hanging on by the orange light, its aura fluctuated, it was very unstable. Lien Jiuxing also had a worried expression. He was a refinement path great expert. In his opinion, this immortal goo had already been sentenced to death. Even Lien Jiuxing could not save it. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was determined to try. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord controlled Heaven Overseeing Tower. He was a wisdom path goo immortal. Any goo immortal at his level, even if they cultivated one path, they would be proficient in one path and knowledgeable in 100 paths. He had no shortcomings. He could use wisdom path to imitate the specialty of other paths. He could even surpass them by taking a different path. Right now, Lien Jiuxing could not do anything to this immortal goo, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had wisdom path methods. He had a trace of hope. But this method, in Bai Qin Tian's and Lien Jiuxing's opinion, was too risky. If there was a slight mistake, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would suffer a backlash. His Dao marks would become chaotic. Not only would he be heavily injured, he would not be able to use any immortal goo for 30 years, otherwise his injuries would worsen. Swoosh. Suddenly, a sharp and formless sword chi shot out from the immortal goo. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord could not even react, but fortunately, this formless sword chi only brushed past his ear, cutting off a strand of his white hair. Bai Qin Tian jumped in fright. All right. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression eased. He let out a breath of turbid air, saying in relief, I pulled out the sword chi in the goo, this immortal goo can be saved. Ever since falling heavenly river burst out with countless sword lights. They swept through central continent. A sword light with extraordinary sharpness, like in his previous life, it pierced through celestial court and cut Heaven Overseeing Tower into two. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord urgently called back Bai Qin Tian, Lien Jiuxing and Bai Tsang Shui. After the four immortals discussed, Bai Tsang Shui went to the bottom of falling heavenly river to investigate the situation, while the other three immortals used the sword chi to corrode Heaven Overseeing Tower. The injuries did not worsen. He hurriedly repaired it. Soon, under the illumination of the orange light, the immortal goo in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's hand recovered at a visible speed. Lien Jiuxing's eyes shined as he clapped. Pagoda Lord, your method of sacrificing your emotions to repair the immortal goo is a wisdom path method. It was truly unique. He actually came back from the dead. Amazing. But, why do you have to take such a risk? This is only a rank 6 immortal goo, our celestial court has a lot of it, we can refine it again. On the other hand, if you are injured and unable to fight for 30 years, it will be a great loss to the celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head, saying slowly, I don't know why, but recently, ever since the start of the Refinement Path Convention, there has been a strange phenomenon. I felt something was wrong. It was as if there was a hidden danger brewing somewhere. Once it happened, there would be terrifying consequences. We have just repaired Fake Goo once, it can display half of its power. But just as I was about to enter Heaven Overseeing Tower, a sword light slashed at me. Heaven Overseeing Tower was split into two. Is this all a coincidence? Bai Qin Tian and Lien Jiuxing looked at each other, their expressions turning solemn. I won't hide it from you, I have had this feeling recently as well. Bai Qin Tian said solemnly, but this feeling only started when I repaired Fate Goo. Lien Jiuxing also said, so it was not just me who sensed it. I had thought that my junior disciple had met with a calamity, causing me to sense it. But now it seems that it is not so simple. Tower Lord, you are a wisdom path goo immortal who controls Heaven Overseeing Tower. Your feeling is stronger than ours, I am afraid something is really going to happen. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the immortal goo that was being repaired in his hand. Thus, I am willing to take the risk to repair this immortal goo as soon as possible. Although this is not the core immortal goo of Heaven Overseeing Tower, saving it will solve the biggest problem of Heaven Overseeing Tower's injuries. We can repair Heaven Overseeing Tower as soon as possible and use its power to deduce the truth with our senses. Also, Bo Qing died in the tribulation back then, why did he suddenly appear now? There seems to be a close connection between the two. Next, I will continue to use this method to repair other immortal goo. During this process, I need to be fully focused and single-minded. If Fairy Bai Tsang Shui replies, you two need to inform me immediately. Bai Qin Tian and Lien Jiuxing replied, understood. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's matter continued to spread as time passed, it affected Central Continent and the Celestial Court. While Central Continent's Goo immortals were focusing their attention on falling Heavenly River, Fang Yuan had already obtained the greatest harvest and was cultivating on Danghun Mountain. Right now he was standing at the peak of Danghun Mountain, waving his hand and releasing tens of thousands of souls. These souls were mostly beast souls like rabbit souls, goat souls, horse souls and so on. Wolf souls, tiger souls and other fierce beast souls were slightly smaller. There were also plant souls, while variant human souls and human souls were the least in number. Actually, the transaction of souls had always existed. Because in this world there were many soul path goo immortals. Soul path goo worms had appeared since the immemorial antiquity era, but they did not form into a system. Only with the rise of a goo immortal could soul path be created and flourished. This goo immortal was one of the 10 venerables in human history, spectral soul demon venerable. He was the founder of the Soul Dao and he was also the one who brought the Soul Dao to the pinnacle of history by himself. In his era, among 10 goo masters, almost half of them chose to cultivate soul path. In soul path cultivation, the soul was one of the most important resources. To refine soul path goo worms, most needed souls as goo materials. To refine soul path goo worms, spectral soul demon venerable slaughtered and hunted souls. Thus, in history he had the highest killing nature among venerables. And the prosperity he brought to soul path also caused his era to be filled with slaughter. The world was dark and unstable. Because many goo masters and goo immortals also cultivated soul path, they naturally slaughtered and hunted souls as cultivation resources. It was also in that era that the transaction of souls was created. It was done openly and openly. After that, spectral soul died and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable appeared. This benevolent Immortal Venerable did not compete with others, he loved peace. As he grew up, he knew about the suffering of the people, he knew about the harm spectral soul caused. Thus, when he became an Immortal Venerable and became invincible in the world, the first thing he did was to suppress soul path. Soul path goo masters thus decreased in numbers, the transaction of souls was forced to go underground. The 5 regions in the world started to recuperate, their killing nature was eliminated, the unrest also gradually subsided. The most touching thing was that Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable did not use force, he used virtue to convince people, he used his actions to influence them. Thus, even now, even in Jewel Yellow Skies, the largest and most free market in the world, the transaction of souls was very rare. Fang Yuan's souls were obtained by Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. Ever since Fang Yuan and He Lulan cooperated, they were in charge of the transaction of souls. It saved Fang Yuan a lot of trouble. They were the local tyrants of northern plains, especially Fairy Li Shan. She was the 3rd in command of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. She had mountain pledge goo and a wide network. These souls immediately met with disaster when they landed on Danghun Mountain. After being cleansed and shaken by Danghun Mountain, the souls shattered, turning into countless soul essences that fused into the mountain. Not long later, because of these soul essences, a new batch of guts goo would be produced on Luohun Mountain. Normally speaking, the stronger the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. At the same time, the higher the intelligence of the life form, the higher the quality of the soul. This batch of souls is only ordinary. Because there are few fierce beasts and no desolate beasts, there are very few variant human and human souls. The number of guts goo produced will not be many. Fang Yuan estimated in his mind as he started to walk on Danghun Mountain. This batch of souls did not come from Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan. Fang Yuan obtained them himself. He was different from before. He did not need Fairy Li Shan's help, nor did he need to make a move personally, he could obtain souls stably. Of course, it was not from Jewel Yellow Skies but from Western Desert. Western Desert was the most developed place in the 5 regions for commerce. Over there, Fang Yuan was no longer a newcomer who was unfamiliar with the place, he had already cooperated with Western Desert's Shao clan for some time. He had obtained a certain degree of recognition and obtained the crucial token. Western Desert's Shao clan was a super force, it was not hard for them to obtain souls. But if the soul transaction was exposed, Shao clan would never admit to it. The soul transaction could not be exposed and Shao clan was a righteous path force after all. Fang Yuan obtained souls from Western Desert's transaction. It was naturally to guard against He Lulan, Fairy Li Shan, and Blazing Heaven Demoness. Although he had signed an alliance agreement with them, it did not mean that from now on Fang Yuan did not need to guard against them. Fang Yuan had the heart to guard against others, but Fang Yuan also had the heart to harm others. If Fang Yuan started to cultivate his soul, it would definitely attract the suspicion of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan. Fang Yuan did not want to leave any clues for them. If he secretly used guts goo to cultivate, it would definitely cause the number of guts goo to decrease drastically. To make up for this flaw, Fang Yuan secretly sent in his own soul to fill the gap. The precious guts goo were easily obtained under Fang Yuan's feet. Fang Yuan did the same. Once guts goo left Danghun Mountain, they would immediately be destroyed. But if they used the air sac goo that Fang Yuan invented, they could be packaged and sold. After expending a large number of guts goo, Fang Yuan's soul had grown to its limit. If it continued to grow blindly, his soul would collapse on its own. Fang Yuan felt that even his immortal zombie body had a feeling of being squeezed. It was like an adult wearing clothes that were a size smaller than his youth clothes. Chapter 1004. Actually, the limit of an immortal zombie soul capacity was higher than an ordinary body of flesh and blood. It was just that it lacked the effect of nourishing the soul. Only a living body of flesh and blood could nourish the soul. In a dead body, the soul would wither. The main reason why Fang Yuan's soul could last until now was because of the guts goo. Other than that, he also used some other soul path methods to nourish it. Even though Spectral Soul Demon Venerable caused great damage to all living beings in the world, his soul path also flourished for an era. Countless outstanding soul path experts appeared and created a vast number of soul path methods. Even after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's era, there were still many precious soul path methods that were passed down to benefit future generations. I do not cultivate soul path. Soul path goo immortals have soul path Dao marks in their bodies. They can allow their bodies to contain stronger souls. After realizing that he had reached his limit, Fang Yuan left Hu Immortal Blessed Land and went to Star Form Blessed Land. Luopa Valley was placed here. Fang Yuan entered Luopa Valley. Luopa Valley had been modified by Shadow Sect. It was completely different from before. But after Fang Yuan asked Tai Bai Yunxing to take action, Luopa Valley regained its original environment. Luopa Valley's terrain was complex. It was like a maze. The legends of Renzu recorded that Renzu was trapped in a maze and could not find a way out. Fang Yuan imitated Renzu and came to Luopa Valley. He directly let his soul leave his body. A wave of gray-white fog spread out. This was the famous fog. Fang Yuan's soul was shrouded by the fog. It gradually loosened. After the fog passed, a wave of eerie wind blew. This was the famous Luopa wind. The eerie wind was like blades. Fang Yuan's soul was cut by the wind blades. Countless wounds were created. The unparalleled pain made Fang Yuan almost go crazy. This pain was rooted in the depths of his soul. It was 10,000 times more painful than death by 1,000 cuts. Fang Yuan raised his head and roared, but he lacked a body. He could only let out sharp soul cries. After enduring for a while, Fang Yuan struggled to realize that he had reached his limit again. He wisely chose to retreat, and his soul returned to the immortal zombie body. With the protection of the immortal zombie body, the power of the fog and the Luopa wind was greatly reduced. Instantly, it dropped by a large margin. Fang Yuan was able to safely leave Luopa Valley. He checked his soul. After experiencing the fog and the ravages of the lost soul wind, Fang Yuan's soul had shrunk by a large margin. It was clear that he had suffered considerable damage. If he stayed any longer, it wouldn't be to the extent where his soul would scatter and scatter. But the enslaved Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong, it was probably going to get out of control. This was because the soul was the cornerstone of a slave. If the soul was severely wounded, the slave's effects would be greatly reduced. This would give the enslaved a chance to resist and escape. I wonder how the Ren ancestor managed to stay in Luopa Valley for such a long time back then. Fang Yuan sighed and returned to Danghun Mountain. He continued to use Guts Goo. Guts Goo might be a mortal goo, but it was indeed a legendary item. Using it to treat the injuries on the soul would produce instant results. Very soon, the injuries on Fang Yuan's soul completely disappeared. He was completely healed. At this moment, Fang Yuan inspected his soul again. Very clearly, he found that his soul was at least twice as condensed as before. Moreover, the soul itself seemed to be coated with a layer of oil, emitting a faint eerie light. He then sensed the burden on his soul caused by enslaving the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. It had also shrunk by 30%. Earlier in Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan had suffered inhuman torture and pain. It was all worth it. Because in Luopa Valley the impurities in his soul were removed. It was like a piece of iron being forged and smelted countless times, before finally turning into steel. The quality of his soul immediately rose to a new level. And on Danghun Mountain, Guts Goo continued to be expended. The soul was growing at an unimaginable speed. The quantity was rising steadily. Luopa Valley refines the soul. Danghun Mountain strengthens the soul. Qualitative and quantitative changes combined together, the soul's foundation grows by leaps and bounds. This huge success came so quickly. No wonder in my previous life, after He Lulan and Fairy Lishan obtained Luopa Valley, they went back and forth between Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley all day to increase their soul foundation. They're getting a thrill from cultivating. Fang Yuan sighed. He wanted to imitate He Lulan and Fairy Lishan, but he still had many things to do. The most important thing in front of him was the Battle of Tian Mountain and the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Undeniably, the stronger Fang Yuan was, the higher the chance of him obtaining Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage at the crucial moment. Fang Yuan could only try his best to think of every possibility, to arrange every important matter in a more reasonable manner. He squeezed out every minute and second he had, seizing every minute and second to cultivate. Finally, Fang Yuan received news of the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage appearing. What's going on? I set up many methods near Tian Mountain, but they were actually silently taken out by someone. Fang Yuan took some time out of his busy schedule to personally investigate southern border. But he did not find any valuable information. Just like in his previous life, Tian Mountain repeatedly showed an intense battle from ancient times. In the intense battle, the mysterious Gu Immortal with the red lotus mark on his forehead used the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage to suppress the rank 8 enemy with great strength true martial physique. This Gu Immortal has a red lotus mark on his forehead. Is it related to Red Lotus Demon Venerable? When I was reborn, I had already failed, but in the River of Time, a red lotus suddenly appeared, turning my defeat into victory and successfully reborn. What is the relationship between the red lotus in the River of Time and this mysterious Gu Immortal? Fang Yuan was confused. He could only shake his head and leave. He still had many things to arrange. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage might have appeared, but there was still some time before the Battle of Tian Mountain. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had to at least get rid of the repercussions of enslaving the Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. Through Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley, Fang Yuan's soul foundation had risen sharply, while Zhou Zhong's soul was still at the same spot. After removing the burden of enslaving the Gu Immortal, I can easily sneak into Tian Mountain and secretly refine the Immortal Gu House. The body nourished the soul, and the soul was filled with intelligence, producing thoughts, wills, emotions and thinking. The increase in soul foundation was greatly beneficial to Fang Yuan's refinement of the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Besides the aspect of the soul, if I can make Bo Qing's sword path Immortal Gu my own, my battle strength will also rise greatly. That would be even better. Although he had tried several times with all-out effort Immortal Gu, he had not succeeded. At this moment, Fang Yuan's rebirth plan had reached the final juncture. He resolutely gave up on the refinement of all-out effort Immortal Gu. He did not want to struggle in this pit. During this final period of time, Fang Yuan did his best to make preparations. Central Continent. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing left Falling Heavenly River and slowly rose. Below his feet, Falling Heavenly River's surface was surging with waves, crashing against the shore and sweeping up piles of snow. The blood was already gone. Countless fierce beasts in the river felt Bo Qing's aura and scurried away in fear. At the bottom of Falling Heavenly River, a large number of Gu Immortals lost their lives. Even Celestial Court's rank 8 Gu Immortal by Zhang Shui was not spared. I lost many Immortal Gu. My battle strength is going to fall. Immortal Zombie Bo Qing spoke in a low voice. What should we do now? At this moment, standing beside him were Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, Shadow Sex Envoy Lan, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, Blood Path Demonic Immortal Song Zixing who was known as Blood Dragon, as well as Hairy Man Refinement Path Gu Immortal Yumu Chun. For some reason, this situation was different from his previous life. In his previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing died at Bo Qing's hands. But now both of them were alive. Maybe this was Fang Yuan's plan, using Mo Yao's fake will to lure out Bo Qing's immortal zombie body. Song Zixing and Yu Mu Chun did not speak. Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child spoke. Next, Song Zixing, Yu Mu Chun, and I will work together and use an immortal killer move to teleport the four of us to Central Continent's northeast area to attack Heavenly Lotus Sect. He had already made arrangements. In his previous life, 7-Star Child and Song Zixing died. Only Yu Mu Chun was left. He could not use this powerful immortal killer move. But now it was different. In Celestial Court, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was furious and shocked. He looked at the four immortals led by Immortal Zombie Bo Qing, attacking one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. He could no longer watch. Because he, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, was a Gu immortal from Heavenly Lotus Sect. In Heavenly Lotus Sect, he had many disciples and grand disciples. Right now, immortal zombie Bo Qing had awakened. Heavenly Lotus Sect was in danger. Only Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could save them. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower, recalling Lian Jiusheng and Bai Qintian. There is a huge change at the bottom of falling Heavenly River. Bai Tsang Shui has already died. Immortal zombie Bo Qing has awakened and is attacking Combat Immortal Sect. We need to quickly go and save them. The two immortals were extremely shocked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's words contained a huge amount of information. Go. The two immortals' shock only lasted for a moment. But soon they reacted. The three immortals walked into Celestial Court's teleportation Gu formation, arriving at Heavenly Lotus Sect's headquarters at the next moment. At this time, Bo Qing and the others had just arrived. Beside them, the remnant light of the teleportation immortal killer move had yet to dissipate. The two Gu immortals looked at each other, their battle intent surging. What happened? Heavenly Lotus Sect's Gu masters and Gu immortals were still confused. Fight. A super battle of rank 8s erupted. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land Underground Cave. Success. Fang Yuan looked at the Gu formation in front of him, his eyes shining with joy and regret. These last days he had been using the light of wisdom to make deductions. He had obtained a powerful Gu formation to refine Bo Qing's sword path Immortal Gu. This Gu formation actually used the light of wisdom as the core. It used Mo Yao's fake will as well as poison path Immortal Gu woman's heart and wisdom path Immortal Gu unravel mystery to refine Bo Qing's Immortal Gu. Chapter 1005. Southern Border Etian Mountain. Fang Yuan walked barefooted, taking big steps. His appearance had changed greatly. His muscles were bulging, his chest was exposed, his hair, beard, chest hair, and even the hair on his legs and legs were very thick. Its fur was an earthy yellow color, and its clothes were almost tattered. His cheekbones were protruding, the joints of his fingers and toes were much thicker than a normal person's. His nose bridge was short and short, his two nostrils were facing outwards. The nose hairs inside were also very thick as if they were rushing out of his nostrils. Don't be fooled by this ugly appearance, it was carefully chosen by Fang Yuan based on his previous life's memories. In Fang Yuan's previous life, the original owner of this appearance had joined Etian Mountain at this time. But after Fang Yuan revived, he secretly killed this person. Fang Yuan replaced him and came to Etian Mountain. The sun had just risen, there was a thin layer of fog. Etian Mountain was still very quiet. Birds chirping could be heard from time to time in the forest. At this time, the righteous and demonic battle had not even started yet. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan disguised his identity and joined Etian Mountain, it was already the time when the righteous and demonic paths were fighting intensely. Even the foot of the mountain was guarded by demonic path lackeys. But in this life, Fang Yuan appeared several months earlier. At this time, Xiao Shan had just been exiled by Xiao clan, he Zhou Xing and Sun Peng who had created Etian village not long ago. Fang Yuan walked past the foot of the mountain but did not see anyone. After climbing halfway up the mountain, he finally saw a glimpse of Etian village through the gaps of the lush forest. Etian village was still under construction, it had not been completed yet. Who is this person? Which Gu Immortal's pawn is he? He does not seem to be a pure human, he seems to have hairy man bloodline. Humph, this bastard, I'm afraid no one will choose him as a pawn, right? Far away, the southern border Gu Immortals discussed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked calmly, he was confident and calm. In his previous life he used familiar face. These southern border Gu Immortals could not see through it. In this life he had used the immortal killer move that used attitude Gu as the core, familiar face. If this was seen through, it would be strange. He strutted along. He walked toward the mountain peak. After a while, when he approached Etian village, he was finally stopped by someone. The newcomer was a rank 3 demonic Gu master. But the person Fang Yuan was disguised as was also a rank 3 Gu master, so he did not dare to be careless. He asked seriously, "Who are you?" Fang Yuan cupped his fists and said rudely, "I am Huang Sha. I heard about Hero Zhao's matter, so I came to seek shelter with you." The rank 3 demonic Gu master's body shook. He wasn't shocked by the name of Yellow Sand, but Fang Yuan's voice was too loud. "Alright, lower your voice. What are you yelling for? Since you know the name of the leader, then follow me to pay respects to him." The rank 3 Gu master picked his ears and left. Fang Yuan snorted. He tried to catch up. His physique was larger than normal people. He took big steps. In just 3 steps he had caught up to the former. The demonic goo master was unhappy. He stretched out his hand and pulled Fang Yuan back. Why are you running so fast? If you want to join Etian village you need to know the rules. Do you understand? First come first serve. My position is higher than yours. Follow behind me. Oh. Fang Yuan quickly nodded his head, showing his bulky physique. He had a large physique and a small brain. We need to focus on the construction of this building. If someone attacks in the future we need to defend this place. We need to set up at least 100 iron snake vine goo. Xiao Shan pointed at a place, instructing the goo master beside him. At this time, he heard someone shouting, "Big chieftain, your fame has spread throughout the 4 seas and the entire southern border. Now another hero has joined us." Xiao Shan heard this and was overjoyed. Turning around to look, he saw Fang Yuan. The joy in his heart dissipated. He was slightly disappointed. But at the same time he had a joyous smile on his face. He quickly walked forward, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder. Such a strong man. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, cupping his fists. You are hero Xiao? I am here to join you. You have guts. You dare to go against the righteous path. Saying so, Fang Yuan gave Xiao Shan a thumbs up, saying, just based on this I am convinced I am willing to follow you, but you have to feed me 3 meals a day. Xiao Shan saw that Fang Yuan was so boorish, he felt even more disappointed. But on the surface he did not show it. He praised Fang Yuan and gave him a mission on the spot. After Fang Yuan left, Xiao Shan called Zhou Xingxing asking, this Huang Sha, what is his origin? I'm not sure. Zhou Xingxing thought about it, smiling. Big brother, what kind of person are you? You come and go as you please. How can such a minor character enter your eyes? I happen to know this person. His father is human, his mother is hairy man. He was born as a slave who mined sand and rocks on the sand mountain. In the end he obtained an inheritance on the sand mountain and became a goo master. Later he occupied a part of the river with a water path goo master. They became known as the White Sand Generals. Later they were defeated by Tai clan goo masters. White General died, but this Huang Sha escaped. His whereabouts are unknown. To think that he admires Big Brother's fame, he came to join Etian village. So that's it. I remember now, there was indeed news of the White Sand Generals attacking Tai clan's merchant ship. Xiao Shan nodded. His expectations towards Fang Yuan fell to rock bottom. They even dared to attack Tai clan's merchant ship. This showed that these two were rash and did not use their brains. Moreover, this Huang Sha actually had hairy man bloodline. Xiao Shan looked down on him even more. Variant humans like hairy men, feathermen, and snowmen were all slaves of humans. How could human goo masters treat them equally? If Fang Yuan's cultivation was rank 4 or 5, Xiao Shan might be able to break the prejudice and pay attention to Fang Yuan. But this Huang Sha that Fang Yuan was disguised as was only rank 3. Even though rank 3 was higher than ordinary goo masters. But in this Etian village it was not eye-catching. Thus Xiao Shan soon threw this Huang Sha to the back of his mind. Fang Yuan was working at the construction site. Right now I have already joined Etian Mountain. I was sent here by Xiao Shan to build Etian village. This shows that this person does not care about me. Very good, this is the goal I want to achieve. So far, everything is going smoothly. If Fang Yuan's cultivation was higher and Xiao Shan paid attention to him, he would have a heavy responsibility in the upcoming righteous demonic battle. If he did not carry out this task he would expose himself. If he did he would waste time. If his cultivation was lower, he would become cannon fodder and be sent to the front lines to attract firepower and waste the enemy's primeval essence. After a few battles between righteous and demonic, he would be sacrificed. Only with rank 3 cultivation it would not be high or low, he would be a small leader. He would not be given an important task, and it would not be strange for him to survive in the battlefield. The forbidden zone for immortals on Etian Mountain only targeted immortal apertures. It did not target immortal goo. In his previous life at this time Fang Yuan was still deducing a method to seal the immortal aperture. But in this life he directly grasped this method and joined Etian village several months in advance. Even though his immortal aperture was sealed, his body was still an immortal zombie. During the day Fang Yuan did some manual labor at the construction site. It was easy. At night, when everyone else was asleep, he was still energetic, secretly refining the graceful chaotic dual stage at the bottom of the mountain. Graceful chaotic dual stage suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie. It was unbreakable. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had no soul fluctuations. From the looks of it, it seemed like his soul had completely perished. But with his previous life's memories, Fang Yuan did not dare to be careless. He did not probe the great strength true martial immortal zombie, instead he focused on transforming his battle will. The southern border Gu immortals who participated in this duel had to use these mortal Gu masters as pawns to make them fight intensely, so that their battle will could resonate with each other. The pure battle will in the immortal Gu house would be transformed into the Gu master's personal battle will. But Fang Yuan was here personally, and was also a wisdom path grandmaster. He did not need to do this. Even if he did not fight, he could increase the battle will in his mind and transform the immortal Gu house's battle will. His efficiency was several times that of ordinary Gu immortals. As long as Fang Yuan transformed the battle will in these immortal Gu houses into his own battle will, then he would complete the last step that the rank 8 immortal zombie could not complete back then, that was to refine the immortal Gu house and become its true owner. Thus, if Fang Yuan wanted to successfully seize graceful chaotic duel stage from these southern border Gu immortals, there was still a hurdle. At the final juncture, the pure battle will in the immortal Gu house would be divided and transformed by everyone. But there could only be one winner. Thus, these battle wills would compete with each other and engage in an intense battle. In this fierce battle, any loser would vanish into thin air. There could only be one winner. I am a wisdom path grandmaster. I have a huge advantage in the battle of battle will. Moreover, I will definitely take the lead and transform my battle will several times faster than others. The more battle will I transform, the more advantage I will have in the decisive battle in the future. As long as I follow the plan, there is no doubt that I will obtain the immortal Gu house. I am just afraid of an accident. While Fang Yuan was thinking, the other southern border Gu immortals were also having their own thoughts. Shao Clan's supreme elder was paying close attention to the battlefield of Tian Mountain. He had barely survived the previous tribulation. And the next tribulation was approaching. He had no hope, but with the appearance of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage, this Gu immortal saw a trace of light in the darkness. Thus, in this unprecedented duel, he staked everything he had. He had bet almost all of his assets. His stake was the highest among all the immortals, and according to the rules of the duel, one of the chess pieces he chose, Shao Shan, became the first Gu master to ascend Tian Mountain. Shao Clan's first supreme elder also became the first person among the southern border Gu immortals to transform the battle will in the immortal Gu house. I must succeed in this contest for the immortal Gu house. I cannot fail. If I do not have the immortal Gu house, I will have no chance of surviving this tribulation. Chapter 1006. But looking at it now, I have made a good start. I have converted the most battle will among them. As long as I maintain this advantage, the immortal Gu house will be mine. Shao Clan's supreme elder cheered himself on, but he was also clear. The biggest problem was how to maintain the current advantage. According to the bet, the second would be Wu Clan's Gu immortal, Wu Dangji. This female immortal of Wu Clan was also a very shrewd person. She would rather sacrifice some of her cultivation to allow her chosen pawn to enter Tian Mountain early. I hope Shao Shan will not disappoint me. Shao Clan's ancestors' wish was precisely what the other southern border Gu immortals did not want to see. Now that Shao Clan's ancestor had already established an early advantage, the southern border Gu immortals wanted to see Shao Shan defeated or even killed, so as to disrupt Shao Clan's ancestors' advantage and give them a chance. Wu Shintong arrived near Tian Mountain. Everyone, this time I am carrying the clan's heavy responsibility on my shoulders. I will not hesitate to eliminate the demon's den. He pointed at Tian Mountain with a solemn expression and surging battle intent. There were many Gu masters around him. Among them, 3 had the highest cultivation, rank 4 Gu masters. One was Wu Clan's elder, his personal bodyguard, Wu Shintong. The other 2 were clan leaders of Wu Clan's clans. Wu Shintong was a rank 4 peak stage enslavement path Gu master. He was thin and pale, coughing from time to time. He was like a sick scholar who could not even withstand the wind. But no one dared to underestimate him because he cultivated enslavement path. This path could always fight one against many. On Tian Mountain, the strongest person is Shao Clan's original leader, Shao Shan. Below him are Sun Pang Hu and Zhou Xing Xing, 2 demonic path Gu masters. These 3 are all rank 5 Gu masters. In my opinion, we should slow down and invite some righteous path experts to hold the fort. This will not only be safer, we can also fight and not let these demons escape. One of the rank 4 clan leaders suggested. Wu Shintong's expression sank. He wanted to do this, but this mission was forced by the clan, and there was a time limit. It was so harsh and rushed. Wu Shentong could not help but wonder if he had become a sacrifice in the clan's political struggle. He had done his best to rely on his connections to recruit these people around him. Wu Shentong would never understand the truth of Yitian Mountain. The Gu masters who were usually high and mighty. They were all used as gambling tools by Gu immortals. He naturally did not know that at this moment, countless southern border Gu immortals were looking at him with expectant gazes. You don't have to persuade me. As long as everyone protects me, even if they have rank 5 battle strength, how long can they last against the beast horde? Once their primeval essence is depleted, the merit of killing a rank 5 will be yours. Moreover, since I'm personally making a move, I'm naturally confident. Don't tell me that I'm courting death? Wu Shentong was also a person with means. This short sentence dispelled everyone's hesitation and boosted their morale. Speed was the most important thing in war, and what they were aiming for was the effect of surprise attacks. A moment later, under the command of Wu Shentong, the entire mountain of beasts charged up Yitian Mountain. At this time Yitian village was still under construction. The demonic path Gu masters were in a panic. They were used to fighting alone, even though Xiao Shan and the others tried to organize them. They did not see any results in the short term. Xiao Shan was extremely anxious, thinking, Yitian village has just been built, there is still less than half of it left before it can be completed. This is the first time we are clashing with the demonic path. Yitian village is like a flag, it cannot fall. Once it falls, our morale will fall, it will be like being hit in the head, we will not be able to raise our heads. If we lose our momentum, who will take the initiative to submit to me in the future? Thinking of this, Xiao Shan quickly ordered the demonic path Gu masters to defend Yitian village to the death. Xiao Shan's thoughts were indeed insightful, but he had greatly overestimated the coordination of demonic path Gu masters. If demonic path Gu masters fought alone with righteous path Gu masters, they usually won more than they lost. But if there were many of them in a battle of equal numbers, the righteous path usually won. Without coordination, the demonic path Gu masters were just a mob. Facing the huge beast horde, they did not defend themselves, they immediately fell into the situation that Wu Shentong wanted to see the most. At first, large numbers of wild beasts died under the attacks of the demonic path Gu masters. But soon, the overwhelming attacks of the demonic path Gu masters started to weaken and become sparse. After all, mortal Gu masters had limited primeval essence. The wild beasts broke through the blockade of firepower and attacked the demonic path Gu masters. The demonic path Gu masters' casualties were increasing. The situation was tilting towards the righteous path. Good fight. Amazing! The southern border Gu immortals looked at the battlefield with joy in their eyes. Xiao Clan's ancestor had a grim expression as he stared at Xiao Shan. Xiao Shan was also an experienced person. He knew he could not let the situation continue like this. He quickly shouted, Rank 5 and Rank 4 Gu masters, follow me, we will go down the mountain and kill the enslavement path Gu masters. The rest of you retreat as you fight. In this situation, the demonic path had suffered huge losses. Although the righteous path had few Gu masters, they did not lose a single person. Everyone knew that a single person would not be able to gain any benefits. Only by relying on each other could they carve out a bloody path and have a chance to escape. Xiao Shan's words were quickly answered by everyone. The difference was the rank 4 and rank 5 Gu masters gathered around Xiao Shan with joy in their hearts. As for the remaining rank 2 and 3 Gu masters, their faces were pale. The people who broke out of the encirclement were strong. Even if they were not strong enough, they could escape by themselves after breaking out of the encirclement. But the Gu masters who stayed in the mountain were surrounded by beast groups. There was no way to escape, they could only wait for reinforcements. Only Fang Yuan, although he had a ferocious expression on his face, was calm on the inside. Even if the beast group expanded by 100 times, they could not pose any threat to Fang Yuan. Moreover, he was a reborn person, he knew how the situation was developing. Sure enough, the following development was similar to his previous life. In this sudden battle, the demonic path Gu masters advanced against the beast group. Many Gu masters died in battle along the way. But in the end, they still reached Wu Shentong. Xiao Shan, Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing, the 3 rank 5 Gu masters were forced into a desperate situation. They attacked the righteous path's defensive line. After an intense battle of life and death, the righteous path lost 2 rank 4 Gu masters, while Wu Shentong retreated with heavy injuries. Wu Clan's rank 4 elder tried his best to stop them. At the crucial moment, a group of flying birds came to their aid. The demonic path's plan to kill Wu Shentong did not succeed. They could only retreat to Yitian Mountain helplessly. That night, Xiao Shan gathered the remnants of the demonic path army in a cave. He was bathed in blood, his eyes were red as he shouted with a hoarse voice, "Wu Shentong is not dead, he is truly a threat. As long as he is alive, we will have to face the fearless charge of the beast groups. We have to kill him, otherwise Yitian village will never be rebuilt." After Xiao Shan finished speaking, there were very few people who responded. The demonic path Gu masters had just lost, their morale was very low. One of the rank 3 Gu masters said dejectedly, "Leader, let's retreat. The righteous path is too strong, it is natural that we cannot win. As long as there is life there will be hope. Let's leave this dangerous place first, in the future we can go to another mountain and rebuild Yitian village, it is possible." Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Shan's eyes shined with a sharp light, his body moved as he attacked. He raised his blade and killed the demonic path Gu master who spoke, shouting, "This person has shaken our morale, his death is not to be regretted. Anyone who dares to retreat will end up like him." Sun Panghu and Zhou Xingxing immediately stood up and walked to Xiao Shan's sides, looking at everyone with hostility. The demonic path Gu masters were intimidated by Xiao Shan's aura, they spoke one after another, willing to fight to the death. Xiao Shan's expression softened, "I know it is not easy for all of you, you are all heavily injured. But no matter how heavy your injuries are, they are still better than our comrades who sacrificed themselves today, right? Everyone rest in this cave tonight, tomorrow morning, we will gather everyone's strength and charge down the mountain, we will not rest until we kill Wu Shentong." Everyone quickly agreed. Fang Yuan was also among them, his wounds were still bleeding, of course this was just a disguise, it was not worth mentioning. The night sky was getting darker, the cave was not big, there was not enough space for the demonic path Gu masters to sleep. Xiao Shan had purposely chosen this cave, it was convenient for everyone to monitor each other. Even if someone needed to relieve themselves they had to do it in the cave. Soon the cave was filled with the stench of blood, sweat and feces. The demonic path Gu immortals tossed and turned, they were worried about tomorrow's battle, they could not sleep. Only one person was snoring, it was Fang Yuan. His snoring echoed throughout the entire cave. Xiao Shan was sleeping with his eyes closed, when he heard this sound he slowly opened his eyes after seeing Fang Yuan, he laughed lightly and said loudly, "This heartless fool." His voice attracted everyone's attention. Xiao Shan continued, "Everyone don't worry, I have complete confidence in tomorrow's battle. That Wu Shentong has already been heavily injured by us, he will definitely die tomorrow. I, Xiao Shan, swear that I will not run away if I go against my oath, may the heavens strike me down, I will be hated by all." The demons' morale was boosted, they admired Xiao Shan's heroic spirit. But they did not know that Xiao Shan was wholeheartedly trying to subdue the immortal Gu in his body, and obtain Xiao clan's ancestors' approval. Unless he was at the end of his rope, he would not leave this place. Xiao Shan treated these demonic path Gu masters in the cave as his chess pieces. And he himself was a chess piece of Xiao clan's ancestor, but he did not know it. On this night, as a chess player, Xiao clan's ancestor was also anxious and worried. He was anxious. After today's battle on Yitian Mountain, after the results were out, he left his residence and went to a certain mountain peak. He had been standing in the mountain wind for a long time. "Master, Xiao clan's ancestor is asking for an audience, but you refuse to meet him. He is a rank 7 Gu immortal, he has already been standing outside the cave for over 2 hours. If this drags on, it won't be good, right?" Lu Xuanfeng cautiously asked. Chapter 1007. His master, rank 7 lone immortal old man Wuxia, was sitting cross-legged on a cushion. Hearing Lu Xuanfeng's voice, he did not move, his eyes still closed. After a long while, Xiao clan's ancestor spoke again, his voice transmitting into the cave. "Brother Wuxia, I am willing to take out another 10 heavenly dragon pearls, please help me this time." Old man Wuxia slowly opened his eyes, saying to Lu Xuanfeng, "Disciple, go to Yitian Mountain first and resolve this crisis for Xiao Shan." Lu Xuanfeng quickly knelt down, kowtowing 3 times towards old man Wuxia. "Master, disciple is going." Although he said so, Lu Xuanfeng was still kneeling on the ground, showing no signs of getting up. Old man Wuxia laughed, "With your crafty nature, you are too careful." Saying so, he blew a breath of cold air towards Lu Xuanfeng. The cold air seeped into Lu Xuanfeng's stomach, lingering there. "This immortal Gu can save your life. Go." Lu Xuanfeng was overjoyed, kowtowing 3 more times. He stood up and said with a cheeky smile, "Disciple is actually thinking for Master's sake. It's fine if I lose my life, but Master will have no one to serve you in the future. What will you do? Disciple is indebted to Master. I have not even repaid him. How can I die so easily? Go go." Old man Wuxia sighed, waving his hand at Lu Xuanfeng. Wu Shintong led the beast group to attack Yitian Mountain. Yitian village had just been built when it was destroyed. The demonic path's morale fell. Shaoshan was determined to counterattack. But that night, rank 5 demonic path Gu Master Lu Xuanfeng infiltrated the righteous path camp and killed Wu Shintong, bringing his severed head to Yitian Mountain. Shaoshan was overjoyed. He said to Lu Xuanfeng, "Brother Lu is righteous. We have to thank Brother Lu for saving all of our lives." Lu Xuanfeng was an astute person. He quickly cupped his fists, saying sincerely, "Brother Xiao is too kind. I only picked up a bargain. If not for Brother Xiao and the others fighting bravely and heavily injuring Wu Shintong, how could I have taken his life so easily? If there are 10 parts to this contribution, I only take 1, the remaining 9 belongs to everyone." When everyone heard this, they immediately felt that Lu Xuanfeng was much more pleasing to the eye. Xiaoshan's heart sank. He did not manage to kill Lu Xuanfeng by flattering him, so he quickly changed his words. "Stabilize Lu Xuanfeng and rope him into Yitian's stronghold." Just like this, the righteous path's first wave of attacks collapsed under the attacks of Shaoshan, Lu Xuanfeng and the others. Fang Yuan hid at the side and did nothing. From the beginning to the end, he looked on coldly and did not arouse any suspicions. He recalled the information he had gathered in his previous life. It seems that in this life Wu Shintong is heavily injured but not dead. Shaoshan's situation is critical. The Xiao clan's old ancestor behind him also went to ask Wuxia Lao to take action. This old man Wuxia is a famous itinerant immortal of the southern border. He had a grudge with the Wu clan. The Xiao clan's old ancestor also invested heavily, causing him to increase the stakes at the last minute, pushing Lu Xuanfeng to Yitian Mountain in advance. As for the Wu clan's female immortal Wu Dangji, she was schemed against and her chosen chess piece lost his life. Although she converted a lot of battle intent, she suffered the greatest loss. The battle between the righteous and demonic sides of Yitian Mountain is actually led by the contest of southern borders Gu immortals. Mortals are like ants. Let them scheme against each other. After this battle, the battle intent I converted has already surpassed Shaoshan. I have become the number 1. Like this, Fang Yuan made a huge profit silently. The battle intent that was converted in the dark increased, but no one noticed it. Time passed, the second battle between righteous and demonic erupted. In the first battle, Wu Dangji suffered a loss. She was not resigned to it. Old man Wuxia raised the stakes at the last minute. Why couldn't she? Thus, she chose another person and joined forces with Shang clan's Gu immortals, not repeating the previous mistake of fighting alone. Landing on the battlefield of Yitian Mountain, Wu clan sent Gu masters to attack Yitian Mountain again. At the same time, Shang clan's 2 newly advanced elders, Yen Tu and Ju Kai Bei, also joined them. Both sides challenged each other at the foot of Yitian Mountain. Both sides won and lost. They were in a deadlock. At this time, Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang went up the mountain together, joining Yitian village. These 2 Gu masters were not simple. They were famous flying masters in southern borders Gu master world. Yitian village thus gained the upper hand, forcing the righteous path to retreat. To resist Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang, the righteous path invited a female Gu master, Hong Feiyu. She was also a flying master but belonged to the righteous path. However, it was difficult for Hong Feiyu to fight against 2 flying masters of the demonic Dao alone. At the moment of life and death for Hong Feiyu, Shang clan's reinforcements arrived. It was White Light Swordsman Wei Yang. With Shang Yanfei's help, Wei Yang's aptitude rose. His cultivation reached rank 4 initial stage. In this battle, not only did he save Hong Feiyu, he also established his reputation. After Hong Feiyu retreated with heavy injuries, he fought against Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang alone, finally stalling for time until the righteous path's reinforcements arrived. Lan Meihe and Fei Yuang had no choice but to retreat. After this battle, Wei Yang was recognized by the righteous and demonic paths, entering the ranks of flying masters. Southern Border's 3 flying masters became the 4 great flying masters with Wei Yang at the head. With Wei Yang's addition, the righteous and demonic battle fell into a deadlock again. However, as Second Zombie King went up Yitian Mountain, Enslavement Path showed its might again. The righteous path lacked an enslavement path expert like Wu Shintong, they had no choice but to retreat. Thus, the second battle between righteous and demonic ended. Behind the scenes, the southern border Gu immortals schemed and schemed. It was something that mortal Gu masters could not imagine. The only person who understood the situation on Yitian Mountain, Fang Yuan, was also silently making a fortune, turning a blind eye to it. He had used Huang Sha's identity and met Wei Yang on the battlefield. This was Shang Yanfei's capable general. He had once taken care of Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing in Shang Clan City. At this moment, Wei Yang had made huge progress. While Fang Yuan had already become an immortal, it could be said that things had changed. After this battle, Fang Yuan's converted battle will was already far ahead. The scale was so huge that even if all the southern border Gu immortals battle will were added together, it would still be slightly inferior to Fang Yuan's. Central Continent, Heavenly Lotus Sect. Rumble, explosions and explosions could be heard endlessly. The surrounding 100,000 li had turned into a barren land, sand was flying everywhere. There were also deep pits in the wasteland burning with flames. Chunks of glaciers were piled up and traces of lightning were scattered about. There were also rivers of blood that flowed wantonly on the battlefield. Because of the rank 8 battle, the original mountainous terrain was completely changed. It was completely changed. And this was the location of Heavenly Lotus Sect's base. It was a famous mountain with deep natural Dao marks. Otherwise, the messy battlefield scene would be even more serious. After a round of battle, the Shadow Sect immortals led by Sword Immortal Bo Qing retreated a distance, breathing roughly. Looking ahead, there were 3 immortal Gu houses floating in the sky. One was Canary Pavilion, small and exquisite. One was Yuyang Palace, beautiful and magnificent. But the Shadow Sect immortals' gazes were focused on the immortal Gu house at the center. This immortal Gu house was rank 8, it was called Heavenly Pool. From the outside it looked like a pond, it was not big at all, it could even be said to be the smallest immortal Gu house in the world. But in this heavenly pool, there were green lotuses and blooming lotuses. Or closed. Inside each lotus, there was an immortal aperture blessed land or grotto heaven. Rank 8 immortal Gu house heavenly pool. This was the foundation of Heavenly Lotus Sect, created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Its greatest use was to store immortal apertures. If we don't take down Heavenly Pool, Heavenly Lotus Sect's losses will not even be severe. Song Zixing said solemnly. But it is too hard to take down. Among the 10 venerables, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was most skilled in healing and recovery. This heavenly pool has inherited his style. If it is not destroyed in one attack, it will be able to recover in a short period of time. It can even recover. Yu Mu Chun's expression was grim. 7-star child immortal zombie shook his head. Not just heavenly pool, the other 2 immortal Gu houses are also in a difficult situation. And Bo Qing is his greatest weakness. He is already in the enemy's hands. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's greatest weakness was Mo Yao's remnant soul in his body. This remnant soul was like a wooden barrel. Its greatest weakness was too easy to target. In the previous life, Bo Qing died because of this. His soul was destroyed by celestial quartz Gu immortals. In this life, immortal zombie Bo Qing even lost wisdom sword immortal Gu. This Gu was Bo Qing's trump card against wisdom path methods when he was alive. After losing it, immortal zombie Bo Qing was even more restricted in battle. He was in a passive state. Let's go. We have achieved our goal of delaying them. 7-star child immortal zombie retreated first. He turned into a rainbow and left. Bo Qing and the rest followed closely behind. Escaping from fate and attacking the 10 great ancient sects. You are so daring, your crimes are unforgivable. You still want to leave? Heavenly Lotus Sect's 3 immortal Gu houses chased after them. From Heavenly Pool, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice could be heard. It was filled with anger and hatred. 7-star child's expression changed slightly. He said to the other Gu immortals, "In this situation, we can only let one person sacrifice his life to stall for time for the rest to escape. I'll go." Immortal zombie Bo Qing immediately spoke. "I'll go. Green, Blue and Song Zixing, your battle strength is higher than mine. It will be of great help to our plan." Yu Mu Chun had a plain expression. He stayed behind. The 3 immortals' gazes flickered. They did not hesitate and quickly retreated. Only Yu Mu Chun was left behind. A mantis trying to stop a chariot? You overestimate yourself. Hee, demonic path people are skilled at betraying their friends. You think you can stop us? Who gave you such arrogance? The righteous path Gu immortals shouted furiously. The 3 immortal Gu houses charged over. Yu Mu Chun showed a smile as if he was facing death calmly. You think we have no arrangements? Saying so, he landed on the ground. A huge goo formation flickered with dazzling light. The news of this battle could not be concealed by Central Continent. After Fang Yuan learned of it, his gaze flickered. This matter was too different from his previous life. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was not dead. This way, Fang Yuan, who stole his immortal goo, was definitely a thorn in his side. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into his sealed immortal aperture. Inside there was a mysterious immortal goo. This immortal goo was one of the gains Fang Yuan stole from immortal zombie Bo Qing. But the truth was, this immortal goo's original owner was not Bo Qing, it was Mo Yao. Precisely because this immortal goo was filled with Mo Yao's will, Fang Yuan could use Mo Yao's fake will to refine this immortal goo so quickly. As for the other sword path immortal goo, their true owner was Bo Qing. They contained a large amount of Bo Qing's will. Thus, when Fang Yuan used the same goo formation to refine these immortal goo, he would need to spend a lot more time. Forget about these sword path immortal goo, they will not be able to make it in time for this battle. As for this mysterious immortal goo, I have been investigating it these last days, but even with Land Spirit of Langya, I did not gain anything. Right now, righteous and demonic have fought for the 6th time. The scale of my battle will in the immortal goo house is probably over 30 times the total number of southern border goo immortals. If I were to fight with them now, I would be able to wipe out the southern border's battle intent in less than the time it takes for an incense to burn. Even among southern borders goo immortals, there were many who had wisdom path attainment. But so what? Not mentioning Fang Yuan's wisdom path grandmaster attainment level, just the scale of his battle will was enough to give him an absolute advantage. Southern borders goo immortals had already lost all hope, there was no chance of victory. It could be said that these goo immortals were no longer a concern. But Fang Yuan was still filled with worry. After so long, there is still some pure battle will left in the immortal goo house. I wonder how many of them there are left. Can I make it in time? Fang Yuan raised his head to look at the sky. In the sky was dark and hazy. Fang Yuan could not help but feel some pressure in his heart. The pure battle will in graceful chaotic duel stage far surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. His original plan was to collect the immortal goo house and leave in a carefree manner. But now time had already dragged on. When would it end? Chapter 1008. Time passed. More than a month passed. In southern border, be it the goo immortal world or the mortal world, all of their attention was focused on one place. This place was Yitian Mountain. Under the incitement of the goo immortals behind the scenes, countless righteous path and demonic path goo masters joined the two sides. The 7th righteous and demonic confrontation had already ended. The demonic path used a scheme to cut off the righteous path's supply line. When the righteous path was in danger, Shang clan leader Shang Yanfei personally led the troops and used gourmet food box goo to reward the troops, foiling the demonic path scheme. Southern borders super forces Yi clan, Luo clan, Yao clan, Xia clan and others, all of their clan leaders appeared and joined the battlefield. In this battlefield, rank 3 goo masters were like bystanders, the rarely seen rank 4 goo masters were everywhere, while rank 5 goo masters were the main battle strength. Life and death blessed land. Spectral soul demon Venerable's dream realm had completely dissipated. 7-colored light shined dazzlingly, forming a cocoon of light. Crack crack, a series of crisp sounds came from the cocoon of light. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the cocoon of light. Old Man Inkstone had a haggard expression, but his gaze was filled with joy. Under his ardent anticipation, the cocoon of light finally exploded. A naked young man appeared in front of Old Man Inkstone. He floated in the air with his eyes closed as if he was in deep sleep. Old Man Yenshi hurriedly took a few steps forward, using his hand to caress the young man's robust body, from his thighs to his chest and then to his cheeks. Old Man Inkstone could not conceal his excitement. His fingers were trembling as he stroked the young man. He muttered, "Success. I really succeeded. I recreated Renzu's method, using the dream realm to create a brand new 10 extreme physique. This is the moment of history. Ah." Old Man Inkstone laughed before calming down. "You were born from the dream realm, you created something from nothing. You used rule path become true immortal goo. Let's call it the pure dream reality seeker physique." Saying so, Old Man Inkstone flipped his palm and took out a lump of soul. This soul was as black as ink and immediately flew into the pure dream reality seeker physique. Elder Inkstone waited for a moment. There was still no movement from the pure dream reality seeker physique. His brows furrowed even tighter. What's going on? Still not waking up? It doesn't make sense. He quickly inspected it, and after a while, he let out a long sigh. Looks like this pure dream reality seeker physique is indeed flawed. There were many dream path Dao marks on his body. They actually formed a force in his body. Any soul that entered it, they will gradually fall into a deep sleep and their memories will be erased. What should we do? Elder Inkstone paced around anxiously. The lifespan of the pure dream reality seeker physique is already decreasing. Time was limited, so I didn't have enough time to study it in detail and solve this problem. What should I do? After a long time, the pure dream reality seeker physique finally opened his eyes slowly and woke up. He looked at Elder Inkstone in ignorance. Then he looked around, his eyes wide open, revealing an incomparably naive expression. Elder Inkstone felt regret. He had spent a lot of effort and methods to finally awaken the soul in the pure dream reality seeker physique, resolving the flaw of the soul falling into a deep sleep. But the memories contained in the soul were almost completely gone. But it doesn't matter. The pure dream reality seeker physique body is a consumable to begin with. The quick increase in rank 9 battle strength is the trump card to protect the core. As long as this plan succeeds, the pure dream reality seeker physique body's flaw is nothing. What's the big deal? Thinking of this, old man Yenshur faintly smiled, a pair of black eyes staring at him, sizing him up, his tone difficult to hide his appreciation. Good. Pure dream reality seeker physique body, you are my greatest achievement in researching dream path. Many of Bo Qing's immortal goo were stolen, his battle strength fell. You will replace him and become our strongest battle strength to suppress the situation. Who are you and who am I? Who am I? Wuxia asked curiously. You are me, I am you. I am Elder Inkstone, and you shall be called Wuxia. Elder Inkstone chuckled. Next he waved his sleeves, countless thoughts poured into Wuxia's mind. Wuxia felt a surge of information flowing into his heart. Elder Inkstone continued, remember you only have 18 hours to live. Every 2 hours your cultivation level will rise by 1 rank. Time is limited, I will only teach you one immortal killer move. Although it has no offensive power, it is the peak of dream path in the current 5 regions, it is at the forefront of the current era. Even those celestial court goo immortals are far behind. As the saying goes, one move can dominate the world. You need to comprehend it well. When you become a goo immortal, I will give you a complete set of goo worms, you need to practice it then. Southern border Etian Mountain. Fang Yuan, who was recuperating on the bed, suddenly shook. He opened his eyes. A look of pleasant surprise flashed in his eyes, but it soon became calm again. He looked around, there were many injured people on the beds chatting. Some healing goo masters were moving around the injured, some were healing them, while others were checking if their injuries were worsening. The air was filled with the smell of blood, lingering in the air for a long time. After the 7th righteous and demonic confrontation, Etian village's sick area was filled with injured people. Now that both sides had stopped fighting, both righteous and demonic sides were licking their wounds and recuperating. Thus, there were fewer and fewer injured people in the sick area. Most of them recovered from their injuries and walked out on their own. But a portion of them were too injured to recover and died here. People loved life and hated death. This sick area became a place that demonic path goo masters avoided. However, Fang Yuan did not mind it at all. He purposely got injured, he also disguised his injuries as if they were serious. Familiar face could even deceive rank 8 goo immortals, not to mention these mortal goo masters on Etian Mountain. This was the best place that Fang Yuan had found to convert the pure battle will of the immortal goo house. It was only in this place that he could openly lie down, calm down, and transform his battle intent almost constantly. Even though there were people coming and going, they could not threaten Fang Yuan, who was a goo immortal. Fang Yuan's strategy had shown results at that moment. After spending so much time, the battle will of graceful chaotic duel stage has finally been completely converted by me. Next, it is time to eliminate the battle will of other goo immortals. I am the sole ruler. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, he did not hesitate and immediately took action. Inside the immortal goo house, his battle will created a tsunami that instantly drowned the other battle wills. The battle wills of these southern border goo immortals were fighting for themselves, they could not react in time and were engulfed and destroyed by Fang Yuan's battle will. At once, Fang Yuan poked a hornet's nest. The southern border Gu immortals were shocked and furious, some screamed, some flew out of the cave, some were dazed, not daring to believe this was real. They communicated and immediately understood that someone had not participated in the bet. He had secretly converted his battle will and deceived all the southern border Gu immortals. The southern border Gu immortals' anger and hatred could not be extinguished even if 3 rivers were poured into them. All their previous efforts had been for naught. The plot to plot against others now seemed like a joke. Who is it? Who dares to trick us like this? Find him and kill him. He is openly challenging the whole of southern border's Gu immortal world. Not just kill him, I will pull out his tendons and skin him alive, I will extract his soul and torture him for 1,000 years. The southern border Gu immortals had aggressive auras as they surrounded Etion Mountain. They could no longer hide their traces, countless overwhelming auras rose rapidly and enveloped the whole of Etion Mountain. The righteous and demonic path Gu masters were dumbfounded. What is happening? Immortals, are they immortals? Such powerful auras, they are the legendary Gu immortals. To think that I would be able to witness it in my lifetime. So many immortals, is this a scheme of the righteous, demonic, path? The Gu masters of both sides fell into chaos, their respective camps were filled with commotion. It is useless. There is a forbidden zone here, you don't have the immortal aperture sealing method, how can you enter? Fang Yuan sneered in his mind. But on the surface he had a panicked expression, he acted like the people around him. At this crucial moment, Fang Yuan could not be careless. The forbidden zone could keep Gu immortals out, but it only targeted the immortal aperture, it did not affect immortal Gu. This meant that Gu immortals could attack Etion Mountain from afar. Who is it? Come out. You have the guts to take our things but don't have the guts to admit it? The Gu immortals were flustered and exasperated, their shouts were like thunder that resounded in the world. Even Etion Mountain was shaking from these shouts, not to mention the mortal Gu masters. Including the rank 5 Gu masters, many of them had pale expressions and were shivering. Fang Yuan's disguise did not reveal any flaws. After getting rid of the other battle wills, he immediately led the battle will army and started to take over graceful chaotic duel stage. This process needed some time. However, Fang Yuan was not worried that the southern border Gu immortals would attack without saying a word. 4 righteous path Gu immortals, they had to protect their reputation and would not commit such a massacre. Among the demonic path Gu immortals, some placed their immortal Gu on their pawns, like how Shao clan's ancestor left immortal Gu on Shao Shan. Immortal Gu were very fragile, even a child could crush Fang Yuan's spring autumn cicada. If they disregarded everything and attacked Etion Mountain, these immortal Gu would be destroyed. As for lone immortals like old man Wuxia, his beloved disciple Lu Xuanfeng was trapped on Etion Mountain, how could he easily make a move? More and more Gu worms fell into Fang Yuan's hands. The secret of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage was revealed in Fang Yuan's mind. So this immortal Gu house is a time path immortal Gu house, it can use the power of time path to seal any attacks from the outside world and then use it. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, what an ingenious idea. Chapter 1009. The specific reason could no longer be verified. All in all, the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic duel stage had suppressed the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie for so many years, the two had reached a delicate balance. The immortal Gu house was almost ownerless, it was filled with pure battle will. Right now, Fang Yuan had completely turned his battle will into his own, and even pushed out the other southern border Gu immortals. Since rebirth, he had planned for a long time, and his wish had finally been fulfilled. Fang Yuan was filled with joy. But at the same time he could not help but feel nervous. Faster, faster. Fang Yuan urged himself inwardly. Even though the battle will was his, he still needed some time to take over the immortal Gu house. At this time Fang Yuan was at his weakest. If any of the southern border Gu immortals took things too hard and directly attacked Etion Mountain, Fang Yuan would have no choice but to resist and be exposed. The southern border Gu immortals were flustered and exasperated, anger and hatred filled their hearts. If they really found Fang Yuan, they would definitely attack together and tear Fang Yuan into pieces, turning him into bone paste. Their feelings were completely understandable. After all these months, these Gu immortals had put in all their effort to fight for first place, they had used all sorts of methods to seize the immortal Gu house. But in the end, the hope in their hearts crumbled. The immortal Gu house that they yearned for day and night had already become someone else's. If Fang Yuan followed the rules of the bet and defeated the immortals step by step, the immortals would have time to accept this fact. But Fang Yuan was sneakily ignoring them, leaving them at the side. This act of seizing the immortal Gu house, in the eyes of the southern border Gu immortals, was no different from robbery. It was extremely treacherous and shameless. What did their efforts count for? It was completely useless. Even though the southern border Gu immortals did not attack, they used all sorts of investigative methods. In just a short while, Fang Yuan felt dozens of ripples sweeping past his body. He was naturally even more nervous, his muscles and tendons were twitching uncontrollably, his hair was standing on end. Even though he had the immortal killer move familiar face. But it was only an improved version. Even if it was the original version, it could not guarantee that Gu immortals would be able to decipher it. Fang Yuan was very confident in deceiving rank 7 and rank 6 Gu immortals. But in terms of deceiving a rank 8 Gu immortal, he was not very confident. Time ticked by. It flashed across Fang Yuan's mind. In Fang Yuan's mind, all kinds of thoughts were surging like a tidal wave. As the immortal Gu house was gradually taken over by Fang Yuan, the internal structure of graceful chaotic dual stage was clearly displayed in Fang Yuan's mind. Fang Yuan made use of his time, trying his best to identify these immortal Gu and mortal Gu. Wisdom Path Grandmaster attainment was a huge help to him at this crucial moment. Using these immortal Gu and mortal Gu, Fang Yuan deduced all sorts of aspects of the immortal Gu house. Thus, Fang Yuan had a deep understanding of the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage. In a very short period of time, he had grown from nothing to something, advancing by leaps and bounds. I did it. Fang Yuan's eyes lit up. At this moment he had finally succeeded, completely taking over the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage. This immortal Gu house had completely become his. Fang Yuan could move this immortal Gu house with just a thought. Bam. Right at this time the ward's door was kicked and smashed. Xiao Shan, Lu Zuanfeng and the other rank 5 Gu immortals led a large group of people. They charged in with a fierce aura. This, and that, they are all suspicious characters. Kill them all. Xiao Shan was filled with killing intent, he pointed at the 3 beds and shouted. It turned out that the southern border Gu immortals were not only frantically investigating, they had also sent their own pawns to the camps of the righteous and demonic sides. They launched a bloody purge. Anyone who was suspected by the Gu immortals would be killed, so as to provoke the mastermind Fang Yuan, who deserved to be cut into pieces. The southern border Gu immortals were anxious. Even if their identities were exposed, they could not care less about the truth of the Battle of Etian Mountain. Although they did not see through my familiar face, I am still suspected? Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. Among the 3 suspects that Xiao Shan had pointed out, Fang Yuan was one of them. Looking at the rank 5 Gu master Sun Pang who charging towards him with a sinister smile, Fang Yuan's heart was calm, he was not nervous at all. Of course on the surface Fang Yuan still showed a confused and angry expression, shouting, "What are you doing? I am not a spy of the righteous path. I don't care if you are or not." Sun Pang who shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan and kicking Fang Yuan's chest. Fang Yuan's chest immediately caved in, his heart ruptured and large amounts of blood gushed out. Fang Yuan gave a miserable cry, raising his hand to counterattack. But he was sent flying by Sun Pang whose punch. Bam! Fang Yuan's corpse crashed into the wall and slid down, collapsing on the ground, his eyes were wide open as he died on the spot. Let's go to the next area. After dealing with this, Xiao Shan waved his hand and led everyone away in an imposing manner. What was left were the panicking wounded and the corpses of 3 unlucky people. Fang Yuan naturally did not die. This was only a disguise. The disguise of familiar face, although limited to a human form, could easily show the appearance of death. Fang Yuan still needed some time. Taking over the immortal Gu house graceful chaotic dual stage was not enough. There was still one more thing for Fang Yuan to deal with. That was to suppress the great strength true martial immortal zombie. There was still a lot of immortal essence left in graceful chaotic dual stage. Fang Yuan activated the immortal Gu house and combined with his battle will, forming a grand force that attacked the great strength true martial immortal zombie. The slumbering rank 8 immortal zombie suddenly opened its eyes and resisted intensely. Fang Yuan snorted in his heart, it is not so easy after all. He was not surprised. Because in his previous life, this rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie had taken the initiative to come out. The great strength true martial immortal zombie's reaction was also one of the scenarios that Fang Yuan had deduced. The Strength Path 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie was something that Fang Yuan had to obtain. Fang Yuan would not let it go so easily. He had prepared many methods to deal with this situation. But just as he was about to make a move, tribulation clouds rumbled in the sky. The ground also started to shake. The southern border Gu immortals were uncertain. They shouted, "What is going on? This seems to be the sign of a heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. Why would a calamity and tribulation descend for no reason? Is someone undergoing tribulation again? Who cares who is undergoing tribulation? What I am most concerned about now is to find that thief who stole the immortal Gu house." Fang Yuan was also very surprised. "It is not time yet, how could it be early? Oh no, the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity has already descended. Is Shadow Sect still far away?" Fang Yuan knew that the situation was bad. He could not help but hesitate. The calamity and tribulation started early. Is it the influence of my rebirth? Shadow Sect is mysterious and powerful. Should I retreat? Actually, at this time, giving up on the great strength true martial immortal zombie was not a bad idea. After all, in this world there was not only the great strength true martial immortal zombie here, there was also He Lulan. Even if He Lulan and Fang Yuan had signed an alliance agreement. But as long as the alliance agreement's time limit was up, or information path methods were used to break the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan could deal with He Lulan. In the past, Fang Yuan did not have the strength to deal with He Lulan. Because He Lulan had Fairy Li Shan and Blazing Heaven Demoness behind her. But now, Fang Yuan had the immortal Gu house. As long as he did not care about his immortal essence, he could suppress these 3 female Gu immortals, no matter if they were rank 7, rank 8 or even one of the 10 extreme physiques. With the immortal Gu house in hand, Fang Yuan was filled with confidence. However, it would be a pity if I give up. This is a rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. Even if she tries to harm He Lulan, that is in the future. Who can say for sure what will happen in the future? How can I guarantee that it will succeed? The alliance agreement was just signed. If I give up on this place and deal with He Lulan, I am afraid a long delay will lead to trouble. Just as he was hesitating, a change occurred in the sky. Old Man Inkstone appeared, leading the 10 extreme Gu immortals to form the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. The southern border Gu immortals were heavily surrounded. After a moment of shock, they became even more furious. A Gu immortal shouted, "Who are you? Are you the one who caused the immortal Gu house?" A rank 8 Gu immortal snorted coldly, "Cowards, show your true face if you dare. I want to see who dares to scheme against me in southern border." Old Man Inkstone looked at the deities of southern border and sneered in disdain. He then turned around and looked at Wuxia. "I have told you everything I need to tell you, remember it well." Wuxia blinked innocently, nodding, "Go and die, don't worry about me." He had only been born for 12 hours and his cultivation level had reached rank 6, becoming a Gu immortal. But towards the world and the concept of life and death, he was still very ignorant. Old Man Inkstone shook his head helplessly. His original intention was naturally not to create such a helper. It is a pity that my human path attainment cannot compare to Renzu. Renzu's 10 extreme physiques can live forever. The pure dream reality seeker physique I created can only live for 18 hours. Even though I have gotten rid of the weakness of the soul hibernating, the memories in the soul will still be gradually erased by the dream path Tao marks. This way, even if he forcefully imparted knowledge to Wuxia, it would be useless. The more he imparted, the faster he would forget them. Only by letting him remember them would there be a slight effect. Old Man Inkstone concealed the regret in his heart. "I will go now, but before I die, I will make a divination for you. Be careful of your own people." Old Man Inkstone said his final words as his body turned into a cloud of sand, dissipating in the wind. Along with his soul, many Shadow Sect Gu immortals sacrificed themselves, sending their souls into the formation. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had been greatly perfected under the heroic sacrifices of many Gu immortals, reaching 90% completion. Southern Borders Gu immortals had already tried to break this formation. Now that it was 90% complete, these southern border Gu immortals were shocked and shocked. Above their heads, the 1,000-pearl light tribulation descended from the sky. Southern Borders Gu immortals temporarily gave up on breaking out. They turned to deal with the incoming tribulation. To be continued. Chapter 10:10. Shadow Sect also came earlier? Fang Yuan looked at the sky, speechless. Although he wanted to act earlier, after putting it into practice, he realized that the plan was perfect, but the reality made him helpless. In his previous life, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals only appeared after the southern border Gu Immortals resisted several waves of calamities and tribulations. But in this life, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals also set up the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation ahead of time. Since this formation was formed, Fang Yuan was no longer in a hurry to retreat. The reason was simple. The worst situation had already occurred. Like in his previous life, Fang Yuan's fixed Immortal Travel Immortal Gu was also ineffective in this formation. A 90% complete 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation, even the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage would have to spend a lot of effort to break out. Fang Yuan had resolved many battlefield killer moves, especially in Eastern Sea's Yulu Blessed Land. He had broken many of them. But the battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land were exquisite, but without anyone controlling them they were inanimate objects. Even if someone was controlling them, their strongest state could not compare to even 1% of this 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. Fang Yuan was not a Formation Path Gu Immortal, nor was he proficient in Formation Path, but he still had this level of insight. If he went out now he would definitely become the target of everyone. The southern border Gu Immortals would not let Fang Yuan off, and the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals would not let the Immortal Gu House be taken away by Fang Yuan. Suppress the Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie, then look for an opportunity to use the Immortal Gu House to forcefully break out. Fang Yuan placed most of his attention on the Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. The sudden appearance of the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals helped Fang Yuan to a certain extent. If not for their appearance, the southern border Gu Immortals would have placed their attention on Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's mental and physical pressure eased, he had more energy to deal with the Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie. What shocked Fang Yuan was that this immortal zombie still had a lot of strength left. Facing Fang Yuan's relentless attacks, he activated his Immortal Gu and roused his battle intent. The resistance was extremely firm and intense. For a moment, Fang Yuan was actually at a loss for words. This immortal zombie is very astute. Earlier he used battle will to refine the Immortal Gu House. The result was a failure. Perhaps due to exhaustion he fell into a deep sleep. He was accumulating power in his slumber, probably hoping to awaken one day and make use of his previous accumulations. Fang Yuan guessed. He couldn't help but admire his opponent. If it was a Strength Path Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie, it would not have this method. But this immortal zombie was very different. He had such great talent in Strength Path, but he actually abandoned it and cultivated Wisdom Path. No one knew what he was thinking. But Fang Yuan was clear that it was his Wisdom Path methods that allowed him to forcefully create a loophole in this situation where he was bound to lose. Maybe this immortal zombie woke up. He had woken up and fallen asleep many times. That was how he managed to accumulate so much fighting spirit. But in his slumber the Immortal Gu House purified his fighting spirit. If not for Fang Yuan's interference, according to this development, this immortal zombie would definitely be able to escape. Not only could he escape, he could even obtain Graceful Chaotic Duel stage. Unfortunately his plan had failed. Fang Yuan had gotten it first. While Fang Yuan was dealing with this Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie, the situation on Etian Mountain was also developing rapidly. Thousand Pearl Light Tribulation, Profound Dark Flying Frost, Desolate Beast Calamity, Dragon Roar Tribulation, For Blazing Clouds Tribulation, Snow War Tribulation Lightning. A series of calamities and tribulations. Just like in his previous life they were getting more and more terrifying. Southern Borders Gu Immortals suffered heavy losses. It was not that they did not try to break out. But how could they break out of the 90% complete 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation? Just like in his previous life. They thought Wuxia was the greatest weakness, but in the end they were hit by Lead Soul into Dream Immortal Killer move and had to return in defeat. Afterwards, they placed their hopes on the calamities and tribulations, hoping that they could destroy the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation. But Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals took the initiative to attack. As time passed, under the Immortal Gu House Graceful Chaotic Duel stage, the Great Strength True Martial Immortal Zombie's resistance became weaker and weaker. When Fang Yuan gradually saw hope, the southern border Gu Immortals were already in complete despair. Almost all of them were dead. If they were not killed by the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie battle formation, they were drowned by the terrifying calamities and tribulations. Only 2 rank 8s were left. They were heavily injured and were running around like headless flies in the gaps between the calamities and Shadow Sect's attacks, struggling at death's door. At this point, Fang Yuan was also helpless. It was not that he did not try to help these southern border Gu Immortals. He had not completely suppressed the great strength true martial immortal zombie yet. He naturally hoped these southern border Gu immortals could stall for some time. Not long ago he had secretly transmitted to these Gu immortals, trying to inform them of Wuxia's power. But the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had already covered the surrounding 10,000 li of Etion mountain. Not only did it restrict space, it also muted sound. Fang Yuan could not think of a way. Fang Yuan also tried other methods but they all failed. After a few attempts, Fang Yuan wisely gave up, focusing his attention on the great strength true martial immortal zombie again. At the same time, at a higher place in the sky, there was a tall and pure white tower floating quietly. Immortal Gu House, Heaven Overseeing Tower, Tower Lord, the southern border Gu immortals are almost all dead. Should we make a move? Bai Qintian asked. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord held his walking stick. Using Heaven Overseeing Tower, his gaze penetrated the battlefield below and reflected in his mind. Such a powerful formation. This formation looks like an ancient battle formation, but it is actually set up using the Dao marks of the 10 extreme physiques. It uses humans as the formation, but its essence is a battlefield killer move. But this formation has a weakness, it lacks the final strength path 10 extreme immortal zombie. If the 10 extremes gather, it will be troublesome. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord evaluated. No wonder these people from Shadow Sect are trying all sorts of methods to obtain that great strength true martial immortal zombie below the mountain. Lian Jiuxing realized at once. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stroked his beard. It is not easy to obtain the great strength true martial immortal zombie. We need to get past the obstacle of graceful chaotic duel stage. Let's not rush to make a move. Bo Qing and the rest have not appeared yet. We have 13 Gu immortals and 1 immortal Gu house Heaven Overseeing Tower. But we have to travel through the 5 regional walls in White Heaven. Our conditions are not complete yet. The other party has yet to make a move, let them be busy for a while. Even though the southern border Gu immortals are exterminated, aren't there still heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities? That person did not stay down there and wanted to come out, he has angered Providence. This grand calamity and earthly calamity will be even more terrifying towards the end. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. This was different from his previous life. In his previous life he saw the great strength true martial immortal zombie appear, he had no choice but to kill it quickly. But in this life, the great strength true martial immortal zombie was suppressed by Fang Yuan and could not move, it did not appear. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not in a hurry to make a move. Even though he had 12 companions with him, they were all like-minded people with rank 8 cultivation level. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord did not dare to be rash. Celestial Court is not making a move yet. Far away, Bo Qing looked at the sky with a solemn expression. In his previous life he was forced into a corner and could not attack Heavenly Lotus Sect, he could only attack Combat Immortal Sect, but Shadow Sect's arrangements were all useless. But in this life there was a difference. Envoy Blue 7-star Child Immortal Zombie was not dead. Together with him Yumu Chun and Song Zixing, they formed an immortal killer move, allowing Bo Qing to quickly appear in Heavenly Lotus Sect. Attacking this sect was also Shadow Sect's plan. Bo Qing and the rest stalled for some time before retreating. But Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not easy to fool. He felt uneasy. Once he returned to Celestial Court, he used Heaven Overseeing Tower to make deductions. He also deduced the crucial location of Etion Mountain. He quickly gathered Gu immortals and even brought out Heaven Overseeing Tower, rushing here without stopping. Since he is not making a move, we will go first. Song Zixing's voice came through an information path Gu worm. Bo Qing nodded, let me go first. At the next moment, bright light soared to the sky, a huge immortal Gu house appeared in everyone's vision. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was surprised. This immortal Gu house was hidden in the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. He did not know what method it used, he had not detected it earlier. Under everyone's gazes, the immortal Gu house flew to the sky and crashed towards Etion Mountain. Fang Yuan's expression was ashen, his eyes were shining with a cold light. Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City. He gritted his teeth, to think that at the crucial moment Sacred Feather City, which originally belonged to the Featherman Gu Immortals, would appear here. The moment this city appeared, Fang Yuan felt uneasy. Now that he saw this huge immortal Gu house pouncing towards him, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He was extremely unwilling, he was about to succeed, he only needed a bit more effort. The rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie was already in danger. He could not hold on for much longer. But now he had to stop. Sacred Feather City directly crashed towards him. Fang Yuan had to activate Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage to resist it. If the Immortal Goo House was not activated, its battle strength could not be displayed. The degree of activation was different, the amount of immortal essence expended, and the battle strength was also different. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower, a rank 9 Immortal Goo House, would be sliced off by Bo Qing's Sword Light before it was fully activated. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage rise? Fang Yuan shouted in his mind. He stopped disguising himself and showed his true body. Etion Mountain instantly collapsed. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage was like a crimson meteor, flying towards the sky. It was also a space path goo worm. It burst out with an intense formless force. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan was sucked into Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. At this moment, Fang Yuan was officially in control of Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. A mere Sacred Feather City. Fang Yuan snorted inwardly. He waved his hand and a cloud of rank 9 yellow apricot immortal essence flew out. Rank 9 immortal essence from Giant Sun Immortal? This was not just for show. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage was originally covered in crimson light. After the yellow apricot immortal essence was expended, this crimson light was like a volcano erupting, shooting out 50 to 60 feet. What? Bo Qing, who was controlling Sacred Feather City, cried out in shock. With an earth-shattering explosion, Sacred Feather City was sent flying by Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. Large numbers of city wall bricks fell down, turning into goo worm corpses in the air, scattering with the wind. Without any suspense, Fang Yuan defeated Bo Qing in one move. Chapter 10-11. Fang Yuan repelled Sacred Feather City. He naturally did not know that immortal zombie Bo Qing was controlling it. Using this chance, Fang Yuan maneuvered Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, making a turn in the air before crashing down on Etion Mountain. Along the way, calamities and tribulations rained down on Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, creating loud noises. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage's defense was enough to withstand the calamities and tribulations. It charged down without a care. Right now, Etion Mountain had already collapsed, turning into ruins. The demonic path goo masters on Etion Mountain naturally suffered heavy casualties. As far as the eye could see, it was a tragic sight to behold, and it was a scene of misery. Fang Yuan glanced at them, not looking at these ant-like mortals anymore. His eyes shined with a cold light. The situation was already like this, he could not let it go. He had failed to suppress it earlier, but Fang Yuan still had a chance. Great strength true martial immortal zombie, you are mine. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage was about to charge down, when suddenly, a second immortal goo house blocked Fang Yuan's path. This immortal goo house was black in color, emitting a metallic luster. Its appearance was also that of a castle. But it was not a glorious sacred city like Sacred Feather City, it was a battle fortress made of steel. For example, if Sacred Feather City was an elegant royal noble young master, then this immortal goo house was an iron-blooded general in heavy armor. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a sharp light. He gritted his teeth and charged forward. He had to make full use of every second. The more time he had for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie, the more he could recover to his peak state. Boom. With a deafening sound, the two immortal goo houses collided fiercely. A majestic wave of chi suddenly exploded. It swept in all directions. As the air wave spread, mountain rocks were shaken. The corpses of goo masters were mixed in. The two immortal goo houses fell into a deadlock. Despite Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage's momentum, this Iron Fortress immortal goo house was barely able to resist it. Both sides were competing. The Iron Fortress immortal goo house was slowly retreating. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage was losing strength. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage is a rank 7 immortal goo house. This one is likely also rank 7 and is specialized in defense. Fang Yuan had a flash of realization. He sighed, knowing that the golden opportunity was fleeting. Although he tried his best to grasp it, he was unable to do so due to the enemy's obstruction. This period of time was enough for the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie to break free from Fang Yuan's suppression and recover. Fang Yuan's attempt failed. He immediately decided to retreat and leave this troublesome place. Turning around, the Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage soared into the sky. Fang Yuan did not fly directly into the sky. Instead, he fiercely crashed towards the southeast. The third and fourth immortal goo houses appeared one after another. These two immortal goo houses were small, one was covered in bloodlight and was shaped like a war chariot, while the other was filled with eerie energy and had gray tiles and white walls. 4 immortal goo houses surrounded Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage. Fang Yuan charged left and right. Obstructed by the 4 immortal goo houses, he could not use his full strength and could not charge out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. Inside graceful chaotic duel stage, Fang Yuan's expression was grim. He had not expected this. Shadow Sect actually made such a huge move. An immortal goo house was already a rare item. Shadow Sect actually took out 4 immortal goo houses at once, not sparing any price. What was Shadow Sect trying to do? Although the situation was disadvantageous to him, Fang Yuan was still as calm as ice. The enemy was extremely strong. But the situation had not reached despair yet, because one side had not made a move yet. Fang Yuan looked up at the sky from time to time. He was waiting. Since Shadow Sect made their move in advance, would the Celestial Court not be able to deduce it? Even if they did not, according to this time, it should have arrived. When the Celestial Court's goo immortals make a move, the situation would become chaotic, and Fang Yuan would have a chance to take advantage of it. But why are the Celestial Court's goo immortals still not making a move? Fang Yuan's thoughts changed, and he took the initiative to suppress graceful chaotic duel stage's power. The immortal goo house that was erupting with red light was like a strong and vigorous man, gradually turning into a withered old man. At once the situation changed. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage was suppressed by the 4 immortal goo houses. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the dazzling white light in Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's eyes gradually faded. He had just used Heaven Overseeing Tower to make a deduction, and it had just ended. There was a cold smile at the corner of his lips. The one controlling the graceful chaotic duel stage is an otherworldly demon. Surname Guyue, name Fang Yuan. The destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land and the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower was actually done by this person. This person seems to have an unclear relationship with Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Red Lotus Demon Venerable. Don't look at how he is being suppressed now, he is just putting on an act to lure us into making a move. Then it seems that this Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect are friends or foes. Is their intense battle just a show? Lian Jiuxing asked in confusion. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord waved his hand. I am not interested in the relationship between Fang Yuan and the Shadow Sect. It is not important at all. Since he wants to lure us into making a move, then let us make a move. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation below is the crux of the enemy's plan. I have already deduced that they have already obtained the final crucial immortal zombie. Everyone, follow me to activate Heaven Overseeing Tower and destroy the formation. We will foil the enemy's scheme. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's call was filled with battle intent. The Celestial Court's goo immortals beside him had solemn expressions as they moved together. A pillar of light burst out, directly attacking the 10 extreme formation. I had wanted to use Fang Yuan to numb the Celestial Court's goo immortals and stall for time. It seems that this shallow scheme cannot deceive the Celestial Court's goo immortals. Let's move. Envoy Blue 7-star Child Immortal Zombie, ordered after observing the situation of the Shadow Sect. Good, the Celestial Court is finally making a move. Fang Yuan was just about to be happy when he saw 3 immortal goo houses appear. A pavilion with red bricks and green tiles. A pavilion with white light fluttering in the wind. An altar with golden light flickering in the wind. The 3 immortal goo houses worked together to block Heaven Overseeing Tower's attack. Fang Yuan did not know what to say. Since when were immortal goo houses so worthless? They were moving out one by one. What were they trying to do? The bad feeling in Fang Yuan's heart intensified. He had thought. The Battle of Yitian Mountain was a deep pond. But he did not expect. This was actually an ocean. The waters here were too deep. In the 500 years of his previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a battle of this scale could only be counted on one hand. Good. Sacred Feather City, Indestructible Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot, Nightmare Castle, Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, Golden Altar. 7 immortal goo houses were forced out by my attack. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's voice resounded from within Heaven Overseeing Tower. He revealed the names of the Shadow Sect's immortal goo houses one by one. His voice was like thunder that resounded in the surrounding tens of thousands of li. Now, I will show you the true power of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord roared, shaking the heavens. Rank 9 Immortal Goo House Heaven Overseeing Tower. Activated at full force. Without any warning. The sky turned white. The world turned white. Even Fang Yuan, who was inside graceful chaotic dual stage, could only see white at this moment. It was all light. White light. It filled the world, the earth, all directions, the universe and the sky. This light seemed harmless. Fang Yuan did not even feel a trace of danger. What kind of attack is this? When the white light dissipated, Fang Yuan came back to his senses. He took a look. His whole body shook. In the sky, the broken walls of the immortal goo houses were falling down. These broken bricks and tiles gradually turned into countless goo worms as they fell. Not a single goo worm survived. The corpses of these goo worms. They floated in the wind and scattered everywhere. The most peculiar thing was, from the outside. These dead goo worms had no injuries, but they did not have any aura. The 3 immortal goo houses closest to Heaven Overseeing Tower. Green Wave Pavilion, Weaving Cocoon Pavilion, and Golden Altar had already collapsed. As for the remaining immortal goo houses, they were all heavily injured. But overall, Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic dual stage suffered the least damage. Did the Celestial Court purposely stop attacking me? A thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind before he denied it. Otherworldly demon. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord took a look at graceful chaotic dual stage before turning his gaze to the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. That attack earlier was a peerless attack formed from the activation of Fate Immortal Goo. This was an attack that contained the power of Fate. Fate. If it was not fated, it could not be obtained no matter how hard you tried. Don't beg for it. If Fate wants you to lose, you have to lose. This was an attack that could not be blocked. Originally, it could have broken the 10 extreme formation, but the 3 immortal goo houses disregarded their own sacrifices and endured the attack. In contrast, Wuxia had already flown out of the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation. His original position was taken by the rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie. After being suppressed for so many years, such a huge commotion came out the moment I escaped. Ah, I like it. This rank 8 great strength true martial immortal zombie raised his head and laughed. Suddenly, he pointed at Heaven Overseeing Tower in the sky, shouting, "Little bastards of the Celestial Court, come. Come and entertain me with my rebirth." The 100% complete 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was completely activated. Dark clouds appeared, covering the entire battlefield and spreading out rapidly, as if there was no end to them. The 10 extreme immortal zombies were hidden in the dark clouds and fog, vanishing without a trace. Countless immortal apertures were drawn out by the mystical power of the formation like specks of starlight. These immortal apertures were left behind by the southern border goo immortals after they died. The immortal apertures went deep into the dark clouds and gathered together. Countless goo worms, both immortal goo and mortal goo, flew around in the dark clouds. At this point, Fang Yuan finally realized something. So this 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation's true essence is a refinement path formation. What is Shadow Sect trying to refine? They are actually using the immortal apertures of southern border goo immortals as goo materials. This method was simply unheard of. The high and mighty goo immortals were now ants, casually executed and used to refine goo. Even Fang Yuan, with his previous life's 500 years of experience, had never seen such a scene. Shadow Sect was a mysterious organization, hidden in the back of history. Its true objective, the plan that had been plotting for countless years, was finally revealed at this moment. Chapter 10-12. You actually activated this formation right under our noses. Even if you were once invincible in the world, you are already dead now. So be it if you do not care about us. Such a heaven-defying action, Providence is clear, how can we let you succeed? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord roared, once again combining the strength of the Celestial Court's immortals, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack. Hold on. The Shadow Sect immortals, who had expected this, activated their immortal goo houses and charged into the sky. The world turned white. An attack from fate could not be defended. After regaining his senses, Fang Yuan coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face turning purple and gold. Even though he was an otherworldly demon, he was still restricted by this world. The injuries he suffered were only slightly less than others. Looking again, Fang Yuan found that unbreakable Iron Fortress, Blood River Chariot and Nightmare Castle, these 3 immortal goo houses, had completely broken apart, turning into fragments that fell from the sky. Fang Yuan's graceful chaotic duel stage, even though it was inside the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation, also suffered heavy damage. Over 1,000 mortal goo died, 2 immortal goo were heavily injured and on the verge of death, they could not be used anymore. 3 of the 7 stage corners were also destroyed. But Fang Yuan was cheering in his heart. He hoped that Celestial Court's side would continue to exert their strength and break this 10 extreme formation. Once there was a gap he could escape. The situation was becoming clearer. Evidently, Celestial Court's goo immortals were here to target Shadow Sect. If Fang Yuan escaped now, Celestial Court's goo immortals might not be able to make a move. Under Fang Yuan's anticipation, Heaven Overseeing Tower, which was floating in the sky, once again shone with white light. The light became thicker and thicker. When it reached its limit, it would erupt with Fate's attack again. By then, the 10 extreme formation would be broken without a doubt. A gust of wind blew as Sacred Feather City charged towards Fang Yuan. You are not going to deal with Celestial Court's goo immortals, but instead come to deal with me. Fang Yuan sneered but did not fight the other party head-on. He craftily controlled graceful chaotic duel stage, dodging all around, waiting for the Celestial Court's goo immortals to attack again. Suddenly, Heaven Overseeing Tower shook violently. All of a sudden, the accumulated white halo exploded and completely disappeared. Heaven Overseeing Tower's body was covered in wounds. The Celestial Court goo immortals inside the tower. They even vomited blood, suffering from the backlash. Within Sacred Feather City, 7-star child immortal zombie's voice resounded, "Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, you fell for our trap." At this moment in Sacred Feather City, there were more than 10 Shadow Sect goo immortals, led by 7-star child immortal zombie, Boqing immortal zombie, and Wuxia. Even though the other 6 immortal goo houses were destroyed, Shadow Sect's goo immortals used some space path methods to escape. They gathered in the final immortal goo house, Sacred Feather City. After all, they had the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation and the Shadow Sect had been planning for a long time. They had the geographical advantage, so it was not surprising that they could achieve this. How can this be? Fang Yuan was bewildered at this sight. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the Celestial Court goo immortals reacted one after another. Heaven Overseeing Tower is a rank 9 immortal goo house. How could it be so heavily damaged? Earlier, Shadow Sect did not make a move. Heaven Overseeing Tower itself had a problem. There is a traitor in our Celestial Court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was grim. He stared at Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng. After Sword Immortal Boqing awakened, his sword light rampaged in Central Continent, cutting Heaven Overseeing Tower. To prevent the sword chi from corroding more goo worms and causing greater damage, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord repaired Heaven Overseeing Tower with Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord himself had no problem, but the person who had the problem. It was definitely Bai Chen Tian and Lian Jiusheng. After getting Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's reminder, the other Celestial Court goo immortals reacted in time. They pulled away from the 2 suspects and surrounded them. Wait, how can I be a traitor of Shadow Sect? Bai Chen Tian was furious. He tried to explain, to join Celestial Court we need to go through layers of tests and tests. Celestial Court has been established for 3 million years, when has there ever been a traitor? This might be a method of Shadow Sect. The most urgent matter now is to destroy this refinement path formation. We need to hurry and destroy this refinement path formation. We cannot fall for Shadow Sect's delaying plot. Bai Chen Tian had a sincere expression. He could not conceal his anxiety. Ha! Lian Jiusheng suddenly laughed out loud. His eyes darkened as he scanned the surroundings. His tone was frigid as he said, "It's precisely because it was created 3 million years ago that even the strictest tests and tests are outdated. How hard is it to infiltrate Celestial Court?" Lian Jiusheng, you! Bai Chen Tian shouted, taking a step back in shock. So Lian Jiusheng is a traitor. Are you Lian Jiusheng or him? The Celestial Court goo immortals felt like they were facing a great enemy, but no one acted rashly. In this world there has never been a Lian Jiusheng. Even if you want to stop me from being a rank 9 immortal goo house, you will have to get past me first. Saying this, Lian Jiusheng died. A gust of fresh green wind blew out from his body. Winds of assimilation. After his identity was exposed, Lian Jiusheng actually committed suicide and destroyed his immortal aperture, forming the winds of assimilation. Such a heroic act, just like Qin Baisheng. The winds of assimilation could assimilate everything. It was no small matter. But thankfully this was the interior of the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower. The winds of assimilation had not formed yet. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord and the rest were flustered as they suppressed the winds of assimilation. But Lian Jiusheng's death was not as simple as this winds of assimilation. Since there was an enemy traitor in Celestial Court, was it just Lian Jiusheng? Was there someone else? The United Celestial Court Gu Immortals were now facing a crisis of trust. Celestial Court's inspection methods have not been improved for many years. With that person's methods, it is not impossible to sneak into Celestial Court. A Celestial Court Gu Immortal said solemnly. Is Heaven Overseeing Tower heavily damaged? More people were concerned about this question. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shook his head. 40% of Heaven Overseeing Tower has already been destroyed. The previous attack cannot be used again. If we use it forcefully, Heaven Overseeing Tower will collapse first. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said this and heaved a long sigh. If not for Fate Gu's incomplete state, Shadow Sect would not have succeeded in this. Needless to say, this traitor planted by Shadow Sect was truly amazing. Lian Jiusheng had concealed himself for 1,000 years. Nobody suspected him. Once he took action, he temporarily erased Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest method. Of course, Shadow Sect still made use of Red Lotus Demon Venerable's battle results. If Fate Immortal Gu was intact, Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack could be unleashed at will. There would be no backlash. Everyone, the traitor has been exposed. Why are you still surrounding me? Bai Qin Tian said impatiently. The Immortals reacted at this point. They apologized and dispersed the encirclement. But the Celestial Court's Immortals did not let go of their wariness towards Bai Qin Tian. They even glanced at the other Gu Immortals with faint suspicion and wariness. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord saw this and was shocked. He quickly tried to maintain the situation. Everyone listen to me, don't be suspicious of the traitor. Lian Jiusheng was just exaggerating. If he could really continue to conceal himself, why would he expose himself? If Celestial Court had many traitors, they would have destroyed Heaven Overseeing Tower long ago. Why would they only do this? The Immortals were shaken, they reacted. So close, we almost fell for that person's provocation. Tower Lord is right. This is already Shadow Sect's limit. If Lian Jiusheng could really resist our Celestial Court's investigative method, why would he expose himself and use a suicidal attack? He had no confidence in it. This shows that our method is effective. Let's not think about how Lian Jiusheng infiltrated Celestial Court for now. The urgent matter now is the formation below. Right now, even though Heaven Overseeing Tower has lost its strongest attacker, we still have hope. As long as we cooperate sincerely, the power of a rank 9 Immortal Gu House can still destroy the enemy's scheme. The Immortals were all experienced people. After the discussion, they were united as one and their morale was high. Heaven Overseeing Tower was activated by the Immortals. It crashed down like a meteor. Shadow Sect did not block it. They opened a hole in the formation and let Heaven Overseeing Tower enter. Fang Yuan wanted to go out but was obstructed by Sacred Feather City. Thus, inside the formation, the 3 Immortal Gu houses fell into a chaotic battle. Even though rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower was heavily damaged, it was still the Overlord. It charged around with unstoppable momentum. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals used Sacred Feather City and the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation to barely contend with Heaven Overseeing Tower. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan controlled graceful chaotic duel stage, focusing on dodging from beginning to end. Compared to before, Fang Yuan's situation was much better. Because Shadow Sect and Celestial Court both suffered heavy losses. Because Fang Yuan was an otherworldly demon, he suffered the least losses among the 3. No rush, Shadow Sect and Celestial Court have irreconcilable conflicts. They will fight intensely in the future. When they weaken each other, that will be my chance. Right now, preserving our battle strength is the most important task. Fang Yuan thought. No need to be anxious. As long as we are inside this formation, the other party will need to focus their strength on Heaven Overseeing Tower. The longer we stall, the stronger the calamities and tribulations, the higher our chance of victory. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord looked at the situation and said to the Celestial Court Immortals. Stall. Inside Sacred Feather City, 7-star Child Immortal Zombie shouted. Yumu Chun added, that's right, we having Wuxia. The longer we stall, the stronger his cultivation level will be, the more powerful his Dream Path killer moves will be. Dream Path transcends this era, even Heaven Overseeing Tower cannot defend against it. Against Dream Path attacks, it is almost defenseless. You are talking about me. Wuxia stared with wide eyes, pointing at himself. Mu Chun nodded. Even Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord would not be able to calculate your true situation. The only worry is that the higher your cultivation level, the higher the level of lead soul into dream you can use. But this immortal killer move, the stronger it is, the more goo worms it requires, and the more complicated the activation process will be. You need to use it properly, you cannot make any mistakes. Wuxia took a deep breath and waved his hand nervously. Uncle, your entire body is covered in hair. Now that you mention it, I'm a little nervous. Coincidentally, Shadow Sect, Celestial Court and Fang Yuan's side all wanted to stall for time. But who will have the last laugh? Search the color, read the following chapters. Chapter 10-13. Bam bam bam. Bolts of lightning struck down incessantly. The previous wave of lightning had yet to dissipate when the next wave of lightning shot down. The entire sky was like a deep blue forest. Dark clouds filled the air in this forest that was completely formed by thunder and lightning. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation had already turned into a lump of dark clouds. There were no traces of the 10 extreme immortal zombies inside. Fang Yuan's plan to attack the formation core was also foiled. In this dark cloud, 3 meteor-like immortal goo houses revolved around each other, colliding from time to time or unleashing powerful attacks. Both sides were patiently waiting for their own opportunity to appear, to see whose tactic would succeed. The power of the calamities and tribulations continued to increase. The 10 extreme formation was gradually unable to hold on. The dark clouds were continuously bombarded by the tribulation lightning, and a lot of it was destroyed. But it had not weakened to the extent that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord wanted. Because of the 3 sides restraining each other, the opportunity that Fang Yuan was waiting for was still nowhere to be seen. Alright, I have rank 7 cultivation level now. Inside Sacred Feather City, Wuxia spoke happily. Good, deal with Fang Yuan first and seize graceful chaotic duel stage. 7-star child immediately replied. Wuxia nodded. Shadow Sect had specially designed this lead soul into dream path for him. They had also prepared a set of goo worms. Every level of cultivation would have a corresponding lead soul into dream. Why did they deal with Fang Yuan first and not the Celestial Court's goo immortals? Firstly, Fang Yuan only had rank 6 cultivation level, he was easier to deal with. Moreover, he had graceful chaotic duel stage. If they dealt with him and seized graceful chaotic duel stage, they would be able to fight Heaven Overseeing Tower. Secondly, the Celestial Court's goo immortals were also stalling for time. They did not exert much pressure on Shadow Sect. Shadow Sect's immortals gradually realized this and decided to make use of it. Thirdly, quickly deactivate the system that teaches you how to be a human. Wuxia was only rank 7, but this rank 7 lead soul into dream was not enough. Against rank 8 goo immortals it was still lacking. If the Celestial Court's goo immortals received the move in advance, they would have more time to understand this killer move, they would be able to break it more easily. Wuxia had a serious expression on his face as he slowly activated lead soul into dreams. Don't be nervous, take your time. You can do it, good luck. The Shadow Sect goo immortals were even more nervous than Wuxia himself. Rank 7. Dream Path Killer Move, lead soul into dream under the immortals' expectant gazes. Wuxia did not disappoint them, he successfully activated a Dream Path Killer Move. The power of soul lead into dreams was formless and incorporeal as it charged straight towards the graceful chaotic duel stage. Fang Yuan was caught off guard, he fell into a dream realm after getting hit. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable played the zither and played softly. The song is lonely, the hero is down and out, it is difficult to stop the road of misfortune. The broken sword sinks into the sand, the rise and fall of the ages. The endless heavenly river surged. Sorrow, the night is long and the soul is dreaming, where can I find peace? Providence is the only thing that changes the heart in the spring and autumn. Just like the previous 2 times. This time, Fang Yuan inexplicably received a new piece of information in his mind. The night is long and the soul is dreaming, where can I find peace? Spectral night is dreaming. So this is the true face of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's body and mind shook intensely. Strange. At the same time, in Sacred Feather City, Wuxia scratched his head, showing a strange expression. What is it, did it not succeed? The other immortals quickly asked. Wuxia's performance affected everyone's hearts. Wuxia shook his head. The other party has indeed fallen into a dream, but the effect of this immortal killer move. It seems to be different from what I expected. The Shadow Sect Gu Immortals relaxed. Wuxia, this is the first time you are using the rank 7 level lead soul into dream. It is normal that the actual result is different from what you expected. Since it succeeded, let's seize this opportunity and seize this immortal Gu house. Sacred Feather City suddenly moved, changing directions and directly charging towards graceful chaotic duel stage. At the same time, the dark clouds rumbled intensely. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation also cooperated with Sacred Feather City's movement. However, just as Sacred Feather City was about to collide with graceful chaotic duel stage, Wuxia suddenly opened his eyes wide, shouting, "Oh no!" He broke free. Lead soul into dream would have a miraculous effect on other Gu immortals. But against Fang Yuan it was not very effective. What? Because among the immortals present, only Fang Yuan's dream path attainment was second only to Wuxia. It was because he had reborn from his previous life 500 years ago, and had the ultimate immortal killer move, Unravel Dream. But this move was only rank 6, lead soul into dream was rank 7, a level higher. According to common sense, Fang Yuan should not be able to break free. But the dream he had fallen into was very strange. His heroic wife was about to counterattack. It seemed that because of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, the difficulty was very low. If Unravel Dream could not be used once, he would use it many times. In any case, Fang Yuan had a lot of Dream Path Mortal Gu, he could use them many times to form the killer move Unravel Dream. The action of collecting the Spring Dream fruits at this moment gave Fang Yuan a huge reward. But when Fang Yuan broke free from the dream, it was already too late. At the next moment, the Immortal Gu House, graceful chaotic duel stage, was sent flying. Fang Yuan could not stand steadily, he directly fell inside the Immortal Gu House. But he had already regained his senses, he quickly activated graceful chaotic duel stage to fly up, causing Sacred Feather City's suppression of the Immortal Gu House to fail. What's going on? How could he escape? This is lead soul into dream. The Shadow Sect Immortals shouted, many of them looked like they had seen a ghost. This situation was really unexpected. Wuxia scratched his head, saying anxiously, "Let me try again." Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Fang Yuan was hit again. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, star constellation Immortal Venerable looked at Fang Yuan. Her eyes were like pools of water, she had a faint and mysterious smile on her face. She stroked the zither with both hands. This time he did not recite a poem. The sound of the zither was ethereal and clear, beautiful and pleasant to listen to, but Fang Yuan had no time to enjoy it. He knew that he was in a dream again, so how could he dare to stay? He quickly used Unravel Dream several times to leave this dream realm. What's going on? Wuxia cried out within Sacred Feather City. Sacred Feather City had just approached the graceful chaotic duel stage when Fang Yuan had already woken up. He controlled the Immortal Gu House and escaped. Sacred Feather City's situation was much more serious than the graceful chaotic duel stages. In terms of speed, it was slightly weaker. One more time. 7-Star Child's face was gloomy. He had a guess in his heart. However, he did not give up so easily. And Wuxia hurriedly nodded and began to prepare again. Damn it, so troublesome. The other party's dream path attainment is ahead of us by a generation. Even if I am inside an Immortal Gu House, I cannot defend against it, it hits me every time. Fang Yuan's expression was not any better than 7-Star Child's. The times were always progressing. During the immemorial Antiquity Era, Olden Antiquity Era, and Remote Antiquity Era, the overall strength of the human Gu immortal world. Not stronger than now. Of course, rank 9 venerables were a special case, they were not counted. In Fang Yuan's previous life, dream realms emerged endlessly and dream path flourished. Many superforces Immortal Gu houses also added dream path Gu worms, they were quite effective in defending against dream path. But the graceful chaotic duel stage that Fang Yuan had now came from that mysterious Gu immortal of the past, it was even more ancient than now. It naturally could not defend against lead soul into dream. Immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Inside Sacred Feather City, Wuxia shouted, ethereal extreme path. How is it? The immortals' gazes were gathered on Wuxia's face. Wuxia nodded with certainty. He went in. Kill. Bo Qing shouted. Sacred Feather City approached graceful chaotic duel stage again. But graceful chaotic duel stage was extremely dangerous, it actually dodged again. What's going on? Didn't he go in? Why is his reaction faster than last time? 7-star child frowned. He went in. No, he came out again. Wuxia stammered. The immortals were speechless. Inside graceful chaotic duel stage. Old Bai, at the crucial moment we still need to rely on our own people. Fang Yuan had just escaped from the dream realm. He patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder. It turned out that at the previous moment, Fang Yuan knew that Shadow Sect would not let this go. They would definitely drag him into the dream realm again. Although he could escape from the dream realm, it would take some time. And during this period of time, graceful chaotic duel stage could not be controlled by anyone. This gave the other party a chance. Thus, Fang Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yunxing over to help him. The reason why graceful chaotic duel stage escaped earlier was because Tai Bai Yunxing was controlling it. The 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless had both space path and fixed immortal travel could not be used. But before Fang Yuan came, he had already placed Tai Bai Yunxing into his immortal aperture. As for He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan, they were hidden in Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. Fang Yuan, you really went too far this time. Tai Bai Yunxing controlled the immortal goo house as he clicked his tongue. Even though he had already observed the entire battle through Fang Yuan's eyes and ears, this involved Shadow Sect and Celestial Court, this old man was still shocked beyond words. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. The other party has dream path methods. They might try to deal with you. Call Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan out. At the next moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan appeared. The expressions on their faces were very complicated and most of them were shocked. Looking around, He Lulan said, Fang Yuan, you really know how to court death. Her tone carried faint admiration. Fairy Li Shan said, Oh Fang Yuan, you have dragged us into the fire pit this time. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, waving his hand as he said boldly, What are you afraid of? When two tigers fight, one is bound to be injured. With you guys helping me, the other party cannot do anything to me. With the protection of the immortal goo house, there might be a chance to reap some benefits. After this, you will all be rewarded. He Lulan nodded, not saying anything else. Her eyes flickered with bright light as she sized up graceful chaotic duel stage. Fairy Li Shan held her breath. Because of the new alliance agreement, her movements were restricted. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used Etion Mountain and graceful chaotic duel stage to deceive them into Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. But to think that the development had far surpassed Fairy Li Shan's imagination. Looking at the battle outside through the immortal goo house, this famous goo immortal who had made a name for herself in Northern Plains felt her heart pounding. Just like what Tai Bai Yunxing had said, Fang Yuan had gone too far this time. How could Fairy Li Shan's heart not pound? Chapter 10-14. Fairy Li Shan, can you immediately contact Blazing Heaven Demoness? Fang Yuan's gaze penetrated the immortal goo house as he looked at the battlefield, asking. With the current situation, the more reinforcements they had, the better. Blazing Heaven Demoness did not join the new alliance. This was probably the plan of He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan to guard against Fang Yuan. But at this moment, He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan were both trapped. Were they afraid that Blazing Heaven Demoness would not help them? Fairy Li Shan understood that she had fallen into Fang Yuan's trap again. She rolled her eyes at Fang Yuan and immediately tried. After a while, her face turned slightly pale as she shook her head and said, No, this 10-terminal formation is really powerful. You can even block my information path techniques. Fang Yuan nodded and did not speak. He thought to himself, it seems like I can only contact this strong reinforcement by breaking through the formation. Actually, even if Blazing Heaven Demoness arrived, Fang Yuan would not be at ease. He placed her inside the immortal goo house. If they were not placed inside the immortal goo house, it would be too dangerous outside, it would be unjustifiable. The Blazing Heaven Demoness did not think about it for now. With the reinforcements of He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and Fairy Li Shan, the Shadow Sect was unable to deal with Fang Yuan. And against Heaven Overseeing Tower, Wuxia with rank 7 cultivation level was not enough. During the stalemate, the heavenly tribulation gradually strengthened. The heavenly tribulations came one after another without any repetition. Suddenly, a golden light burst out from the sky, and a bright light burst forth. Pa-pa-pa-pa series of crisp sounds rang out. Tens of thousands of Vajra pearls suddenly fell from the sky. Grand Tribulation Shadow Sect's goo immortals were all moved. Ha-ha, this is the relic Vajra Tribulation. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower, a goo immortal from the Celestial Court stroked his beard and laughed. exposing this tribulation. This tribulation had already surpassed the scope of the 10 catastrophes. Calamities like the snow war tribulation lightning were only within the scope of heavenly calamities and earthly tribulations. As for this relic Vajra tribulation, it was a tribulation that was a level above the heavenly calamity and earthly calamity. After a Gu master becomes an immortal, they would be surrounded by calamities and tribulations. According to one's immortal aperture's time, calamities and tribulations would occur at certain intervals. Calamities and tribulations are interdependent. If they could not, the Gu immortal would die. If he could overcome it, his foundation would increase greatly, and his cultivation would rise. Among them, the rank 6 Gu immortals had green grape immortal essence. An earthly calamity every 10 years and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. After 300 years and 3 heavenly tribulations he reached rank 7. Rank 7 Gu immortals with red date immortal essence. An earthly calamity occurred every 10 years. A heavenly tribulation every 50 years. A catastrophe every 100 years. After 300 years he reached rank 8. As for rank 8 Gu immortals, their immortal apertures would condense white lychee immortal essence. A heavenly tribulation every 10 years and a great tribulation every 50 years. 10,000 tribulations in 100 years. After 3 myriad tribulations, he became an invincible rank 9 Gu immortal. Earthly calamity, heavenly tribulation, grand tribulation, myriad tribulation. The power of the calamities and tribulations increased from small to large. The earthly calamity and heavenly tribulation were already very difficult, and the grand tribulation was even more terrifying. Countless Gu immortals lost their lives because of this, their immortal light faded forever. This was something that Gu immortal experts would always remember. Constantly thinking about it, guarding against the difficulties of cultivation day and night. As for the 10,000 tribulations, there was a saying in the cultivation world. It was called beyond 10,000 tribulations. There was basically no Gu immortals who could pass them. Once they passed 1 myriad tribulation, it would be a supreme glory. Gu immortals would admire them. In the long history of humanity, there were only 10 people who had passed 3 myriad tribulations. They were the 10 venerables. Sword immortal Bo Qing had passed 2 myriad tribulations. He was favored by the Gu immortals of the 5 regions. He had a chance of becoming a sword path immortal venerable. During the 3rd attempt he failed once. He narrowly escaped death. When he tried again he died. The current old ancestor Xuehu of northern plains. He wanted to pass the first myriad tribulation by all means, thus he did not hesitate to pay any price. He refined fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu bitterly. As for heavenly lord Baizu and Yao Huang, they were still a distance away from the first myriad tribulation. Even though they were not young, they actually had time path methods to slow down their immortal apertures. Some Gu immortals feared heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. They could even pay a huge price to completely cut off the tributaries of the river of time in their immortal apertures. This way, the time in the immortal aperture would stop completely, the calamities and tribulations would not approach. But this way, the immortal aperture would not be able to produce immortal essence. If they did not pass calamities and tribulations, the Gu immortals' Dao marks would not increase greatly, their cultivation level would also stagnate. Furthermore, time path methods to slow down time had drawbacks. They could not stop the time in the immortal aperture for a long time, they had to pay a huge price. But in the current Gu immortal world, in order to prepare for tribulations, most Gu immortals would use time path methods to slow down the time in the immortal aperture. Even the experts among Gu immortals were no exception. This was because the higher the cultivation level, the stronger the calamities and tribulations they faced, they were even more dangerous. The rank 8 Gu immortals of Celestial Court were usually in deep sleep. This sleeping method was one of the best delaying methods in the world. For rank 8 Gu immortals, they would face a huge test of life and death every 50 years, this was a grand tribulation. Right now, the first grand tribulation was descending from the sky. Relic Vajra tribulation. Even though it was not targeted at them, the Celestial Court's Gu immortals were overjoyed, they could not help but show wariness. The Vajra pearl smashed into the dark clouds. The dense dark clouds immediately thinned at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon, the top layer of dark clouds melted like snow being splashed by boiling water. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's immortals had grim expressions, they frowned deeply. Amazing. The Celestial Court's Gu immortals smiled, they had also used the delaying tactic, it was finally effective now. We don't need to make a move, we might be able to defeat the other party. Ah. Bai Qin Tian laughed loudly. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord had a deep gaze. He spoke in a respectful tone as he sighed. Even though the other party was extremely strong for a time, how can he be stronger than this world? Humans should revere heaven and earth. Compared to heaven and earth, even a Gu immortal's ability is nothing. Even rank 9 Gu venerables, which one can obtain immortality. Revere heaven and earth, follow the will of providence, that is the path of cultivation. Facing the might of the Grand Tribulation, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was gradually unable to hold on. The cannot block formation was controlled by someone. It was naturally more flexible than those battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land. The dark clouds opened, letting the Vajra pearls enter the formation. Clap clap clap. The Vajra pearls hit the 3 immortal Gu houses inside the formation. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord snorted coldly. He knew that his side had fallen into the Shadow Sect's trap, so he made Heaven Overseeing Tower share the burden for the Shadow Sect. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was naturally unwilling. But there was nothing he could do. Inside the formation there was nothing he could do. He could only activate the Immortal Gu House to dodge. Heaven Overseeing Tower has Fate Immortal Gu, one of the main materials to refine fate. This was providence, and these calamities and tribulations were also the will of the heavens. Heaven Overseeing Tower monitored the world. It was to comply with providence and enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Therefore it was under the calamity. The damage it suffers is naturally much less than other immortal Gu houses. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said. The meaning behind his words was very clear. He was still carrying out the delaying tactic. When the 10 extreme formation revealed a flaw, he would activate the immortal Gu house and deal the decisive blow. Regarding this, the other celestial court Gu immortals had no objections. This is bad. Right now, we need to share more of the pressure, otherwise the 10 extreme immortal zombie formation will not last until the end. So what if it is a myriad tribulation? We are already on Dongfang Naganori for this heaven-defying action. We have foreseen many things. The appearance of the myriad tribulation is also within our expectations. Sacrificing the other immortal Gu houses and leaving only Sacred Feather City was used for this moment. Shadow Sect's Gu immortals revealed a resolute aura. They had resolute expressions. Above Sacred Feather City, a hazy light shone. This kind of light seemed to be pink, but in reality, it was pure white light with a slight pink halo at most. The strange thing was this light. Anyone who saw it would feel warmth in their heart. But in essence this was not a type of light. Instead, it was the situation when the wish power dissipated. Every immortal Gu house. Even though they took care of all aspects, they all had their own specialties. For example, Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. Its specialty was to capture, raise and enslave desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. If it could raise its rank, it could also subdue immemorial desolate beasts. Rank 9 Heaven Overseeing Tower could use the offensive of fate. No target could defend against it or be immune to it. Unfortunately, it was restricted by rank 9 Immortal Gu Fate. It could not be activated now. As for Sacred Feather City, the Immortal Gu House that Shadow Sect wanted to take over by all means. It naturally had its own specialties. Its specialties were that it could absorb the wish power of the Feathermen. It would automatically refine wish power Mortal Gu. This Sacred Feather City had existed for a very long time. It was occupied by the Feathermen. Generation after generation of Feathermen lived in the immemorial Green Heaven Fragment world. They had a vast amount of wish power Mortal Gu. Even though the Immortal Killer Move Heaven's wish power was expended a lot, there was still more than half that could not be used. Or rather, the Feathermen had no other way to use it. They did not, but Shadow Sect had a huge origin and a long history. They naturally had some. At this moment, the wish power Mortal Gu in Sacred Feather City were being activated without caring about the consequences. Wish power Gu was a one-time expenditure Gu. With the support of wish power, all aspects of Sacred Feather City rose greatly. It flew around and blocked the relic Vajra tribulation, helping the 10 extreme formation to bear a huge burden. Such a powerful tribulation. In just a short time, graceful chaotic duel stage is about to collapse. He Lulan cried out in shock. Fairy Li Shan's face was pale, her gaze wavering. Such a terrifying tribulation, if she faced it alone, she would only be able to endure 2 or 3. And in this tribulation, there were tens of thousands of Vajra pearls, and there were still more to come. Feng Yuan laughed loudly. Haha, I was waiting for this moment. I will let you see the true power of graceful chaotic duel stage. Absorb it. At the next moment, thoughts exploded in his mind like fireworks. Starlight shined brightly. All his attention and concentration was placed on graceful chaotic duel stage. This immortal goo house could temporarily seal external attacks using time path methods. It could then use it to deal with the enemy. But this method needed to be used wholeheartedly. It involved a huge amount of the goo immortal's mind. Fang Yuan could not understand the situation of the immortal goo house earlier. He could not be distracted and control the immortal goo house to move and deal with enemies while activating this method. But now, with the help of Tai Bai Yunxing and the others, and Sacred Feather City was busy dealing with the Grand Tribulation, Fang Yuan could finally find the time to activate Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage's special ability. Chapter 10-15. Under Fang Yuan's control, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage burst out with dazzling red light again. The red light was dozens of feet long, burning like a blazing flame. A mysterious power spread within the fire. Any Vajra Tribulation Pearl that landed on the immortal goo house was swept away by the red light and sealed inside. With the rank 9 immortal essence left behind by Giant Sun Immortal, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage could unleash its greatest strength. Crack, crack, crack. The entire immortal goo house shook intensely. Cracking noises could be heard. Absorbing the relic Vajra Tribulation was still very difficult. After all, this was a grand tribulation. But in the end, Fang Yuan still succeeded. More and more Vajra pearls were controlled by him and sealed inside Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. But Fang Yuan also paid a huge price for this. After fighting for so long, I did not even use 30% of the Giant Sun's immortal essence that I used. After absorbing 100 Vajra pearls, Giant Sun's immortal essence was completely expended. Giant Sun's immortal essence was expended rapidly, causing Fang Yuan to be inwardly shocked. But now was not the time to feel heartache. He used another handful of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage was full of power. Not only was it unscathed in the Grand Tribulation, it even absorbed a lot of Vajra pearls, increasing its strength by a lot. Heaven Overseeing Tower was a rank 9 immortal goo house. Not only did it have shocking defense, it also had Fate Immortal Goo guarding it. It had a defensive effect against calamities and tribulations. And Fang Yuan's Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage also displayed extraordinary power under the support of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Displaying the profundities of time path, its strength increased instead of decreasing. After this wave of Grand Tribulation, only Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City suffered the most severe damage. Even if they lost a huge number of wish power mortal goo, they could not compare to Fang Yuan and Celestial Court. Relic Vajra Tribulation. It lasted for half an incense stick's time before coming to an abrupt end. The 3 goo immortals had no time to rest. The second wave of tribulations descended. Rings of light lit up in the sky, and countless giant deer galloped out of the rings of light. Each of these deer was the size of an elephant, and their bodies were translucent, seemingly made of white light. Immemorial Desolate Beast Heaven Fate Light Deer. This was a calamity formed by a primordial desolate beast. Each immemorial desolate beast could battle rank 8 goo immortals. There were a total of 22 light deer that had pounced down. That was to say they had 22 rank 8 battle strength experts. Without a doubt, even on these deer of light. Without any wild immortal goo, this wave of Grand Tribulation was much more terrifying than the first wave. The deer herd galloped towards the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless array. Instantly, the expressions of the Shadow Sect immortals changed. The 10 terminal formation quickly opened up and let half of the deer herd in. The Destiny Luminous Deer has 9 colors, corresponding to the primordial 9 heavens. These light deer are all white light deer. It seems like they live in the daytime. The Destiny Radiant Deer originally had a gentle temperament. There are often wonderful legends of carrying people into the sky. I didn't expect that under the influence of Providence, these light deer are full of fighting spirit and madness. Even though the Celestial Court's goo immortals did not want to get involved, they were involved and could not avoid it. He was also affected. Fang Yuan controlled the Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage, retreating as he fought. These light deer were living beings. He could not use an immortal goo house to seal them. Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage could seal attacks. They were all objects of earth, water, wind, and fire. Using the profundity of time path, Graceful Chaotic Duel Stage. That was how it came to be. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had collected many Vajra pearls earlier. He used them now. The light deer were forced to retreat. In the second wave of the heavenly tribulation, the Celestial Court situation was the best, followed by Fang Yuan. The Shadow Sect, however, had the heaviest pressure. They were in a dangerous situation. At the crucial moment, Immortal Zombie Bo Qing stood up. He activated ancient and modern sword path killer moves like Five-Finger Fist Heart Sword. Their power was unstoppable. It made people's hearts palpitate. More than half of the Destiny Light Deer fell under the sword lights, dying on the spot. Even wild immortal goo were of no use. Even though Bo Qing was dead, his immortal zombie body was filled with unimaginable sword path Dao marks. With the amplification of these Dao marks, even if it was the same killer move, Qin Bai Sheng and Bo Qing would have completely different effects. The difference was like heaven and earth. Immortal zombie Bo Qing persisted bitterly, finally allowing the Shadow Sect to survive the second wave of the Grand Tribulation. But the dark clouds in the sky were already extremely thin. The 10 immortal zombies could no longer hide, they could be vaguely seen. This formation has already been weakened to its lowest point. Charge out. Fang Yuan shouted. Graceful chaotic dual stage shot out Vajra pearls. They crackled as they tried to break the formation. On the other side, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord also saw this was a good opportunity. He added fuel to the fire. Heaven Overseeing Tower also activated. What do we do? Inside Sacred Feather City, Wuxia held his head, feeling helpless. The other Shadow Sect Gu Immortals also had grim expressions. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. They were at the juncture of victory or defeat. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was completed without regrets. Whether it was success or failure, there was no third outcome. Once the formation was broken, it would definitely crumble. There is no other way. We can only sacrifice Zombie Alliance. 7-Star Child heaved a long sigh, making his decision. Zombie Alliance, which was spread across the 5 regions, was actually only a subordinate sect of Shadow Sect. It was like how the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent meant to the Celestial Court. It was just that Shadow Sect was extremely mysterious. Many of Zombie Alliance's higher-ups might not know about this secret hidden in the deepest part of Zombie Alliance. The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was the greatest plan that Shadow Sect had painstakingly and meticulously planned. At this moment, the Shadow Sect Immortals had no choice but to sacrifice Zombie Alliance to maintain this situation. Their backup plan was activated. Figures after figures flashed out of the 10 Extreme formation. They were the immortal zombies from Zombie Alliance. Rank 6, Rank 7, Rank 8 and so on. Their numbers were astonishing. This is... In graceful chaotic dual stage, He Lulan, Tai by Yunxing and the rest stared with wide eyes, exclaiming in unison. Zombie Alliance is indeed backed by Shadow Sect. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord frowned, his killing intent surged as his gaze turned cold. Good. Let's get rid of these things that go against Providence in one fell swoop. But unexpectedly, these immortal zombies that flashed out did not have any consciousness. They were like puppets. Before Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord made a move, they actually sacrificed themselves and turned into a part of the 10 Extreme formation. Big sister. Fairy Li Shan cried out. Among these immortal zombies, she saw a blazing heaven demoness figure. But this rank 8 immortal zombie was the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She had no consciousness and was expressionless. Under Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan's eyes, blazing heaven demoness also turned her body into immortal material along with these immortal zombies and fused into the formation. After obtaining these immortal zombie bodies filled with Dao marks as well as countless immortal goo and immortal apertures, the 10 Extreme formation's dark fog instantly surged, surpassing its original peak and reaching an unprecedented state. It almost covered the entire sky. Fairy Li Shan shed tears of sorrow on the spot. He Lulan was silent. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly furrowed. The rank 8 reinforcements that he was looking forward to had already died in front of him. Who could have thought that Zombie Alliance and Shadow Sect had such a relationship? Even if someone had seen through the truth, who would believe it if they said it? The overlord of super forces that were spread throughout the 5 regions, the huge Zombie Alliance was actually just a setup that Shadow Sect had placed on the table. Earlier, Shadow Sect issued a mandatory mission to refine the goo formation. I'm afraid it was to plot against Zombie Alliance's members. Tai Bai Yunxing realized at once. He felt a chill in his heart at the sinister intentions of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan's expression was unsightly. Earlier, I had also guessed the relationship between Shadow Sect and Zombie Alliance. But I did not expect it to be like this. My previous life's memories misled me. After all, Zombie Alliance was a super force that was still alive during the 5 regions' chaotic war. Such a huge move. Almost all the immortal zombies of the 5 regions were killed. They were used as immortal materials to fill this 10 extreme formation. What is that person trying to refine? Could it be the legendary eternal life goo? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's expression was also extremely unsightly. The immortals of the celestial court behind him also had worried expressions. Even though they were knowledgeable and had high authority, they could not help but be stunned by the shocking move of Shadow Sect. From this moment onwards, the super force with the most goo immortal members, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed in the 5 regions, vanishing into thin air. From this moment onwards, the super force with the most goo immortal members, Zombie Alliance, was completely destroyed in the 5 regions, vanishing into thin air. A sharp sound pierced everyone's eardrums. The time was up, the third wave of the Grand Tribulation descended. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation descended. Providence was ferocious. No matter what Shadow Sect wanted to refine, it was clearly a heaven-defying item that had already incurred the wrath of heaven and earth. Even heaven and earth would not allow its creation. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation was even stronger than the previous 2 waves added together. In the sky, sharp raindrops started to fall. Each raindrop was only half an inch long. They were extremely sharp and had the power to pierce through everything in the world. Grand Tribulation absolute piercing rain. The 10 extreme formation was heavily damaged again. The dense dark clouds that were still rumbling earlier seemed to have been hit by a heavy stick. They could not even raise their heads. Fang Yuan used the same trick again, using Giant Sun's immortal essence to activate Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to absorb the Grand Tribulation arrow rain. But this time he could clearly sense that the difficulty of dealing with it was much higher than before. After enduring for a while, Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was pierced in many places. A large number of goo worms were sacrificed. If this continues, this immortal goo house will only last for 15 minutes. He Lulan shouted, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also did not have a good solution. Even though he was already using his full strength, allowing Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage to absorb many attacks, he still could not protect himself. And the arrow rain that he was dealing with was only 10% of the total. Most of the arrow rain was blocked by Shadow Sect. Thinking of this, one could see how terrifying the Grand Tribulation was. With such a life-threatening danger, the days of rank 8 goo immortals would not be easy. The third wave of the Grand Tribulation ended. Sacred Feather City and Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage broke apart. The remaining goo worms were collected by their respective goo immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower was covered in wounds. Not only were they several times deeper than before, even a corner of the tower had completely collapsed. Everything is over. The final victor can only be my celestial court. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord raised his head and laughed, activating Heaven Overseeing Tower's strongest attack. This was an attack that carried the power of fate. It could not be dodged or blocked. Chapter 10:16. Everything is over. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood proudly in Heaven Overseeing Tower, overlooking the entire battlefield. In his vision, Shadow Sect's Sacred Feather City was already in ruins. Immortal Zombie Bo Qin, Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child, and others were lying on the ground. Graceful Chaotic Dual Stage was also in ruins. The goo immortals' corpses inside were all in pieces. The Een fog dissipated and pillars of light shot down from the sky, dazzling and shining brightly. This is the result of going against Providence. Ah! Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed towards the sky. But after laughing for a while, he frowned, feeling suspicious and uneasy. That's not right. Heaven Overseeing Tower was already plotted against. It could no longer use its strongest attack with the power of fate. Why did it clearly erupt again earlier? Also, I could not help but laugh earlier. This is not my usual behavior. What is going on? Right at this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord faintly heard some faint calls from the horizon. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, wake up! Quickly wake up! Wake up! Am I not awake now? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was very surprised. Doubts rose in his heart. Suddenly, his body shook as he realized the truth. Oh no! I was plotted against. Everything that happened earlier was not real. I am currently in a dream realm. The moment he thought of this, he felt even more uneasy. The enemy had been defeated too easily. Especially Shadow Sect, after all, they were backed by that person. Furthermore, the other Celestial Court goo immortals had also disappeared. He was the only one left in the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower. I'm sure I am in a dream realm. But how do I leave this place? Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was very anxious. even though he knew he was in a dream. But he did not have Fang Yuan's unravel dream method, thus he was unable to extricate himself from the dream realm. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord fell into a deep sleep. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, he was snoring loudly. He was lying on the floor, surrounded by a group of Celestial Court Gu immortals. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was not only old, furthermore he was very tired. Earlier, in order to repair Fate Immortal Gu, he had to refine Gu consecutively. Next, he rushed to repair Heaven Overseeing Tower. Next, he had to defend Heavenly Lotus Sect and engage in an intense battle with Bo Qing and the rest. Finally, he discovered the mastermind behind Shadow Sect and mobilized Celestial Court's Gu immortals. Activating Heaven Overseeing Tower, he entered the day without rest. He rushed towards southern borders Etian Mountain. Furthermore, he controlled the Heaven Overseeing Tower to engage in continuous battles. Therefore, once he entered the dreamland, his entire body would relax, and his snoring would be especially loud. His sleep was extremely deep. Celestial Court's Gu immortals surrounded Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, pouring water and burning him. He shouted himself hoarse and used all sorts of methods, but Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord still could not wake him up. This was the power of the Dream Tao. He was ahead of the rest of the world by an era. Even this group of rank 8 Heavenly Court Gu immortals felt a sense of helplessness. The scene was quite comical. Outside Heaven Overseeing Tower, the battle was in full swing, the sky was dark and the calamity was rolling. Heaven Overseeing Tower floated in mid-air, motionless. Inside the tower, Celestial Court's immortals were extremely anxious, while Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's soul was deep in the dream. There were no effective methods. At most, they could use some wisdom path methods to transmit to his mind. Let Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord awaken by himself. On Shadow Sect's side, the solemn atmosphere from before was swept away, becoming much more relaxed. Wuxia, well done. This is the power of Dream Path? Truly amazing. Huff. After enduring for so long, your cultivation level has finally risen to rank 8. Shadow Sect's Gu immortals surrounded Wuxia. Some relaxed. After all, the situation earlier was too dangerous. Some sighed at the power of Dream Path. Some patted Wuxia's shoulder, praising him. After fighting for so long, pure dream reality seeker physique Wuxia's cultivation level had undergone a qualitative change, becoming a rank 8 Dream Path Gu immortal. Thus, he could use the rank 8 immortal killer move Lead Soul into Dream. After 2 failed attempts, he used this killer move for the 3rd time and finally succeeded, putting Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord into a dream. The effect was immediate. Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving, and Shadow Sect's pressure was greatly reduced. 7-Star Child asked, "How long will Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord be trapped for?" Wuxia replied, "He is a rank 8 Gu immortal who has passed one myriad tribulation. After all, the dream realm can only trap him for 5 minutes. But even if he comes out, I can use the killer move to lead his soul into dream." Very good. Yen sure didn't waste his efforts in creating you. 7-Star Child sighed. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower started to move again. What is going on? Shadow Sect's immortals were shocked. Someone looked at Wuxia. Did Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord come out? Earlier, Wuxia's attack on Fang Yuan failed, and Fang Yuan entered and exited the dream, causing Shadow Sect's Gu immortals to lose confidence. But this time, Wuxia shook his head, saying with certainty, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord is still in the dream. It seems that other Celestial Court Gu immortals are controlling him. That's right, Celestial Court's Gu immortals saw that they could not wake up Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord, so they took over Heaven Overseeing Tower. Although Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping, the entire Heaven Overseeing Tower did not belong to him alone. Ever since Star Constellation Immortal Venerable died, this Heaven Overseeing Tower became Celestial Court's public property. Now that Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord was sleeping and unconscious, the other Celestial Court Gu immortals naturally had the authority to control this Heaven Overseeing Tower. But soon Heaven Overseeing Tower stopped moving again. This scene was witnessed by Fang Yuan and the rest. Hei Lulan and Fairy Lishan showed puzzled and angry expressions. What is Celestial Court doing? Fang Yuan had a heavy expression. It seems that Shadow Sect is using Dream Path methods. Like how they dealt with me earlier, they are targeting Celestial Court's Gu immortals. But why didn't they target Celestial Court's Gu immortals directly? What is the point of thinking about this now? We no longer have immortal Gu houses to protect us. Shadow Sect has also lost Sacred Feather City. Only Celestial Court still has Heaven Overseeing Tower. But they are also being obstructed by Shadow Sect. We are in a precarious situation. Fang Yuan, try activating fixed immortal travel again? Tai Bai Yunxing had a worried expression. It is useless. Fang Yuan shook his head, sighing deeply. It seems that we are going to die here. He Lulan smiled bitterly, but her eyes shined with a sharp light as she clenched her fists. It is a pity that He Cheng is not dead yet. I have not been able to avenge my mother even in death. Fang Yuan glanced at her but did not say anything. After the third grand tribulation, graceful chaotic duel stage and sacred feather city were destroyed, only heaven overseeing tower remained. Celestial court was Fang Yuan's hope. But now that hope was gone. Not to mention the fourth grand tribulation, even if the 10 extreme formation was activated, Fang Yuan's group would not be able to withstand it. Are we truly at the end of the road? Fang Yuan inspected spring-autumn cicada. The time was too short, it had not recovered much and could not be activated a second time. At this time, the melodious sound of a zither could be heard in the sky. It was clearly daytime now. But the sky was suddenly filled with countless starlight. The zither sound directly entered the formation and entered the Gu Immortals' hearts. Oh no. The 10 extreme formation also supports sound path, but even the formation cannot block this zither sound. This is the fourth grand tribulation, zither heart tribulation. And the starlight in the sky is so bright even in daytime. This is the fifth grand tribulation, star flow tribulation. How can it be so dangerous? The fourth and fifth grand tribulations are actually here. Seeing this, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals cried out in shock. Celestial Court and Fang Yuan's group were all thrown to the back of their minds. Inside heaven overseeing tower, Celestial Court's Gu Immortals could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. The power of the Grand Tribulation. The power increased as it was activated. The fourth Grand Tribulation, Zither Heart Tribulation in terms of power, surpassed the first three Grand Tribulations combined. And the fifth, Star Flow Tribulation. It was even stronger than Zither Heart Tribulation, Absolute Thorn Rain, Immemorial Light Deer Calamity and Relic Vajra Tribulation. What in the world is Shadow Sect refining? To actually incur the wrath of heaven, sending down such a terrifying calamity. Celestial Court's Gu Immortals, Fang Yuan, and others were all puzzled. The two Grand Tribulations had not descended yet and were still brewing. Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals had grim expressions. They had barely survived the first three Grand Tribulations. But now the fourth and fifth Grand Tribulations had arrived. Anyone could feel the deep malice of the heavens. It did not want to give Shadow Sect any chance of survival. What should they do? For a moment, Shadow Sect's Gu Immortals were at a loss. Their immortal Gu houses were already destroyed. The 10 Extreme Formation was also dealt a heavy blow in the third Grand Tribulation. Even if they sacrificed all their Gu Immortals, they might not be able to block these two Grand Tribulations. It seems that we are going to die under the Grand Tribulations in the end. He Lulan sighed deeply. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, but he did not think so inwardly. No matter what Shadow Sect wanted to refine, they first formed the 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless Formation, then killed the southern border Gu Immortals, using their immortal apertures and immortal bodies as refinement materials, then sacrificed all of Zombie Alliance's members, turning them into nourishment. Of course, there was also the loss of 7 immortal Gu houses. The price Shadow Sect paid was simply unheard of. If Fang Yuan had not seen it personally, he might not have dared to believe it even if he heard about it. Since they paid such a price, Shadow Sect would absolutely not let this go. Zither music suddenly resounded, coiling around people's hearts. The immortals' expressions changed, they felt the world spinning, some even fell down. The Zither Heart Grand Tribulation was slowly activating. In the sky, starlight surged down like a blue tsunami, covering 100,000 li and pressing down heavily. Star Flow Grand Tribulation. Shadow Sect's immortals showed unswerving determination. They supported each other and charged up. Only Wuxia was left to deal with heaven overseeing tower alone. Fang Yuan and the rest landed on the ground. Their expressions were pale. They could not block the Zither Heart Grand Tribulation's power. Heaven overseeing tower was a rank 9 immortal Gu house after all. It was still floating in the sky. Without an immortal Gu house, how can they block the two Grand Tribulations? Dying under the might of heaven and earth is more glorious than dying of old age in bed. Fairy Li Shan's eyes were bleak. She looked at the sky as blood flowed out of her 7 orifices. She had already given up on resisting the Zither Heart Tribulation. The rest were still bitterly holding on. Right at this time, an incomparably vast and peerless aura suddenly rose from the ruins of Etian Mountain. An immortal aperture's entrance opened. This was Shadow Sect's blessed land. The Shadow Sect's headquarters that Bai Ningbing could not find earlier had actually been set up by Shadow Sect long ago. Feeling such an aura, all the Gu immortals present were shaken. Even the rank 8s of Celestial Court had pale expressions, their gazes were filled with fear. Shadow Sect's immortals, however, showed overjoyed expressions. Our main body has moved. Boom. A huge and sinister ghost hand suddenly stretched out of the immortal aperture's entrance. Rank 9 aura surged. A formless chi wave swept out in all directions. Rocks flew, smoke and dust rumbled. This is? He Lulan, Tai Bai Yunxing and the rest were tongue-tied. Chapter 10:17. The ghostly hand that came out of Life and Death Blessed Land's entrance was huge, it was like a hill. Its forearm had not even come out completely, more than half of it was still inside the entrance. Life and Death Blessed Land's entrance was already open to the maximum, but the ghostly hand could only come out by a small portion, it seemed to be stuck. The aura of rank 9 was vast and majestic, it continued to spread in all directions. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly retreated. Under the suppression of the rank 9 aura, they had difficulty breathing, they had a feeling that they were going to suffocate to death if they stayed here for too long. Looking at this giant hand, it was dark and eerie, it was terrifying, there seemed to be a layer of deep blue light on its surface. What soul beast is this? It has such a terrifying aura. Even immemorial soul beasts might not be able to match it. Don't tell me there are still rank 9 soul beasts in this world? He Lulan cried out involuntarily, her face filled with shock. She still did not know the true identity of this giant ghostly hand. Impossible. Fairy Li Shan's expression was pale as paper. She retreated as she said with a trembling voice, "In this world only humans can reach rank 9. Thus, humans are the spirit of all living beings. Normally, once a soul leaves the body, it should be weak and floating, the soul was formless and could pass through walls and rocks. But Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's right hand was solid and stable like a mountain. After coming out of Life and Death Blessed Land's entrance, it grabbed onto the ruins of Etian Mountain. A large number of rocks turned into powder with his grab. This was simply beyond the common sense of the cultivation world. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable cultivated soul path. His soul path foundation was already deep to the extreme of returning to one's true self. It was beyond the immortal's imagination. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Looking at the giant hand in front of him, Fang Yuan's mouth was dry as he stared at the scene before him. He knew the origin of this giant hand. Because not long ago, after he was hit by Lead Soul into Dream Immortal Killer Move, he entered a dream realm again. He heard Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's melodious voice. Her voice was lonely, the hero was in dire straits, life was full of difficulties. Bent swords sink into the sand, rise and fall since ancient times, endless heavenly rivers rumble. Sorrow, spectral nights, endless soul dreams, where can I find peace? Providence is the only thing that changes the heart in the spring and autumn. Along with this poem, Fang Yuan's heart flowed with an inexplicable message. The night is long and dreamy, where can I find peace in my hometown? It revealed Ghostly Hand's true identity, informing Fang Yuan that the mastermind of Shadow Sect was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. When Fang Yuan first heard about it, he was extremely shocked. With such mental preparation, Fang Yuan forced himself to calm down as he looked at the gigantic ghostly hand. He felt somewhat relieved. Everyone had to die. This was the law of the world. Everyone knew that even a rank 9 venerable would not be able to withstand it. No one was spared. Then, where did the souls of these rank 9 venerables go to after they died? This point was clearly stated in The Legends of Renzu. The Road of Life, the Road of Death. In Obsession Death Domain, there was the world's largest impartial immortal Gu. Just like in the legends, after the death of Verdant Great Sunday, their souls returned to the door of life and death. Rank 9 venerables and all living beings in the world. They all had the same ending. The Legends of Renzu clearly stated, the Road of Life was filled with Worry Gu, while the Road of Death had 3 rounds. They were Danghun Mountain, Luopa Valley and Reverse Flow River. Fang Yuan did not know about Reverse Flow River, but Fang Yuan knew that Danghun Mountain and Luopa Valley were both in his hands. Fang Yuan made a bold guess. The final 3rd round, Reverse Flow River, was probably not a road of death. Without these three obstacles, after a person dies, their soul can easily return to the world of the living, right? From this point, it was not hard to understand why Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul could return to the world of the living. Regardless of what happened in the depths of the door of life and death, or what the truth was, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's soul had charged out of the door of life and death, reappearing in the world of the living. So all of this was really Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's arrangement. No wonder Shadow Sect was so mysterious and powerful. No wonder Shadow Sect's Gu immortals were not afraid of death. Did they already grasp the method to revive the soul? But what is Spectral Soul Demon Venerable trying to do? The 10 Extreme Immortal Zombie Lifeless formation was protected by Shadow Sect's Gu immortals using all sorts of methods, disregarding all sacrifices. What is it trying to refine? Fang Yuan's suspicions arose again, like the dense dark clouds above his head. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, you finally could not endure it anymore. Inside Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord sighed deeply. Back when he was in Celestial Court, he had used Heaven Overseeing Tower to deduce Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's identity. That pair of eyes in the darkness, filled with killing intent, it was Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes. After knowing that Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was trying to defy heaven and revive, to escape fate, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly summoned the Celestial Court's Gu immortals to launch a thunderous attack and destroy Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's plan, forcing him back into Obsession Death Realm and protecting Providence and Fate. Because these two paths to Obsession Death Realm were personally created by Fate Immortal Gu back then. Life and death were all living beings, it was the greatest fairness in this world. Once Spectral Soul Demon Venerable revived, it would no doubt be unfair. Breaking fate was the greatest defiance against fate and Providence. Fate Immortal Gu might not be able to recover any further because of this. They had to punish Spectral Soul Demon Venerable before he revived. If this Demon Venerable with the heaviest killing nature in history was allowed to revive, he would definitely cause a huge massacre, the world would descend into chaos. Not to mention restoring their former glory, Celestial Court's side might not even be able to protect themselves. Thus, in this battle of Etion Mountain, Celestial Court's side disregarded the price and activated the rank 9 Immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower, carrying the main force of Celestial Court and attacking with unwavering determination. Spectral Soul. Rank 9 Demon Venerable. What is there to fear? He is already dead. His soul is hiding in the door of life and death, struggling at death's door for so many years. He is no longer the rank 9 Demon Venerable of the past. That's right. Everyone was well aware of the weakness of the soul. If he really had the strength of the past, why would he need to create Shadow Sect and set up so many Soul Path clones? Why would he need to use such schemes? In my opinion, he is at most a Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. He is not Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. The Gu immortals of Celestial Court conversed. They encouraged each other and got rid of the fear in their hearts. Against a rank 9 existence. Even these rank 8s of Celestial Court could not help but feel uneasy. The 10 Extreme formation is Spectral Soul's weakness. We need to stop this giant hand. After that, we can focus on breaking this formation. Bai Qin Tian shouted. That is a good idea. The Celestial Court's immortals nodded. A portion of them flew out of Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower activated immediately after, shining with white light. Immortal Killer Move, lead soul into dream. Wuxia used the only method he had. One move to dominate the world. Damn it. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stomped his feet in anger, but he could only fall into the dream realm again, unable to get out. Shadow Sect had painstakingly created Wuxia, and at this moment he obtained extremely good results. Even a rank 9 Immortal Gu House was restrained by Wuxia alone. Even if there was a successor to take over Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's position. But soon he succeeded. As long as Wuxia set Heaven Overseeing Tower as his target, these temporary Tower Lords would rise or fall together, they would fall into his trap. Do you think the Great Celestial Court only has one Immortal Gu House? Right at this time, some of the Celestial Court Gu Immortals who had flown out of Heaven Overseeing Tower earlier suddenly created a second Immortal Gu House. Rank 8 Immortal Gu House Embroidered Tower. This short pavilion had overhanging eaves and glazed roof tiles. The red walls and jade tiles were exquisite and beautiful, but they lacked half of the foundation. Traces of damage could be seen on the Immortal Gu House. Even though this was a rank 8 Immortal Gu House. But it was only a damaged object, it was not complete. The so-called Celestial Court only has these antiques left? The things that reckless savage demon venerable destroyed back then. It has been hard on you guys, you still want to take them out to embarrass yourselves? Immortal zombie Bo Ching stood up. He raised his right fist above his head. At the next moment, an unparalleled sword path killer move, five-finger fist heart sword. He erupted with all his strength. Embroidered tower shook from the impact, 7 embroidery needles made from faint light shot out. These 7 needles were like nimble sparrows flying in the air, they were extremely fast and hit the giant ghostly hand in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the embroidery needles pierced between the ghostly hand and the ground over 10,000 times. Spectral Soul wanted to raise this ghostly hand, but it could not move at all. The 7 embroidery needles were like invisible threads, tightly sewing this ghostly hand and the ground together. This embroidered tower Immortal Gu House, even though it is only rank 8, it was once the dowry that primordial origin Immortal Venerable prepared for his disciple, star constellation Immortal Venerable. Even reckless savage demon Venerable, when he barged into Celestial Court back then after being hit by this move, he had no choice but to give up 3 bodies of blood and skin. Within Embroidered Tower, the leading Celestial Court Gu Immortal sneered. Logically speaking, even if the ghostly hand was sewn to the ground, the ghostly hand could lift the ground with immense force. But this move of Embroidered Tower was the strongest attack of this Immortal Gu House. The threads used were not ordinary, they were true Dao marks. It used the Dao marks as threads to sew the ghostly hand and the ground together. If Spectral Soul wanted to raise his hand, he would need the strength to lift the whole of southern border. Perhaps reckless savage demon Venerable had such strength. But Spectral Soul, who was only left with his soul, could not reach this standard. The foundation of Celestial Court was unfathomable. Even if Spectral Soul faced them, they had methods to deal with him. Seeing the ghostly hand being tightly sewn, He Lulan Tai by Yunxing and the rest were stunned. The Shadow Sect Gu Immortals also showed worried expressions. But at the next moment, the pitch-black ghostly hand that was almost solid and had thorns suddenly turned limp, turning into a pool of black water. Whoosh! A vast amount of black water gushed out of the door of life and death. In an instant, the surrounding mountains were submerged, the surrounding 10,000 li of soul water surged, turning into a black sea swamp country. Fang Yuan and the rest quickly flew into the sky. But at the next moment, a vast amount of black water soared into the sky, turning into a huge monster that was thousands of meters tall. Spectral Soul. The Celestial Court Gu Immortals were shocked. The huge ghostly hand swept over, it was so fast that it could not be dodged, Embroidered Tower shattered on the spot. Another hand grabbed, the huge heaven overseeing tower was grabbed by the ghostly hand. The ghostly hand increased its strength, heaven overseeing tower was covered in cracks. At this rate, the entire heaven overseeing tower was going to be crushed. The Zither Heart Grand Tribulation and Star Flow Grand Tribulation attacked at the same time. Spectral Soul roared towards the sky, the Zither music was suppressed. He raised his other 2 arms and tore them apart. Space shattered, a huge starlight tsunami rushed into the void. The 2 Grand Tribulations were easily resolved by Spectral Soul. Seeing this scene with their own eyes, Fang Yuan and the others were dumbstruck. Chapter 10:18. The Immortals present could not believe their eyes. Zither Heart Tribulation and Star Flow Tribulation. These 2 Grand Tribulations were easily resolved by Spectral Soul, it was as easy as drinking water. This is the power of a rank 9 demon venerable? Fang Yuan's heart shook. Spectral Soul was already dead, what appeared in front of the Immortals was only his soul. This huge soul was no longer in the shape of a human. He was over 1,000 feet tall, he was indomitable. The dark cloud formed by the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation was only at Spectral Soul's waist. Fang Yuan and the rest were in the air, they were like mosquitoes. Looking at Spectral Soul's leg, they felt like they were looking at the peak of piercing cloud. Spectral Soul's chest had already reached the clouds, he was standing shoulder to shoulder with the sky. There were as many as 3 of his heads. The front head had dragon horns, lion mane, snake eyes and elephant tusks. The left head had a peach forehead, grass hair and 3 flower-like eyes. The right head had cloudy hair, lightning eyes, fiery ears and a golden mouth. He had 1,000 arms, 500 on the left and 500 on the right. Black as ink, bulging muscles, firm lines and dense demonic aura. He also had 1,000 ghost hands. Earlier, the Celestial Court's Gu Immortals used Embroidered Tower to sew the ghost hands on the ground, but it was only 1,000th of them. Ah, this image, could it be? Impossible. Impossible. Fairy Li Shan recognized Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, she screamed. She held her head with both hands, shaking her head as she retreated in panic. She no longer had the demeanor of a rank 7 Gu immortal. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's image was not a secret. It was widely known in the Gu immortal world and even in the mortal world. Especially in southern border, many villages and countless mortals had the custom of worshipping Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. People used clay to make a statue that resembled Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, and during festivals or sacrifices, they would worship and hold a memorial for him. Heilolan's pupils shrunk to pin size. She was so shocked she could not speak. Her whole body was trembling slightly. With a gulp, Tai Bai Yunxing's throat moved, he swallowed a mouthful of saliva, his body was covered in cold sweat. Fang Yuan's face. Excitement and yearning appeared on his face. The shock from before had disappeared without a trace. This is the pinnacle of the Soul Tao? The soul returned from the void to reality, interfering with matter and condensing into a physical body. It was inconceivably powerful. Such a soul foundation. It definitely surpassed 100 million man soul. Compared to it, my soul is like comparing a firefly to the bright moon. But such a powerful Spectral Soul Demon Venerable still died. His soul returned to the door of life and death. Now that he has broken out of the door and defied fate, what exactly is his plan? When will I be able to reach the same level as him? But even at this level, death was inevitable. My pursuit, eternal life, does it really exist? Fang Yuan's eyes shone brightly. At this moment he was excited. Even as an immortal zombie. But he had an illusion that his blood was boiling. The accomplished are the teachers. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was a sage. He was undeniably at the forefront of Gu cultivation. Even though Fang Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life, in front of Spectral Soul, he was as insignificant as a fly. However, Fang Yuan's fear had already completely vanished. He was even more excited, almost fanatical. It was like a person who aspired to climb to the highest peak, seeing a very tall mountain even though it was not his goal. But his body was filled with energy. He wanted to climb and surpass it. Death, Fang Yuan had already thrown it to the back of his mind. Die on the way up the mountain. Not even a corpse was left, even the soul was destroyed. So what? This is what I've been pursuing all my life. Boom. At this time, Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with a grand light, shattering Spectral Soul's ghostly hand. He regained his freedom. After all, it was a rank 9 immortal Gu house. Inside the tower, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. The celestial court's Gu immortals pursed their lips. Looking at this towering giant in front of them, they felt extremely stifled. As expected of Spectral Soul, his demonic might is truly terrifying. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord laughed loudly, his aura surged as his silver hair and beard fluttered in the wind, his sleeves fluttered like battle flags. His battle intent was like fire, it quickly spread to the other celestial court Gu immortals. The immortals' eyes burned with fire. Providence cannot be defied. Heaven cannot be defied. Even you, Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, who once slaughtered the world and slaughtered all living beings. Your era is over. Even if we die today, we will protect the great Tao of Heaven. Come, activate Heaven Overseeing Tower together. The immortals were united. Heaven Overseeing Tower burst out with an unprecedented dazzling light. Spectral Soul's left head looked down, growling as he waved his arms rapidly. Spectral Soul's entire body had a speed that did not match with his body size. In an instant, several ghostly hands grabbed onto Heaven Overseeing Tower, wrapping it tightly in their palms. Ghostly hands stretched out one after another, overlapping and suppressing Heaven Overseeing Tower at the center. The celestial court's Gu immortals were unwilling. Heaven Overseeing Tower's light passed through the gaps of the ghostly hands, shooting out like sharp swords. More than 10 ghostly hands overlapped, but they started to shake slightly. At this point, Spectral Soul ignored Heaven Overseeing Tower. His 3 heads looked up at the sky with a solemn gaze. Even though he was thousands of feet tall, the sky was taller, it was still above his head. As if enraged by Spectral Soul's arrogance, a powerful thundercloud storm was brewing in the deepest part of the sky. The feeling of the end of the world enveloped the immortals here. This is no longer a grand tribulation. This is a myriad tribulation. Eternal damnation. The Shadow Sect Gu immortals were speechless. Above the grand tribulation there were myriad tribulations. Myriad tribulations were terrifying beyond compare. If a rank 8 Gu immortal passed 3 of them, they would become a rank 9 venerable. Heaven was furious. It seemed to know that the Grand Tribulation was useless against Spectral Soul, so it directly created a Myriad Tribulation. Myriad Tribulation Wind Lightning Prison. Fast, fast, fast. The Myriad Tribulation suddenly erupted. It was out of everyone's expectations. Countless bolts of lightning descended from the sky, countless tornadoes coiled around Spectral Soul's body like dragons and pythons. Spectral Soul's 3 heads roared at the sky. 6 pairs of eyes shot out surging blood-red light, killing intent surged and gave off an imposing aura. 1,000 arms and 1,000 hands waved at almost the same time, ghostly hands tore apart the wind dragons coiling around him. Giant fists and palms the size of small mountains resisted the lightning in the sky. He Lulan and the rest had already lost the ability to speak. The scene in front of them was like the reappearance of an ancient legend. The Myriad Tribulation was targeting Spectral Soul and the 10 Extreme Formation. Fang Yuan and the rest were trapped by the formation. It was safer instead. This Myriad Tribulation's power is far beyond ordinary. My main body can still hold on. What about the 10 Extreme Formation? It has already been refined to 60%. Only 60%. The following tribulations will be even more terrifying. Saying this, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals fell silent. A true enemy. Not the Celestial Court, not Fang Yuan, but the Great Tao of Heaven. If they were in their complete state, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals would have some confidence. But now, because of the Celestial Court, Fang Yuan and other factors, they were in an incomplete state. In fact, the 10 Extreme Formation was on the verge of collapsing. They had to sacrifice the whole of Zombie Alliance to save it. Sacred Feather City is lost, our main body is out, we have no use now. Right? Enter the 10 Extreme Formation. It is good to save some time. Then what about those people? Leave it to us, Wuxia said as he glanced at Bo Qing. The following tribulations would be even more terrifying. The Shadow Sect Gu Immortals could not do much against the tribulations. They might as well sacrifice themselves to activate the formation. These Shadow Sect Gu Immortals were actually split souls of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Precisely because of this, Shadow Sect remained mysterious and hidden behind the scenes. After developing for so many years, they were not exposed. Precisely because of this, Shadow Sect Gu Immortals were not afraid of death, they did not care about sacrifices. They were united. This huge force was actually just a one-man show of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. After the discussion, the Shadow Sect Gu Immortals, including 7-Star Child and Song Zixing, made the same choice as Inkstone. They entered the formation and sacrificed themselves. Only 2 people were left. One was Wuxia. Pure Dream Reality Seeker Physique. As time passed, their cultivation level would also increase. At the last moment of their lifespan, they would become rank 9, they were Spectral Soul's final trump card. The other was Immortal Zombie Bo Qing. Bo Qing was also one of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's split souls, but he was only a corpse now. The remnant soul inside was not Bo Qing, it was Mo Yao. Even if Mo Yao's remnant soul entered the formation, it would not have the effect of directly activating the formation, it could only be refined as an immortal material. The loss outweighed the gain, so it was left behind. In the overall situation, Spectral Soul controlled the situation. He resisted the myriad tribulations while suppressing Heaven Overseeing Tower. Immortal zombies Bo Qing and Wuxia had no worries, they charged towards Fang Yuan and the rest. Fang Yuan and the rest were not their match, they quickly retreated. But they were surrounded by the formation and space path was restricted. Where could they escape to? Bo Qing waved his hand, sword light flashed as Fairy Li Shan's head flew out, blood was spewing out of her neck. The might of a sword immortal could not be blocked. Man as before. At the crucial moment, Tai by Yunxing activated Man as before Immortal Gu. Fairy Li Shan returned to normal, she touched her neck, her eyes filled with fear. Immortal zombie Bo Qing had his hands behind his back, he smiled arrogantly. How can a mere rank 6-time path Gu make me return empty-handed? The moment he said that, Fairy Li Shan's eyes opened wide, the sword chi in her body erupted as she turned into a pile of flesh and blood. Little ant. He Lulan cried out in pain, her eyes were bloodshot as she charged towards Bo Qing. Wuxia blocked Fang Yuan. He stared at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you could actually leave my dream realm. Interesting. Now that I have rank 8 cultivation level, I want to see if you can escape the dream realm again. You know my name? Fang Yuan growled, he felt something amiss. You are an otherworldly demon, you are still useful to my shadow sect. I will spare your life. Don't even think of using Spring-Autumn Cicada. This rank 6 immortal goo has already been deduced by Old Man Inkstone. In my current state I cannot use it anymore, right? Wuxia was confident of victory. He approached with a smile. What? Fang Yuan's body shook intensely. Chapter 1019. 100,000 years ago. Southern border, Xianxi Mountain. Night fell, it was pitch black. Wind and thunder rumbled, lightning illuminated the battlefield from time to time. At the waist of Xianxi Mountain, over 10 Gu Master corpses were lying on the ground. The rain was pouring, but it could not wash away the thick smell of blood. An intense battle was about to end. There were only 2 people left on the battlefield. The victor was obvious. Ha ha ha. A young man laughed loudly, his eyes were red and filled with bloodlust. He walked towards another Gu Master step by step. The other old Gu Master was heavily injured, he could not fight anymore. He retreated in panic, but tripped and fell on the muddy ground. The young Gu Master slowly walked out of the heavy rain, standing in front of the old Gu Master, looking down at him with a cold gaze without a trace of warmth. But the old Gu Master's gaze had no fear, instead it was filled with disbelief and hatred. The old Gu Master growled, "Why? Little Nethery, I am your grandfather, you were brought up by me, I taught you everything you have. Your achievements today are all because of the clan's nurturing. Why did you attack the clan's higher-ups? Why did you bite the hand that fed you? What? Facing the old Gu Master's intense questioning, the young Gu Master's eyelids drooped. He laughed lightly. Why? I have never thought about it seriously. If there is a reason, it might be because I am unhappy. Unhappy? That's right. Saying that the clan is not as strong as the other party, we have to swallow our anger. Saying that we should respect the old and love the young, we have to be courteous and not talk back to the seniors. Saying that the clan needs me to support it in the future, to protect its reputation, to think for the clansmen. Only then can I become a wise clan leader. It is really irritating. I have felt irritated since I was young. I thought I could endure it, but after enduring it for so long, I finally could not endure it. The young Gu Master said, his lips curling into a smile. Just because of this? Just because of this. The old Gu Master was furious, he sat up in anger. He stared angrily, scolding, "How did you become like this? What are you thinking in your head? I was really blind, I nurtured you for so many years, I actually wanted to hand the village to you?" Towards the end, the old Gu Master's voice carried a sobbing tone. He actually started wailing. Enough, enough. The young Gu Master had a ruthless expression. The old man's cries made him extremely irritated. He raised his right hand. It slashed down. Puff. With a soft sound, the old Gu Master was cut into 2, blood spewed out and his organs fell, dying with everlasting regret. The young Gu Master suddenly calmed down, motionless. Dressed in a black robe, he stood in the rain like a stone statue. He lowered his head and looked at the corpse at his feet, memories of the past involuntarily appearing in his mind. During his childhood, Grandpa took him to ride a bamboo horse and fly a kite. After being tested to have a superior aptitude, Grandpa was beaming with joy. After becoming a Gu Master, Grandpa seemed to be teaching her step by step. She also took care of the family affairs for him and taught him patiently. After a long while, the young Gu Master let out a breath of turbid air and laughed lightly. Ah. Very soon laughter filled the air. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky, his arms wide open. His tears flowed freely, his heart was filled with sorrow, but at the same time his face. They all had extremely satisfied expressions on their faces. He felt that he was like a drowning person. Suddenly he broke through the water surface. He struggled to get to the shore. He breathed in deeply, the thick smell of blood seemed to be mixed with the hatred and anger of his clansmen, assaulting his nose. But he felt that the air was so damn fresh. Even though I am sad, is this freedom? Ah. If I knew this, I would have killed them long ago. These noisy things should have been killed long ago. In the future, if I don't like them, I will kill them all. The young Gu Master shouted loudly in the rain. His excitement was written all over his face. Crack. A bolt of lightning flashed, illuminating the young Gu Master's joyful face. 100,000 years later. Thunder rumbled, lightning dragons flashed, lighting up the young Gu Master's face as well. But at this time he had already changed beyond recognition. he had turned into a huge monster that was thousands of meters tall with 3 heads and 1,000 arms. So noisy, rumbling enough. Spectral soul roared. Close to 1,000 arms exerted strength, demonic chi rumbled and filled the sky, tearing apart the tornado wind pillar that was coiling around him. His voice resounded in the sky. Overwhelming wind and thunder amidst this roar, the lightning completely dissipated. The clouds dispersed, the myriad tribulation wind lightning cage was broken by spectral soul. Even the myriad tribulation could not do anything to him. The might of a demon venerable was actually this strong. Seeing this, Fang Yuan and the rest of the celestial court Gu immortals were shocked. Did he succeed? Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia looked back with joy on their faces. But soon the sky turned dark again, endless gray clouds gathered above spectral soul's head. The second myriad tribulation was brewing. Bo Qing and Ying Wuxia's expression sank. The celestial court Gu immortals let out sighs of relief. Spectral soul's 6 eyes showed a contemplative expression. Suddenly he raised hundreds of arms, stabbing them into the dark clouds at his waist. These dark clouds were formed by the 10 extreme formation. With spectral soul's help, they rumbled intensely. Oh no, he is accelerating the formation. Even though I don't know what he is trying to refine, we cannot let him succeed. Immortals, work with me. Under Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord's lead, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned illusory, passing through the encirclement of the ghostly hands and successfully flying out. At the next moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned solid. With a loud sound, it crushed the air and smashed onto Spectral Soul's right head fiercely. Immediately, Spectral Soul's head was smashed into the ground, his chin smashed into his collarbone. Spectral Soul shouted angrily, 100 arms grabbed at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Turn again. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord shouted. The 6 celestial court rank 8 Gu immortals beside him were in charge of this. At the crucial moment, Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom again, causing Spectral Soul's counterattack to miss. This ability to turn phantom was one of Heaven Overseeing Tower's methods. But it needed to be activated. It was not easy, it needed to expend a lot of thought and energy. It was similar to graceful chaotic dual stages method of absorbing external attacks. The 6 celestial court Gu immortals turned phantom twice. They were already gasping for breath from exhaustion. Heaven Overseeing Tower turned phantom. It floated above Spectral Soul's head. At this time, Spectral Soul's hundreds of thick pitch-black arms. They seemed to have shrunk greatly, becoming thin and thin. With his help, the 10 extreme immortal zombie lifeless formation changed intensely. The spreading dark clouds gathered towards the center. At the center of the dark clouds, a round ball could be vaguely seen. It was rotating slowly, radiating 14 different colors of light. Seeing this scene, Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord turned pale with fright. He quickly ordered, cut off these arms. Heaven Overseeing Tower was like a shuttle. It slashed down, drawing a dazzling rainbow of light in the sky. Wherever the rainbow of light passed, Spectral Soul's arms would all be cut off. Ying Wuxia, quickly deal with the celestial court Gu immortals. Immortal zombie Bo Qing quickly shouted. It was simply too easy for them to deal with Fang Yuan and the rest. But because of all sorts of changes, they were interrupted many times. Ying Wuxia gritted his teeth. He was unwilling to leave like this. Wait, let me sleep with Fang Yuan first. Saying so, he activated the rank 8 immortal killer move, lead soul into dream. Fang Yuan had nowhere to dodge. He was drawn into the dream realm. In the pavilion at the center of the lake, the sound of a zither could be heard. Fang Yuan met star constellation immortal venerable again. Unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream, unravel dream. Fang Yuan quickly used a dream path killer move. But the dream realm did not budge. At most, a transparent ripple appeared in his vision. Even though his unravel dream countered the dream realm, it was only at rank 6. In contrast, Ying Wuxia's killer move was at rank 8. The difference between the two was too great. Fang Yuan could not unravel the dream realm. Immediately, Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. The zither sound reverberated. Star constellation immortal venerable smiled lightly at Fang Yuan. She opened her mouth and sang. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. He knew that he had lost. Phantom transformation. Heaven Overseeing Tower dodged Spectral Soul's claw attack again. But Spectral Soul's ghostly hands did not stop. They entered the 10 extreme formation again. Heaven Overseeing Tower wanted to attack again, but one of Spectral Soul's heads suddenly opened its eyes wide. Suddenly, he widened his eyes and looked at Heaven Overseeing Tower. Heaven Overseeing Tower could not escape from its phantom state. Haha, this time why don't you try breaking free? Wuxia placed his hands on his waist, laughing smugly. Fang Yuan. Hey Lulan Tai Bai Yunxing shouted. But Fang Yuan was in a deep slumber, he could not be woken up no matter what. Bo Qing was about to kill He Lulan Tai Bai Yunxing, but suddenly an extremely strong suction force came from the ground. The immortals were caught off guard, they were sucked into the ground, their legs stabbed deep into the ground. A terrifying formless force restrained them, they could not move. Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse. Bo Qing and Wuxia were shocked. They did not expect that other than the myriad tribulation targeting spectral soul, there was also a grand tribulation ambushing them. Why are they not under control? Soon the two were shocked again. They saw that after He Lulan Tai Bai Yunxing landed on the ground, they regained their freedom, they could move freely. He Lulan Tai Bai Yunxing was surprised and joyful. The latter quickly grabbed the sleeping Fang Yuan and retreated. What made them even more happy was that the 10 extreme formation produced a mysterious ball, the force that was restraining the surroundings vanished. If Fang Yuan woke up, he would be able to use fixed immortal travel to escape. But Fang Yuan was in a deep slumber. Immortal zombie Bo Qing's eyes shined with sharp killing intent, he was about to activate Sword Path Immortal Goo, but he found that the thoughts in his mind were sucked away by the ground. Evidently, the power of the Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse had a wide range. Not only could it deal with the Goo Immortal's body, it could even affect thoughts, wills, emotions and others. Just like this, Bo Qing could only watch as He Lulan and the others successfully slipped away under his nose. To be continued? Chapter 1020. This Grand Tribulation Earth Collapse was simply unreasonable. Not only did it trap the Goo Immortal on the ground, it even affected their thoughts. Without thoughts to use Goo Worms, how could the Goo Immortal use their methods? Unless they had Wisdom Path methods to resist it. But there was a precondition, this Wisdom Path method had to be set up beforehand. Otherwise, if the Earth Collapse happened first, even if the Goo Immortal had Wisdom Path methods, they would not be able to use them. The first to strike gained the upper hand, the last to strike would suffer a calamity. Once they lost the initiative, they were basically finished. This showed how strong the Grand Tribulation was, not to mention the myriad tribulation above it. Damn it. Wuxia struggled but to no avail, he sank deeper and deeper, he shouted in anger. Don't struggle, don't think too much. This will only make our situation worse, it is not something we can resolve now. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was very calm. Or rather, Mo Yao's remnant soul inside was very calm. She had experience. When she was alive, she had helped her beloved Bo Qing undergo tribulation. The Grand Tribulation she had seen was even more terrifying than this. In comparison, the Grand Tribulation, Earth Collapse, was gentle and harmless. It seems that we can only hope for the main body to save us. Wuxia sighed, looking at Spectral Soul. Spectral Soul was also stuck in the mud, his black feet were already half buried in the ground. Not just that, the front part of his left foot was tightly sewn to the ground. This was the result of Spectral Soul's body being attacked by Immortal Goo House Embroidered Tower earlier. From this, it could be seen that even though Spectral Soul was extremely powerful, he had already used his full strength, he was not in control of the situation. At this moment, out of his 6 eyes, 2 were staring at Heaven Overseeing Tower, preventing it from moving, while the other 4 were staring at the sky. Above the sky, in the sky. The gray sorrowful clouds became denser, they started to descend. The second myriad tribulation descended. But it was different from the first round's Wind Lightning Prison. Wind Lightning Prison was unimaginably fast. In the blink of an eye, wind lightning surrounded the body, trapping it. But this myriad tribulation was extremely slow. It was so slow that the person undergoing the tribulation could retaliate countless times. But Spectral Soul did not move. He stood there quietly, like a silent mountain peak. Could it be that the main body has already been hit? Wuxia shouted. He was incomparably anxious. This is such a good opportunity, why don't you counterattack? But even when the gray sorrowful clouds enveloped Spectral Soul, the latter did not move at all, he only stared at Heaven Overseeing Tower, controlling it firmly. The Celestial Court's Goo Immortals complained incessantly. They used phantom techniques to allow Heaven Overseeing Tower to evade Spectral Soul's attacks. But to think that Spectral Soul's phantom path attainment level was beyond imagination, he was definitely at great Grandmaster level. Heaven Overseeing Tower's Void Tactic. Instead, he was used by spectral soul, unable to return to his main body. If he couldn't return to reality, how could he fight? How could he harass him? The myriad tribulation is coming. Wuxia gnashed his teeth as he waited for the gray clouds to slowly cover him. Immortal zombie Bo Qing squinted his eyes, his muscles tensed up. But the gray clouds descended. But it seemed to be completely unharmed. What's going on? Is there a harmless myriad tribulation? Wuxia was nervous for a long time, but there was no movement. His hands touched his body as he shouted in shock and confusion. Immortal zombie Bo Qing did not answer him. But someone among the celestial court's Gu immortals recognized this myriad tribulation. But Wuxia did not know the answer. Is this gray memory? That celestial court's Gu immortal who recognized it shouted. What is gray memory? The celestial court's Gu immortal fell into his memories. When I was young, I had once inherited a rank 8 Gu immortal's inheritance. Back then, this rank 8 Gu immortal encountered the myriad tribulation gray memory and lost miserably. Before dying, he barely managed to leave behind his inheritance. This myriad tribulation does no damage to the body, but it directly draws out the deepest memories in the heart. These memories, they are all the trauma to the Gu immortal who underwent the tribulation, or the shadow of their lives. Don't underestimate this myriad tribulation. That rank 8 ancestor could not even last 30 minutes under this myriad tribulation before losing his will to fight. He was dejected and had no more battle intent. There was no more interest in living. As the saying goes, you are your own greatest enemy. For example, spectral soul demon Venerable was invincible in the world, then isn't his greatest enemy himself? People live in this world even if they become rank 9 venerables, there will be times when they are weak. They will always cultivate step by step from being weak, becoming stronger and stronger. Spectral soul demon Venerable slaughtered the world. His killing nature was extremely terrifying. Later generations guessed that he had been stimulated by something when he was young. Who does not have pain hidden in the deepest part of their heart? Who does not have shameful things that are hard to talk about? Who has not made decisions that go against their nature? Growing up, who has not made mistakes? Amazing, amazing. This myriad tribulation is truly amazing. I'm afraid spectral soul demon Venerable is going to die here. Myriad tribulation, gray memory. Because he recognized this myriad tribulation, spectral soul did not move. He knew that no matter what attack he used, this tribulation could not be resolved. Only by immersing himself in it and facing the past, the shadows, the shame and anger, could he pass the tribulation. The gray fog around him suddenly had light, it even emitted sounds. What appeared in front of the immortals was the scene of spectral soul demon Venerable's childhood. Kill her. Kill her. Kill her. A group of Gu masters surrounded the family of 3, their eyes were bloodshot as they shouted with malevolent expressions. Father. You can't kill mother. A boy protected his heavily injured mother as he shouted with all his might. Everyone in the demonic path deserves to be killed. Killing family for the sake of righteousness is the way of the righteous path. Why can't we kill her? Not only can we kill her, we must kill her. Only by killing her can we cleanse the humiliation of our clan. The leading Gu master was an elderly man, he spoke righteously and shouted angrily, it was the boy's grandfather, the clan leader. The clan leader's words were echoed by many elders and elite Gu masters. They raised their arms and shouted, kill, 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 kill. Whoosh. With a soft sound, fresh blood splattered. The boy quickly turned around, but at the next moment, his eyes opened wide. His pupils shrunk to pin size. He saw that his father had already moved past him. His face was red, he gritted his teeth, his eyes were filled with tears. The intense emotions in his heart could not be suppressed. The sharp blade in his hand was already deeply stabbed into his beloved wife's heart. The boy opened his mouth wanting to call out. But he did not make any sound. From that day on he became a man of few words. Evidently this boy was spectral soul demon Venerable when he was a child. Under the influence of the myriad tribulation gray memory, the shadow of his childhood. It was no longer hidden in the person's heart, it was displayed in front of everyone. The gray fog changed, another scene appeared. It was about a few years later. The boy had already grown up, he stood cautiously in front of his grandfather. As the clan leader, his grandfather drank a mouthful of tea as he asked slowly, I asked you to read our clan's history books, did you gain anything these days? Come tell Grandpa. Grandpa. The boy first bowed before saying, I have gained a lot these days. I have gained some insights. Tell me about it. The old man said with some interest. Looking at history, I found that there is one great principle in this world, that is, kill. The boy said calmly. Kill. The old man frowned, his tone was slightly heavy. Explain it to Grandpa. Yes. The boy continued, we are hungry, we need food to fill our stomachs, we need to kill prey to fill our stomachs. We have enemies, we need to kill them and remove the threat. The world is at peace. We need to kill our benefactors and gain control. The boy spoke calmly, but did not notice that the old man's frown was getting deeper. The boy continued, looking at history, it was you who killed me. I killed you. What is a hero? It is killing many enemies. What is a loser? It is not being able to kill the enemy and getting killed. Actually, even though it is just a word, there is a lot of knowledge behind it. How to kill? Do you use goo worms or hire goo masters to do it for you? Sometimes. You cannot kill openly. If you do it openly, you will attract huge trouble, so you choose to assassinate. There are many differences in assassinations, for example. Enough. The old man shouted angrily, and in his anger he smashed the cup in his hand on the ground. The shards landed on the boy's face, causing a wound and blood to slowly flow down. The old man jumped and stood up, pointing at the boy, shouting angrily, I let you read the history books, it was to let you admire the achievements of our clan's predecessors, and learn about our clan's glorious history. It was to let you understand propriety, justice, honor and shame, and let you know the glory of the righteous path. You actually comprehended the word kill? What kind of evil logic is this? You are grounded for a month, stay in your room and reflect on your mistakes. Yes, Grandpa. The boy accepted the order, his tone was soft, but his eyes shone with stubbornness. In the gray fog, the scene changed again. A few years later, the boy had become a rank 1 goo master. Today I finally refined the aura concealment goo and hid in the study room, giving Grandpa a huge shock. The young man sneaked into the study room. Wrong. I am only a rank 1 goo master, but Grandpa is a rank 4. It is easy for him to find me. Why don't I hide behind the secret door in the secret passage and then come out to scare Grandpa? The young man changed his mind, opening the secret door and hiding inside. Not long after, he heard noises. He did not dare to open the secret door and could only listen. Two people entered the study room. His grandpa's footsteps were heavy and hurried, he was clearly furious. This unfilial son. He really wants to rebel? He wants to harm his own father? The old clan leader was furious, slamming the table with a loud sound. Clan leader, the evidence is conclusive. Clan leader, the news of you obtaining an 80-year lifespan goo has already been leaked. Young clan leader's murderous intentions are without a doubt. A hoarse voice sounded. The young man immediately recognized this was a clan elder, the clan leader's trusted aide. This unfilial son wants to seize power from me, do you think it is possible? The clan leader shouted. Lord Clan Leader, young clan leader has many higher-ups around him. Only to hear the hoarse voice speak again. After a moment of silence, the young man's grandpa's voice sounded, this unfilial son's forces cannot be underestimated. If we openly kill him, not only will it damage the righteous path's reputation, it will also cause internal strife in the clan, and deplete the clan's strength. Then we should prepare well, strike first and find a chance to secretly assassinate him. A dead man's lamp goes out, as long as we kill this unfilial son, the other clan elders will naturally leave. Clan leader is wise. In the secret passage behind the secret door, the young man tightly covered his mouth, his whole body trembling. Chapter 1021. Tai by Yunxing carried Fang Yuan and flew away. He Lulan took one last look at the gray fog in the sky. Spectral soul demon Venerable's tragic childhood made He Lulan, who had similar experiences, sigh with emotion. For some reason, the Grand Tribulation, Earth collapse, did not make things difficult for them. Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan tightly grasped this chance, they were overjoyed as they escaped. The 10 Extreme Formation had also entered a crucial period, it could not restrict the surroundings. Tai by Yunxing and He Lulan escaped very smoothly. Soon, they threw the Battle of Etian Mountain to the back of their minds. A few minutes later, they could no longer see the gray clouds in the sky. Fang Yuan, wake up. He Lulan slapped Fang Yuan's face, but the latter still had no reaction, he was sleeping soundly. Without Fang Yuan's fixed immortal travel, they could not leave southern border. Unless they crossed the regional wall. But that would be a huge loss. Northern Plains Gu Immortals? A voice came from the sky. Shortly after, 3 southern border Gu Immortals descended. Seeing He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing's battered appearance, the leading Gu Immortal was shocked. Looking at your injuries, did you come from Etian Mountain? Speak, what happened there? Tai Bai Yunxing had a guarded expression. He Lulan sneered, if you want to know what happened, go and take a look. The 3 southern border Gu Immortals snorted coldly. Their cultivation level was not high. The reason they came to investigate was because the Gu Immortal experts of their respective clans were near Etian Mountain. There was no news of them. No matter which super force, they were very concerned about the ownership of graceful chaotic dual stage. Moreover, right now He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing's aura were weak, they were covered in injuries. They looked extremely weak and battered. I told you to speak, so speak obediently. Northern Plains Gu Immortals came to southern border. They're also so arrogant. Attack. Take down those 3 first. Thus this sudden battle broke out. On the battlefield of Etian Mountain. The gray clouds were still spreading. It was a stalemate. No matter how hard the Celestial Court Gu Immortals tried, they could not get rid of their phantom state. As for Wuxia and Bo Qing, they were trapped on the ground, unable to move. Waves of gray mist flickered with blurred colors, constantly changing images as they revolved around immortal zombie Bo Qing. Those were Mo Yao's early memories. As a mutant, he had a tragic history of being ostracized. It was very strange. Inside Bo Qing's immortal zombie body, there was actually Mo Yao's remnant soul. No one knew what had happened during Bo Qing's tribulation. But when the city gate caught fire, the fish in the moat would be implicated. Mo Yao's remnant soul was also in the gray fog, revealing the deepest sorrow in his heart. Immortal zombie Bo Qing laughed coldly. Mo Yao's remnant soul displayed its resolute side in the face of the unbearable past and its shadow. Strange. Why are you not affected by the gray fog? Bo Qing looked at Wuxia who was beside him. Wuxia was looking at the gray fog image beside Bo Qing. I don't know either. Wuxia scratched his head, pointing forward. But this is quite interesting. Bo Qing snorted coldly. It seems that you have just been born and only have 18 hours of lifespan. You have no time to experience these things. Saying so, Bo Qing had a worried expression. Myriad Tribulation Gray Memory had no threat to someone like Wuxia. Because Wuxia was too young, he did not have much experience in life. But to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, it was a completely different concept. This second Myriad Tribulation is extremely sinister. Inside the gray fog, not only are the shadows of the past shown to the outside, even the emotions in the depths of one's heart will change. It will allow one to experience the emotions of the past again. These memories of my early years. My heart is already filled with sorrow. If I recall Qing Lang, I'm afraid I will be the same. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable is older, he has more experience than me. How will he face this? Thinking of this, Mo Yao's remnant soul activated his immortal zombie body, raising his head to look again. Inside the gray fog, Spectral Soul was like an iron mountain, unmoving and silent like death. Around him, the gray fog rolled and countless colorful waves of smoke rose. These smoke waves depicted all sorts of scenes. They were already showing the time when Spectral Soul became a Gu Immortal. Inside Earth Abyss. Lat, you want to inherit my inheritance? In the darkness, 2 eyes that were as large as lanterns suddenly lit up. Yes. Gu Immortal Spectral Soul was a man of few words. He wore a black robe, his hair casually draped over his shoulders. He had a cold expression, only his eyes flickered with a trace of light. Ha. From the darkness came a maniacal and arrogant laughter. It grew louder and louder until it was deafening. After a long while, the laughter gradually stopped. It seems that you have made up your mind, then accept the test of the inheritance. Roar. With a loud roar, a monster stepped out of the darkness. This monster had 4 thick limbs, its body was covered in thick scales, it had the head of a crocodile. Its wide crocodile mouth was wide open, its sharp teeth were shining with cold light, they were like daggers. On its head there were 2 curved dragon horns. And on its body, there was also the aura of a Gu Immortal. Evidently this was a Beastman Gu Immortal. Beastmen were a type of variant humans in history during the era of the 3 demon venerables. They suffered the greatest losses. To think that during Spectral Soul's growth, he would meet a Beastman Gu Immortal. This Beastman Gu Immortal with dragon horns and crocodile head opened its mouth. biting at Spectral Soul. But Gu Immortal Spectral Soul did not dodge. The Beastman bit down fiercely, breaking Spectral Soul's arm. Blood spewed out. Crack crack. The Beastman chewed, under its sharp teeth. Spectral Soul's arm was crushed into bone and meat paste. Thick blood flowed out from the gaps of its teeth, flowing everywhere. With a gulp, the Beastman's throat moved. He swallowed the flesh and blood in his mouth, along with the arm bone. This is great, I have not eaten such fresh flesh and blood for a long time. The Beastman Gu Immortal shouted, pouncing forward again. Spectral Soul did not retreat, he let it bite. The Beastman Gu Immortal quickly ate his other arm and 2 legs, eating them. Intense pain assaulted him, but Spectral Soul was expressionless. He did not even frown. Instead, the Beastman Gu Immortal showed some fear. You are different from the others. The Beastman Gu Immortal stopped. He sized up Spectral Soul. His tone was full of praise. You are not afraid at all. You know, I created the food path. I've done a lot of research on food. Many people wanted to inherit my inheritance. They forced me to eat them. They looked unyielding on the surface, but their hearts were filled with fear and pain. Don't think that your emotions can be concealed, others cannot sense them. Actually, this flesh is full of sourness. It is not tasty at all, I know it clearly when I eat it. Then is my flesh tasty? Spectral Soul asked plainly. The Beastman Gu Immortal frowned, recalling, to speak the truth, your flesh is cold like ice, your bones are tough, they are not tasty. It is like when I was young, I was hunted by you humans, I had to run around in a world of ice and snow, I ate those ice shards and icicles when I was hungry. But forget it. I have been trapped here, I have not eaten anything fresh for a long time. Am I still not satisfied with this? Not to mention now. This is my favorite food, the heart, liver, lungs, and kidneys of you humans as well as the greasy intestines, I love them the most, ha ha ha. Lad, if you want to inherit my inheritance, you will have to pay a price, don't fail at the final moment. Saying so, the Beastman Gu Immortal grabbed. He broke open Spectral Soul's abdomen, pulling out his intestines. They were all pulled out. The Beastman Gu Immortal pulled out these intestines. Next, in front of Spectral Soul. He slurped them into his mouth, shouting that they were delicious. Spectral Soul's face was pale, but his expression was still indifferent, as if they were not his intestines. Panic flashed in the Beastman Gu Immortal's eyes. He laughed cruelly, rubbing his monstrous claws as he reached into Spectral Soul's chest. Next, I will eat your lungs. You need to endure it. What's there to be unable to endure? Spectral Soul smiled coldly. In this special environment, even if I am eaten until only my head is left, I will still survive. And if I reach this standard, I will inherit your inheritance. By then you will have no value to me. You should worry about yourself. The Beastman Gu Immortal's movements froze, he became furious, his eyes seemed to be spewing fire. Lad, you talk big, I want to see how long you can endure this. He purposely slowed down his movements, rubbing Spectral Soul's body, letting him feel the coldness and fear of his organs being squeezed and his bones being scratched by the monstrous claws. The Beastman Gu Immortal took out Spectral Soul's organs and devoured them slowly. Moreover, he purposely opened his mouth in front of him, letting Spectral Soul see the terrible state of his organs after they were torn apart. Spectral Soul's calm gaze started to change, he became interested in it. The Beastman Gu Immortal felt this gaze, his expression changed again. What do you mean? I just find it interesting. I am eating your flesh and your organs, you find it interesting? The Beastman Gu Immortal stared at Spectral Soul with an incredulous gaze. Of course. Eating was a matter of course, but the other side of eating was killing. When we eat meat we need to kill prey. When we eat vegetables we need to uproot these plants, that is killing them. Even when we eat wind or drink water we need to swallow it and digest it. In other words, eating is killing. But killing is not just about eating. Thus your food path cannot compare to my killing path. I have eaten many things but I have never been eaten by another existence. You are eating me now, that is killing me. Similarly, I have killed many life forms, but I have never been slowly killed by another life form like this. This made me realize that being killed is also a form of joy. Those who kill will be killed by others. Blindly killing people would not be able to fully understand killing. Thank you for allowing me to comprehend another layer of profound meaning of killing. The Beastman Gu Immortal heard this and stared at Spectral Soul with wide-opened eyes, like he was looking at a nightmare. His head was dripping with cold sweat. This young man in front of him was making him lose his appetite. He swallowed his saliva, feeling that his throat was blocked. Lad, I will eat your upper body, let's see how arrogant you can be. The beast-man Gu Immortal shouted angrily as he swallowed, his eyes were bloodshot and he had a crazed expression. Soon, Gu Immortal's spectral soul was eaten until only his head was left. At this moment, the spectating celestial court Gu Immortals, as well as immortal zombie Bo Qing and Ing Wuxia were silent. Even though he only had a head left, Gu Immortal's spectral soul was still calm, his gaze was calm. What kind of will is this? Someone among the celestial court Gu Immortals gasped. That celestial court Gu Immortal who was very confident in gray memory saw this and had a grim expression. He lost his confidence. But at this time, the beast-man Gu Immortal suddenly laughed wildly. He laughed crazily, he was very happy, tears were flowing down from the corners of his eyes. He was full of mockery. Haha, you were deceived. But don't be sad, you are the 270th person who has been deceived. Ah. Spectral Soul's gaze flickered. Is this inheritance fake? Of course it is real. Back then, when I cultivated to rank 8, Jiu Lai Kuang Ren trapped me and did not kill me. He wanted to obtain my food path. I was not his match. But he wanted my things, they were not easy to obtain. Thus, I made an agreement with him, I would pass my food path to a human descendant but not to him. But the inheritor would have to endure my devouring test. After the agreement was made, I was trapped here, many human descendants came to me and passed the test, obtaining food path. But even Jiu Lai Kuang Ren would not understand my power. I am covered in food path Dao marks, I have already reached an unprecedented level. I can eat rocks to appease my hunger, I can drink wind to fill my stomach. I can even devour goo worms to increase my Dao marks. I've spent 1,000 years devouring the Dao marks here day and night, and I've long since broken the contract from back then. Aha, so do you understand? Next, I will devour your head and turn your entire body into my nutrients, to nourish me and let me recover. Don't worry, I will remember you, you are the most special person among all the pitiful people I have devoured. So that's it. Spectral Soul's expression was indifferent, he was very calm. The beast-man Gu Immortal's expression froze, he suddenly grabbed his throat, shouting in fear, "What's going on? What's going on?" Spectral Soul smiled coldly, I have never placed my life and death in the hands of others. Not to mention the agreement between immortals from 1,000 years ago. Do you think my fleshly body is that delicious? Every piece of flesh you eat contains a portion of my soul. You are a great expert in food path. Coincidentally, I also have some attainment in soul path. Soul path? When did this path appear? And when your soul is split, the pain you feel is 10,000 times worse than your body being torn apart. Let me tell you, I am the ancestor of soul path. As for the slight pain, if you experience it carefully, isn't the feeling of killing very wonderful? Spectral Soul had just finished speaking when the beast-man Gu Immortal's face turned ashen. He froze. He was dead. He died with grievances. His eyes were wide open as he stared at the Gu Immortal Spectral Soul. Even though the other party only had a head left. But the beast-man Gu Immortal's eyes were filled with fear. To be continued. Chapter 1022. Not just the beast-man Gu Immortals, even the celestial court Gu Immortals who saw this were shocked. Greater than over equaled, demon. This spectral soul is completely obsessed, even though there is an objective cause, his heart is filled with demonic nature. He thinks that nothing cannot be killed, his greatest joy is killing. He thinks that the core of the great Tao of heaven and earth is killing. No wonder he could become a demon venerable and cause the greatest massacre in the world. Even the pain of his soul being torn apart feels wonderful to him. He looks calm and rational, but he has already gone insane to the extreme. Nobody can save him, he is beyond redemption. I have to admit, an invincible heart is the foundation of an invincible body. His understanding is simply demonic, but because of this, his heart is not shaken. Everything can only reinforce the most erroneous belief in his heart. Myriad tribulations are discouraged, they might not be able to restrain him. Even though he is no longer a demon venerable and cannot be invincible body, his heart is still invincible. The celestial court Gu Immortals' disgust, anxiety, fear, disdain, and hatred were written all over their faces. Chirp, 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 chirp. Right at this time in the sky there was a clear and melodious chirping of birds. The celestial court Gu Immortals looked up and were overjoyed. Myriad tribulation. Another myriad tribulation. Myriad tribulation. Gray memory has not passed. But another myriad tribulation is about to descend. Spectral soul demon Venerable defied heaven. Once he revives, all living beings will perish. Heaven will not allow him to do that, thus, an unparalleled tribulation will descend. It's impossible for him to succeed. The chirping of birds became louder and denser. Clear jade light shined in the sky. A large group of birds formed a formation. They flew down. Myriad tribulation grand clear space. Among the celestial court Gu immortals someone recognized this move. It looked like flying birds. But it was the unparalleled power of space path. Wherever the birds flew the world would be cleared. Nothing could be left behind, its power was terrifying and unheard of. This is grand clear space? In history there were Northern Plains predecessors who failed to pass this tribulation, but after surviving, they were inspired and created the immortal killer move 3 Wings Blue Bird. Later generations used it to dominate the North region. That's right, it's this tribulation. Under the ardent expectations of the celestial court's Gu immortals, the jade bird descended, flying around the mountain like spectral soul. Wherever the flying bird went, it was like a sharp blade was stabbing into the body, creating long and deep wounds. Wounds covered his body. Soon, spectral soul's body was in a terrible state. Spectral soul did not react. Wuxia, who was on the ground, screamed loudly. Immortal zombie Bo Qing was also nervous. Gray fog coiled around spectral soul. It seemed to be its power that allowed spectral soul to be immersed in the past. Countless colorful smokes were thousands of zhang high in the sky. The surrounding 100 li rumbled as countless scenes appeared, displaying spectral soul demon Venerable's rich life experiences. Suddenly, behind spectral soul's head, colorful smoke expanded, forming into a huge veil. He pushed away all the images around him. On the screen there was a green light. This was the green heaven fragment world of the immemorial 9 heavens. A group of Gu masters were fighting with a group of Featherman Gu immortals. Spectral soul was still a Gu immortal. He was mixed in. His black robe and black hair fluttered in the wind. He rampaged in the battlefield with intense killing intent. Humans, you are going too far. The Featherman Gu immortal leader shouted angrily, throwing out an immortal Gu house. It was Sacred Feather City. More than 10 Featherman Gu immortals flew into the immortal Gu house, as Sacred Feather City burst out with a dazzling light. The human Gu immortals were not their match, they were quickly defeated. Even Gu immortal spectral soul could not resist the power of the immortal Gu house. He was heavily injured and barely escaped death. Soon the huge veil vanished, turning into countless fragmented images. Tens of thousands of images surrounded spectral soul from all directions. Surrounding him tightly, there was almost no way to escape. All the energy he had accumulated in his life, as long as he had emotions, they were all displayed at this moment. The spectators were dazzled and unable to take in all of them. Spectral soul's entire life seemed to be condensed at this moment. Everyone could see that he was moving further on the demonic path. His killing intent was getting stronger, his cultivation level was also getting higher. A huge veil was pulled open, pushing away the surrounding images. This was at the side of spectral soul's left leg. Seeing this, the immortals understood. The larger the scene depicted by the colorful smoke, the more it showed spectral soul demon Venerable's turbulent emotions at that time. Thus, once this scene appeared, everyone's attention was attracted. This was a silver-white space. It was where thieving heaven's true inheritance was. Gu immortal spectral soul charged in alone. He had an arrogant expression on his face as he muttered to himself, "Thieving heaven, even though you are a demon Venerable, you are already dead. Leave behind your inheritance and leave it to me." However, thieving heaven's true inheritance was left for otherworldly demons. Gu immortal spectral soul was not an otherworldly demon. He did not have the qualifications to inherit the inheritance. He used all his methods, spitting out blood. His face was pale as he returned in defeat. When spectral soul became a demon Venerable, he dominated the world and slaughtered all living beings. He stood at the peak, his hair was white. Looking afar, corpses were everywhere, living beings were in a state of misery. This was recorded in human history. Spectral soul attacked a certain superforce and slaughtered countless people just to obtain lifespan Gu. He played with this lifespan Gu in his hand, his gaze was perplexed. He looked at heaven and earth, muttering to himself, "Heaven, since you wanted to kill us, why did you create us?" He had invincible strength, but his heart was perplexed. His killing Tao could not explain this doubt. Another big screen appeared. Spectral soul demon Venerable came to thieving heaven's true inheritance space. This was the place where he had failed when he was young. The will of thief providence appeared in front of him. Anyone who becomes a venerable has something extraordinary about them. But I hope you can be merciful and preserve my true inheritance for a fated person. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had his arms behind his back. He had a cold expression. When I was young, I desired everything here. But now I have already achieved supreme Tao. The things here, no matter how precious they are, they no longer attract me. I came here because I have a question. The will of thief providence smiled. I understand. People who have reached our level. They have many questions about heaven and earth. How about this? I will share my experience with you. You can use it as a reference. Okay. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable nodded. The will of thief providence continued. You might already know that I am not a person of this world. Using your understanding, I am an otherworldly demon. The world I came from has a different scenery and foundation from this world. To me, I am only a guest here. I want to go home. I've been working hard for this my entire life. My original name is Benjie Sunday. My original appearance has golden hair and azure eyes. Before coming here, I had a beautiful fiancée. We were discussing the wedding preparations. My social status is also very high because I am a mecha master. Chicken rack? Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's eyes shined with deep interest. He had traveled the 5 regions, but this was the first time he heard about the world outside the heavens. Mecha, you can think of it as a type of puppet. Or armor. When a person is inside, they can control it and unleash immense battle strength. The will of thief providence explained. A moment later, another scene appeared. Inside 88-point Jianghu Tower. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable held a giant sun true inheritance. After looking at it, he sighed. This possession method can extend lifespan. But using the soul to possess the body is merely a method to prolong one's life. Death is unavoidable. To extend lifespan Gu is the most important. The path of Gu immortals. There are many calamities and tribulations. It is hard to resist them. It is hard for the soul to survive. Longevity is defying heaven. Difficult. Giant Sun, oh Giant Sun, even if you created 88-point Jianghu Tower to plunder Northern Plains lifespan Gu. But providence is dangerous. It produces fewer and fewer lifespan Gu, even if you take all the lifespan Gu in the world. So what? Producing lifespan Gu is the work of providence. To live forever in this world, providence is the key. In the river of time. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable stood in the air, looking at a budding red lotus on the river. His entire body was emitting dense darkness that corroded the red lotus. Finally, after using all his strength, he successfully left behind a ghostly face on the surface of the red lotus. The most mysterious red lotus demon venerable in history. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sighed. His face was filled with fatigue, but his eyes were shining. I want to see why you purposely stopped and left behind the remnant fate immortal Gu back then. A long while later. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's expression was filled with shock and confusion. He muttered to himself. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's scheme is so deep. So only a complete otherworldly demon can completely destroy fate. Like thieving heaven demon Venerable, he is only half an otherworldly demon. Similar to the immortal killer move soul piercing that I created. Because his soul originates from an otherworldly world, while his body originates from this world. To extend my lifespan, I have to go against the heavenly Tao and providence. Unfortunately, providence has no soul. I cannot kill providence. Maybe by using the essence of this red lotus true inheritance, I can become half an otherworldly demon. In a dark secret room. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable sat cross-legged on the ground. Countless Gu formations were set up in front of him. Inside the Gu formation there were many corpses. There were males and females, young and old, as well as variant humans. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's hair was disheveled, his hands and body were covered in blood, he was thin like a skeleton, but his eyes were deep in his eye sockets, shining with bright light. He stared at a book in his hand. The Legends of Renzu. The Legends of Renzu, the Legends of Renzu, to think that I only understood you today. You are the description of human path, the true inheritance left behind by Renzu. Using human path methods, I can create a new body. After my soul transforms, I will become half an otherworldly demon. Maybe not just that, I can also. A pity? It is too late, it is too late. My injuries are too severe, death is right in front of me. This scene made the celestial court's Gu immortals extremely shocked. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable was invincible in the world, but he died because of his injuries. Who was it that injured him? Or did he injure himself while experimenting with human path methods? Myriad Tribulation Grand Clear Space was still ongoing. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.